Good morning, Las Vegas. We are here for day 2 of the Parallel Prime Championship. We're playing for more than $250,000. I'm going to welcome our first player on the stage for the day. This is an elimination match, so the player who loses will go home. We're going to now invite Zelly. Zelly, please make your way to the stage. And now, for his opponent, it is Sparkling. Okay, I'm going to ask you each one question before you go. What are your thoughts? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. We already faced and he beat me, but the revenge story is always good. And I don't know, I feel like I'm a man with nothing to lose because I lost first round yesterday. I came all the way back here to top 4. So, you know what they say? Like, you have to be scared of a man that has nothing to lose.
Okay, I am scared after hearing that. Sparkling, what do you have to say to that?
Sorry for English, but I wish I can beat him again. That's all.
Amazing. Can you two please shake hands before we start? Thank you. Give a round of applause to our players, guys. We're going to start now with game number 1.
And we are live here at the Parallel Prime Championship Day 2. Sparkling versus Zelyaser. We're your hosts now here over the studio. Excelsior and Detsy. Detsy, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. You know, the trophy there right in the middle, it was a little bit hard to see, and you know, some of you guys watching at home, you might not know exactly what that is, but that is a clear vinyl record.
Vinyl.
And actually, I believe that it's playable as well. You can actually put it on a record player, and it will be playing, I believe, some of the parallel OST. So really, really cool. That is going to be going to the very, very first place winner of the tournament, and of course, 100,000 US dollars.
Yes, 100,000 US dollars already on the line. Well, not yet, but these guys already secured for 15,000 US dollars. They're gonna like climb their way out of ELO hell from the double elimination lower bracket. And for those of you guys who don't know, you know, Sparkling already beat Lambi Series yesterday, but that's going to be another time that we're going to be seeing that match. But of course, for this one, just a recap, guys, as Zelly said, Sparkling like defeated, decimated, destroyed Zelyaser over at round 1. And now Zelly just went in and crawled out of hell just to bring him back again and like have this revenge match. Like, dude, that's an amazing story, right?
Yeah, I mean, Zelyaser, he did also win the major in Manila. That was the last big tournament. And of course, having an amazing showing here, the World Championship. He essentially played the entire tournament with only 1 life, and he's made it back to top 4, carrying himself $15,000. And again, another shot at the Grand Champion.
Yes, and of course, guys, you know, will there be a Sparkling performance for Sparkling? Or will Zelyaser defeat Sparkling in his own game? And of course, in this, guys, just a reminder, this is the lower bracket. And while we're talking about the lower bracket, we would like to just give you a short rundown of what happened yesterday leading up to this event. Okay, and so, you know, we're looking at the lower bracket right now. Let's start in round 3. Again, we saw Lambi Series defeat Jobsad and got to face Sparkling over at the lower bracket, and we got a 3-1 right there. Like, that's already a 3-1 over at the top pick, man. Imagine the top pick, the popular pick from the community, Lambi Series, being defeated by Sparkling. And so Lambi series is already out as of yesterday, man. What can you say about that, Detsy?
Yeah, I think that that is going to be a really interesting match to watch later. I believe that we will be putting that on, so that will be, yeah, so you all will be able to catch that. And of course, yeah, yesterday Zelyasser also took it over Brighty, being the mass marauder of the tournament, and also making it really, really far, falling just a little bit short of that top 4 to Zelyasser.
Yes, and then again, top 4, Zelyasser and Sparkling right here over at this matchup. This is what we call a lower bracket finals, because whoever wins, lower bracket semis, so to speak, right? Because whoever wins this is going to be fighting another chance, or going to be fighting another chance, to whoever gets beaten at the upper bracket semifinals. So this is going to be amazing, guys, because we have already seen all of their decks, all of their strategies, and since it's a run it back, do you think Sparkling will be beating Zelyasser yet again?
It is still anybody's game, of course, but I really like Sparkling's attitude.
Yeah.
All he said was, sorry, poor English. I wish I could beat you again.
Yes, dude. And, you know, wishes sometimes can be granted, especially in Las Vegas. But, of course, let's look at the upper bracket yet again, just to give a quick rundown of what happened yesterday. And as we are preparing for the upper bracket right now, guys, if you are watching right now over at Twitch, I'd like to thank you guys for just staying here. And also, thank you to Echelon Foundation for supporting this tournament and all the other tournaments from the Parallel League. We appreciate you. The community appreciates you. And even, you know, telling us that there's going to be a 2-year extension, or rather, continuation of Parallel Prime Championship, Season 2 and Season 3. It's amazing for the community. We do appreciate you, Echelon Prime Foundation. Let's look at the upper bracket right now. And let's see, can you give us a short rundown of what happened for the upper bracket from round 2 to the current matches?
Yeah, so yesterday Jarla did take it 3-1 over Brighty, and Brighty did once get knocked down to face Zelyasser down in the lower bracket. And then Gmon managed to take a 3-1 against Sparkling. So Gmon is going to be moving here to the match against Jarla today. So that's going to be the very, very hot feature match today. Jarla versus Gmon, and they will be competing for that top spot and to save that very, very last life they have, so that just in case they lose and get sent down, they will be able to have one more chance at the final spots, the final spot of the tournament.
Yes, whoever is going to be losing in that match between Jarla and Gmon is going to be facing whoever is going to be winning in the match between Zely and Sparkling. Our top 4 players are right here, and man, that's an amazing story, right? Like a lot of ways to just keep on coming back, a lot of ways just to get those fights in. And look at this! Oh wow, dude, I love the headshots right here, man. Look at this. This one is Sparkling, looking fairly young. I look, dude, he looks fairly young. He's probably one of the youngest players right here, except for Hylos Diari. Hylos Diari is 21. This guy's, if I remember correctly, he's 26. Zelyasser is a pro in XC, recent YGG Play Summit winner. Amazing players right here. Detsy.
Yeah, I mean, esports has come a really, really long way. These players look like they just came out of like an Abercrombie catalog or something like that.
Especially Zelyasser, man. Like, look at that post, man.
Yeah, they're looking good, man, and hopefully they're feeling good as well. They will be needing to bring their A game here, because again, this is going to be the very pinnacle of the first season of competitive Parallel.
Yes, and you know, guys, we would want to know, of course, which decks would be banned, and for you guys, that will be up to the casters to tell you. And guys, we appreciate your time here. Day 2, a lot of action, but of course, let's start with the action right now. Let's take it to the casters. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much indeed. Quinto, welcome back.
Scout.
How you feeling?
Well, excited.
Yeah, me too.
Top 4.
Top 4 indeed. Some amazing matches yesterday. If we can get anywhere near the same level of games that we had yesterday, He's going to blow our mind, isn't it? Absolutely blow our mind. So I can't wait. I'm like you. I'm just raring to go. I think the first game that we've got here between Zelly and Sparkling almost feels like a final. Zelly, who we covered quite a bit yesterday, he played flawlessly, I think, actually. And he of course, had a really intense game with Brighty to make it through. Sparkling done fantastic too. I feel like Sparkling's one of those guys that's a little bit of a dark horse. You know, a lot of people weren't really talking about him, but they're certainly talking about him now. How do you think his chances are against Zelly in this next game?
I mean, Zelyazer has been an absolute menace lately in the tournament, in the ladder. And Sparkling, it's a menace, an OG menace.
OG menace.
it's going to be really, really interesting. Zelly definitely has been climbing a big hill in this tournament since he was eliminated and went to the losers bracket right away. So excited to see this rematch because he actually lost to Sparkling.
Yep.
And well, what about the bans?
Yeah, I mean, we've got double sippy ban, which we're kind of used to saying, right? We should just almost just have that set up, you know, double sippy ban. A little bit of a shame because I feel like Sippy has maybe got a bit more of a place, but both of these players feel like they have a better chance of getting through if Sippy is not part of the equation. So we won't be seeing Sippy in any of these games, but we will be seeing some fantastic decks, and I think we're probably going to be talking about them very, very soon. And we're going to be looking at Zelly's decks, which we're quite used to, because of course we covered a lot of his games yesterday. But yeah, I think they've both built very fantastic decks. Smart decks as well. They're quite lean, and we can see Zelly here. His Earthen deck, which of course he plays so well.
Yeah.
He had that fantastic play yesterday with the Relic repurposing and the Terramech. We know how this works, and if you tuned in yesterday, this is very much a deck where it's about charging and revealing, making sure that you can get some card draw going, making sure that you can get the ramp engine going in the deck, and you can start to ramp into bigger, better units to try and control the board and then slam for lots of damage. And that's pretty much what we're going to see here. So I think Zelly is very, very comfortable playing this, and I feel like this is one of his strongest decks. Do you not feel?
Yeah, well, actually, I think we have seen the situation where it's like it comes down to the Earthen Mirror, and that's who's gonna win.
Yep.
Definitely, I like Zelly's list, and we saw that Relic repurposing play yesterday was absolutely phenomenal to deal with the Brighty's Terramech.
Yeah.
I mean, the list is really solid, and the only difference between them is that they are. One is running ADHQ, the other one's running Cath.
That's right. Yeah.
And to be honest, ADHQ is preferred against Earthen.
Yeah.
So,
and we saw that yesterday, didn't we? We saw ADHQ do very well against Earthen.
So once again, probably comes down to whoever wins the Earthen matchup.
Yeah. Cool.
And now we go into the Neve deck from Zelly.
For Zelly, yeah. And I like this, actually. I do like this. I think we saw yesterday that Zelly very much played it like an aggro Neve, right?
Yeah.
There wasn't really a focus on playing effects. It was like get units down, set the tempo, and try and win the game without actually relying on Neve.
Yeah.
And I think probably we're going to see that again, where he's just going to be focusing on trying to get the board presence. And if he needs to try and control the game through effects, he has enough effects to do that. But I think that this is very much, with Zelly, his mindset is aggro, aggro, aggro. He's one of those aggro players. So, like it, I think it's very strong, and I can't wait to see it. As a Shroudy myself, I can't wait to see it. Any extra thoughts on the deck at all, on Zelly's? No?
So, we're moving on to the next deck here.
Yeah. We're going to have a little look at Zelly's Marco deck, I believe. So we're just waiting for that to come up. But we can talk about it now, I guess, just whilst we wait for the information. We can see that his ADHQ deck, what do you think about this? Because you're a big fan of ADHQ, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, definitely, as I was saying yesterday, a really solid deck. Has a lot of sensors, has a payoff, has a relic repurposing to deal with mementos, especially Sparkling's memento. And yeah, so we're not seeing CP decks.
no.
But yeah, relic repurposing the wall breaker, we saw like how effective it is in dealing, especially setting tempo up. Like it has armed,
Yeah.
so it's easy for it to get shielded, for example, and then it's really tough to actually deal with this unit. And you can combo it with a Paragon.
Yeah.
Give battle ready. We were talking about this keyword that's actually phenomenal, one of the best. We would like to see more battle readies because it's actually a keyword that can turn the tides.
Yeah, and we can see Sparkling's deck. We just had a quick look. Very strong unit deck for Kathy, plus with the effects. We're going to see more of that, guys, so don't worry. Sparkling's Earthen, very similar, I feel, to Zelly's. And you mentioned it before, that often in the Earthen, with the Earthen deck, it really comes down to how you do in the mirror. I think the mirror match that we're going to potentially see could be very, very interesting. I know myself personally that Zelly's very, very good. We've seen it so far at this tournament with Earthen, but also Sparkling's, you know, he's pretty solid as well with his Earthen deck, right? So I think that could be a good match. I really like Sparkling's Neve deck here. What do you think about Sparkling's Neve deck?
Well, interesting to see the Ancient Whisper, just one copy of it.
Yeah, I thought that too, yeah.
I guess that's...
Why do you think that is, the one copy?
Not sure really, but definitely getting some type of situations where you can lower the
effect cost.
The cost of the effect is always good.
Yeah.
He's running the... And yeah, we're moving on to the game.
Yeah, well, I'm keen to see it, and we are going to see it now, guys. So lock in as we get started on the first game today of the last day of the Parallel Prime Championship. So good luck to both players, and yeah, we should be in for a fantastic game. So here we go.
What do you think we're going to see first?
I think maybe for Zelly, we're going to see... I want to say Earthen, but I don't know whether he wants to save that for later.
Well, we have seen that he has been saving Earthen for last. So,
like maybe he's going to save that for last still.
Yeah.
Potentially start with ADHQ.
He knows the most difficult matchup to win with. So.
Yeah. And we see the amazing trophy there.
Once again.
With the disc, the vinyl on it, which for viewers at home actually plays the soundtrack of the theme for the game, which is just incredible, isn't it?
That's
incredible. Yeah.
Totally
Great trophy. Yeah, that's very cool trophy.
The shot today in the cameras looks like every time it looks better.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It seems like it's just growing with a presence, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And here we go.
Here we go.
Straight into it, and we see ADHQ.
The Marconian Mirror.
Yes. Here we go. Okay.
Saving the PS8 launcher here.
At your service.
And the take your leave it.
Ooh.
And
2.
Yeah.
Very good when you're going second, right?
Yeah, definitely. And you want to get rid of them early on, so you don't get them in the middle of the game and you can't bank it, and it's a mess. Now, this is gonna be a nice turn here for Selly.
It's actually a pretty good hand as well for Sparkling, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's got the Bannerman to get going. He's got the Trigger Happy as well. He's got a Snitching, which is always quite useful.
Yeah.
The Triumph at this point, probably you don't need that. So it might be the obvious bank. And of course, they've both got Vindicators, which can really help you to control the board. So this is a good opening kind of couple of hands here for both players. Sparkling just taking his time here, just figuring out what does he really want to go with here. And of course, with the stakes being so high, I think we can expect both players to be taking as much time as possible, right?
Yeah. So Sparkling went with the no snitching, buffing the Bannerman here.
Cool.
Getting away from that dreadful PSA.
We see that often, don't we, in tournaments?
Yeah.
We see that often with people running Bannerman. If you get the snitching, play it immediately on a shield pod, get it out of reach.
No snitching on the Sparkling's Bannerman here. Blocking any sort of development from it. And Sparkling gets a Hail Mary here. Crimson Fleet. Bloodhound can play also the Trigger Happy Trooper, but at this point, he's thinking probably about turn 3 for that Vindicator. We will see.
I mean, the Bloodhounds are one of the best, I think, recent cards from the Battle Pass. I think a lot of people initially were like, are the Bloodhounds really going to be super effective? But for me, Battle Ready, as we keep talking about, is one of the most powerful keywords. So the fact that it's Battle Ready and it's in a faction that can buff quite easily and pass buffs on.
Yeah.
Just means that Bloodhounds can really start to get out of control. And he had such a good start here, hasn't he, Sparkling? He was really, really building that board quickly.
Ooh,
And
gets a shield, the Vindicator,
yeah.
and the Wong.
Wow.
Look at Selly here, rolling his hand. Like
Yep.
perfect play here for Selly. Perfect turn.
Yep.
Sparkling still can't play his Cathy. He's in a situation where, yes, he has a big board, but usually we see these in Cathy decks. Sometimes they run out of resources really early. Definitely the Triumph of Mars in hand is perfect. So it's about like his thinking.
Yep.
What am I banking here? I know I'm gonna run out of resources, can't play Cathy next turn, and then Triumph of Mars to cycle my hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that really is quite a nice setup, isn't it, for Zelly right now with
Yeah.
the 2 Take It or Leave It and the Wong. Even though the board for him is not looking great, it's okay. Being able to play the Wong and still having the Vindicator, which got shielded, very nice as well. So, so far,
So we see that Sparkling is just gonna keep on filling up the board.
just going to keep going wide, keep the pressure going, keep the tempo going. Very much
Yeah.
what you expect in a
Going
in a
phase.
Cathy deck, right? And he's still got Cathy to play, which is lovely. He can play her on the next turn, can't he? And really keep the pressure going.
There we go.
Yeah. This is kind of one of those situations where you're like, oh man, I don't like what's in front of
Yeah.
me here.
Yeah.
I'm kind of outnumbered. And I know that Cathy can still be played.
So here we go, Selly with the Wong. Is he gonna buff this Vindicator? What is he gonna get from it?
Is one going to be selfish or not? How is he feeling today when he's opened the shop? Let's find out.
Ooh, Cindy paid off, and
Wow.
Stealth.
Nice. Exactly what you want to see there.
Great.
And it doesn't buff the Vindicator.
Yeah, which is fine
Yep.
in this situation because you actually want this Vindicator to die. So you can still clear more.
Yep.
And the no snitching won't do anything here for Sparkling.
I mean, also having a 7/7 Wong on the board is just a little bit of a nightmare, actually, for them to deal with, isn't it?
For sure. So, Selly's hand right now looks really resourceful. That Estelles has the Triumph of Mars. This Cendrilion can actually clear this board completely. Even if Sparkling plays Cathy.
That actually looks quite good, doesn't it, as a play, I think.
Yeah.
Clear the board and still have your Wong on the board, of course, and then kind of put the pressure back on Sparkling. And when you look at Sparkling's hand, I mean, a slinger at this point, not really that useful. No snitching, of course you can use it, but you're going to be left basic with Cathy if your board gets wiped here. So if Zelly does do that, it could put Sparkling in a bit of a position.
So here is about clearing this Vindicator.
Yep.
Sparkling maybe wants to get a hit here with Cathy on the Wong.
Yeah, and here comes Cathy. Oh, Cathy loves going face, doesn't she?
Yeah.
She loves it. Okay, so Zelly down to 18, but he has a nice, easy removal there, just using Wong to completely clear Cathy immediately, and playing the Glaive is actually a fantastic play, I think.
Yeah.
The sort of unit that can't be easily removed, and you can purge several units in one go. So for Zelly right now, I think he's chilling. I think he's thinking, you know, I've got a Wong here, of course I'm gonna die, now I've got my Glaive, ready for whatever you put down on the board.
Yeah, definitely. This is a situation for Sparkling where he needs to get as close as possible to lethal.
Yep.
Gets that Cathy's rallying cry, and now Selly is gonna control the board in a way that probably puts Sparkling in a really difficult spot.
Yeah. Look at that as well. It's so nice just having like a 1/1 Bloodhound that he can just throw the Glaive into. His Scimitar Captain could be devastating here
Yeah.
for Sparkling. Because if he loses, okay, is he going to go for it? Interesting. Let's get the ADHD
Start
going.
doing some damage here.
Yeah, and let's get the Warbreaker coming in. Wow.
There we go. Now, this is the situation where it's going to be difficult for Sparkling to deal with this Paragon. And every vehicle that Selly drops from now on, it's going to have battle ready. It's going to do damage to the face. it's gonna be really difficult for Sparkling to actually deal that remaining 15 damage.
Yep.
Goes ahead, uses the Gunslinger and the Wall Breaker. Nice play.
He is in a bit of a spot here, though, because his board is not that strong. His Paragon has been removed. He's just got in his hand to take it or leave it. He does have artillery volley that's coming, though, but at the moment, he doesn't really have a unit to take advantage of the artillery volley to wipe the board for Zelly. So Zelly in a very, very dominating position here.
Look at this, just dropping this Defender now. Really, really important unit to have in this situation.
Oh,
Gets
and
the victory.
Oh my.
Scimitar Captain.
Yep. And here we go, just removes the board, has armed as well. A glaive with armed, shielded, as you say, constantly getting a buff each turn. How does Sparkling come back from this now?
So, no snitching.
That's not what you want.
Sparkling won't be able to do anything, gets the Master Poisoner.
Yep.
He actually has no victory, but does have a Wong and some Vindicators that can use with that artillery volley. However, Cell is getting closer and closer. Look at this victory right now. He's gonna buff it here, play first the Crimson Fleet Machinist.
Yeah, the victory's going to allow him to control the board and stop.
Put Selly one turn away from winning this game.
Yeah. This is. I think it's going down to Zelly here. Down to 8.
He didn't attack with a victory.
He just played it.
He got excited. Forgot to attack with it.
This is. I feel like at this point, it's a game for Zelly, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, unless he gets a Wong, Sparkling gets a Wong here, but
and so the
and
first
he goes
game
for Zelly.
Goes to Zelly.
On the Markolian Mirror.
Very, very impressive
Very well
start.
played.
Yeah. Difficult for Sparkling. He had a very, very strong start, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's what you want with Cathy. Load the board, try and win the game early. But unfortunately for him, Zelly just had the answers. He had the answers to wipe the board, clear some of his units, and then assert his own board. And that's the problem with ADHQ. If you allow them to get a board going with vehicles, you're going to struggle to remove them with all the buffs that they're getting each turn, right?
Yeah.
So
this is what we're saying in the initial stages of the game. Sometimes Cathy going first, getting a big board. Yes, very well played by Sparkling. It was his only way to actually deal some, try to get lethal as soon as possible, but we saw how he ran out of resources and flat out letting Selly flip the script.
And here we go. This was where Sparkling was in a very commanding position. He had that really strong start. And it looked like, okay, how does Zelly kind of turn this around?
And he preferred to play that Bannerman there instead of the Triumph.
Yeah.
Saving the Triumph, I mean.
Yeah.
Now we see Selly here just populate the board in a way where he just got out of any harm and set up the board to do some lethal damage really soon.
And having, again, a glaive that has armed, that's going to be buffing each turn is just absolutely incredible. And then when you can add a victory to it as well, it's a winning combo. It really is. Yeah, very impressive. So, what are we thinking is going to be the next pair up here?
So we already have Selly done with the ADHQ. He's not playing Cipius. And probably
he's
he
gone
goes
for
with the Earthen.
Okay.
I mean, this is some mind games here because he knows that Sparkling wants to win with that Cathy, and he has a better chance to beat Sparkling's Cathy than Sparkling's Neve.
Yep.
And look at this hand. Has the Steward of the Garden, will be able to play, if there's no snitching in Sparkling's hand, will be able to play that Romanin Researcher that we have seen in this tournament, that the Romanin Researcher has been absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's been one of the MVPs, isn't it?
The
so
MVPs.
Far? Yeah.
Totally.
Absolutely.
There's no snitching. No. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, so as you rightly pointed out, he can just start to ramp and get going quickly. Get this engine going.
No.
No.
Well, we see that card here that we have not seen many times, actually.
Lemieux's victory?
Lemieux's victory.
Yeah. Pretty actually effective against Earthen, right?
Yeah.
The ability to destroy a defender.
Yeah.
But he's only got a single copy. in the deck. So
Yeah, I mean, it's a card
can
that you
help
don't
him
want
out.
to have many of them.
yeah, can help him out, but he has to pick when he needs to use it at the right moment.
Look at this. Banks that relic repurposing, drops that Romayin researcher right away, has that virulent spores. So if Sparkling develops a board, we're gonna see some huge spores coming down by Selly.
Oh, gets the provoke caretaker as well. Lovely. And another
Another
rummaging.
Romayin researcher. This
Wow.
is a lot of resources for Earthen.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, when you look at Sparkling's hand, he's got exactly kind of what he needs to have from a Cathy point of view. Lots of one-drops, lots of units that can go wide. Of course, against Earthen, that only takes you so far, because if you don't stop this ramp, which is what's happening with Zelly, he's just going to be able to ramp into bigger, more difficult units to be able to get through. So Sparkling's just having a little think here. Goes for the Bannerman. And
Probably a Trigger Happy Trooper to get
Yeah.
out of virulent spores.
again, he's had that quick start, doing exactly what he needs to do with his Cathy deck. So good consistency in his Cathy deck here. Figuring out, do the Bannerman, he goes double Bannerman here.
Yeah.
So gets the extra buff on the Bannerman, makes it 2-3. And this is what you want, you know, as a Cathy
Yeah,
deck.
yeah.
You know, this is what you
Sure.
want. But look at what he's got here, Zelly, in his
Moonlit.
hand. Wow.
I mean, the Romayin researcher is so nice in this setup here, going first. Getting another one is even better.
Yep.
Definitely you want to be full of resources, playing Earthen, being able to deal with everything. And now we see that Virulent Spores won't be able to deal with one Bannerman and the Bloodhound Transport, but it's enough
Yeah.
to stop the tempo.
Yeah, perfect play there from Zelly. Just a nice way to control the board,
Yeah.
wipe most of it out.
I mean, playing Earthen, you don't want to take too much damage early on
No.
and be in a position where you're gonna get lethal really early. Definitely, Sparkling's hand is a bit scary with the second Vindicator there.
Yep.
Probably won't be able to actually deal with Romayin Researcher right now. And even if Sparkling puts the Vindicator in the middle, both the units will die.
Yeah. He puts it on the side. So he's just sacrificing the other two units there, wants to keep the Vindicator alive. I like the double provoke caretaker though in Zelly's hand. Do you think he's going to be thinking going more for rummaging or start to get these caretakers going with the big stats? What would you be looking to do here?
Well, this is an interesting situation. We see now that Sparkling draw that Master Poisoner, a big
Yeah.
threat against Earthen.
Yep.
So anything that Celiacer develops here, I mean, we have seen Celiacer's Earthen playstyle. He drops these Romayin Researchers, starts getting resources, and saves the best for last
Yep.
to try and get some really nice combos going on.
It's got the Terramech.
Gets the Terramech. But, I mean, the Master Poisoner still.
Yeah, big threat for the Terramech.
How bountiful.
So this makes an interesting dynamic because he is building up to the Terramech, but we can see, of course, we've got the advantage that for Sparkling, he will not be threatened at all if that Terramech comes down with the Master Poisoner. The thing that needs to happen, though, is that Sparkling needs to try and get this board to stick.
Yeah.
Right, that's the thing that Sparkling needs to try and do right
And
now.
he's actually in a good situation, has a Lemius victory. Oh, Selly already played a Virulent Spores, so he knows that he can start dropping stuff, developing a board, and probably will stick and be able to deal with Earthen's most deadly threats like the Terramech and what else. I mean, definitely the Caretakers here is a good card to have because they are cheap, they are big, and can actually set up something in this game. Sparkling goes with a take it or leave it, buffing that Trigger Happy Trooper, getting out of the way of any Virulent Spores again, and Cathy hits the Romayin Researcher, effectively letting him set up a board again.
Yep.
And now Selly, once again, Virulent Spores, the second one, and the last from Selly here. Now Sparkling has the whole runway to actually develop a board with freedom.
Yeah. I mean, that was almost perfect sort of setup there for Sparkling, but Zelly, of course, had an immediate answer.
Yeah. Sparkling is a great position here, playing Kathy. He has been getting the draws needed, has that Master Poisoner that Wong will be dealing a lot of damage here to the face.
Yeah.
And this Wong probably will save one of these units, actually.
I mean, if it buffs, for sure, right? Is it going to buff? Or is Wong going to be selfish again? He often doesn't tend to buff, right?
Ooh,
Oh, he
big
did, though.
Wong.
Wow, okay.
As that Cindy, Kathy's Rallying Cry, and the Bloodhound Transport.
Yeah. And he buffed the right unit there as well, because now the Trigger Happy will survive.
Yeah.
Stand behind
Does a lot of
Malachite.
damage directly as well, the additional one.
No mercy!
Look at this.
Wow. So Zelly kind of needs to start to get something on the board here to deal with the 6-4 Trigger Happy.
I think this is exactly what you want to happen playing Kathy against Earthen.
Yep.
There's definitely, I would say, not much chance here for Eliezer to get this back on. Here, this Terramech will just die.
Here we go,
An
he's going to trigger the
unfortunate
flourish.
death against
And he's gonna
the
target the
Master
trigger.
Poisoner.
Yep.
Triggers the flourish to deal with this Trigger Happy Trooper. The Kathy will die, but still a lot of damage in the board, and the Bloodhound Transport might do the job here.
Oh, look, he's also got, to be fair, Cindy. Cindy's in Sparkling's hand as well.
Yeah.
So
Even
that's
more damage.
Yeah. Zelly down to 13. Hasn't yet got the defender on the Terror mech, but has a chance to do so if he was to play Nehemiah. Is this a Nehemiah play? To transfer the defender over to the Terror mech.
Quiet and
Ooh.
effective.
Master Poisoner.
Master
Here we go.
Poisoner, Bloodhound,
Yeah,
and
perfect.
the job is done here.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
So Sparkling has lethal already with a Cindy in hand. So it's gonna come down as to what Eliezer can do here to get in the way. Definitely this Master Poisoner already sticking out and be practically very difficult to remove for Selly in this position. So whatever defender Eliezer will drop here will get cooked.
I
Master
mean,
Poisoner.
he could play Nehemiah. He could, of course, snitch the Master Poisoner. He's going for Terror. Okay. Going for Terror, going to potentially trigger the... Ooh, okay. Gets a Provoke Caretaker, and he's going to trigger the Flourish again on the Terror. He's looking for a defender, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, he has a no snitching to deal with the Master Poisoner, though.
Yep. There we go.
But still, didn't get a defender, and will be...
And you can see in Zelly's face as well, I really wanted a
no
defender there.
here. So this is it, 5 damage.
Yep.
And well, I mean, Sparkling
And-
had also the Lemius victory.
Yep. So even if it had played Nehemiah, it would have got killed. But
There we go,
fantastic.
Selly with a concede.
Yeah, really good.
Well
really
done
good
by
play from
Sparkling.
Sparkling. Yeah. Played that very well. And let's be honest, Sparkling did not have an immediate answer for the Stewie early on. So he thought, okay, the ramp's going to get out of control. But he done so well to get his units on the board and to start to build that momentum. And just getting so much damage done. I thought the key there was the Wong that was able to buff the Trigger Happy just to push for more damage there was really, really good.
So this is lining up to be an Earthen Mirror Decider again.
Here we go, we're going to take another little look here. So Sparkling very much in the seat of ascension early on, putting the pressure on Zelly with a nice board, even though the board had suffered from a virulent spores. But we saw that 6-4, it was a big problem, hitting for a lot of damage. And we now see Zelly, of course, looking for the defender with the Terror, but just not being able to find it. And of course, this was the point where it was pretty much game over then, right? With Cindy and Zelly knew it. Very, very good play there from Sparkling.
Well done.
So it's 1-1, and it's really game on.
So what are we going to see now? A Shroud Mirror?
Yeah, I'm actually thinking that Zelly will go to Shroud here.
I bet thee welcome.
Shroud Mirror.
I bet thee welcome.
Could be interesting.
Well, we just heard it. It's not in the screen, but we heard the Neve. for both of them. So it's gonna be probably a Neve mirror,
Yeah.
saving the best for last, an earthen one.
And the Neve mirrors are often like a game of chess, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're very, very strategic, very tactical,
We will show
and it's exactly what we thought. It is the Neve mirror.
So good to point out here that Sparkling has 2 triumphs of the lost versus Celiacer's 1 triumph here. So that might give Sparkling an edge.
I think one of the keys for all this, and maybe you agree, maybe you don't, I think one of the keys here in a Neve mirror is very much who can get to that Neve first. And trying to control the board early, but it's okay if you don't, because you can also just build your potential Neve board with effects. So even going second means that, okay, just try and answer things with effects, and then potentially try and just get your Neve board either with a shard or with a take it or leave it, so that then your Neve board is going to be better, even if you've not been really controlling on the board with units. Sparkling there with the Void Trapper, very, very good unit, strong unit to play on too. Certainly the unit you do not really want to be hitting your face, but it gets snitched immediately.
Supply cachet here from the Baron.
The Baron already being put to work by Zelly, and this is a key card that Zelly's just pulled here in this match, the Lord Half.
Look at that. So we see here Sparkling's 2 options. Probably Cyber Deck Console setting that up early on to counter Celiacer's plays. But there's also an option here for the Treasurers to steal key cards from Sparkling, from Celiacer.
Yeah. I think looking at both players' hands, I quite like the options that Sparkling's got, because he's just got a lot of effects, and he's got a lot of ways that's already going to be contributing to the Neve board. So we see Erasure, Scheming, the Brand's expertise. These are all things that potentially don't really help you set and stick a board, but these are the things that are going to be building up your Neve board towards the end game. Whereas Zelly, as we kind of expected, very much more unit focused early on, not many effects. His sort of playstyle here is just try and get as much as you can on the board, try and get to the point where you
Look at
finish the
this
game early.
play. Zelly got the second take it or leave it for a possible Adira banks of Harf, and
he's going for
are
it.
we gonna see it?
He's surely going for it.
An early Adira, this is huge.
Yeah, this could be pivotal here. And what's he gonna get?
Wong.
Ooh, Wong will do.
Damn. If Wong buffs the Adira, we're on for a ride here.
I mean, there is an immediate
Second take
answer.
it or leave it.
Yeah,
And the Triumph lost a full Wong here. Buffs himself.
Buffs himself.
Yeah.
But that's a great steal, isn't it?
This is a great situation here for Celiacer. Great tempo.
Yeah.
Erasure is gonna do some damage. Adira is gonna disappear. So good control here for Sparkling. Good options to control the board.
I mean, Sparkling's got quite a lot of threats in front of him, right? He can, of course, Erasure, and he probably will need to Erasure the Adira, but then you've still got a 6/6 Wong that can do a lot of damage. You've got the Baron, which you really don't want to keep on the board for very long, because that can really scale out of control with all the effects that he can start to trigger.
There's some options here for Celiacer going with the Brand's expertise. The Void Trapper, maybe the expertise, it's too much. Let's see. Gets a second.
This is really good
Trap.
for Zelly. Yeah, he can start to flood the board, I think, here with some units. Really start to push the issue now. So Banks a Void Trapper, but like you're going to play one, he does. And they can play the half.
Must be paid.
Plays the half second, which is interesting. So if there was a Triumph, then Sparkling could have got it also half. But I think that's okay. You almost don't want to give a Void Trapper. Sparkling's hand is not the best here, actually. He can use the no snitching. And there you go, Zelly's checking to see where he targeted. He targeted the half. So the half is now kind of nullified. Ooh, draws a Dominion. which could come in handy.
Yep. Kickback accepted.
And an Adira.
Gets the Adira.
Okay. So Sparkling's got a really good chance here on the next turn to put that to use. And at the moment, Zelly doesn't even have a scheming to even prevent him from doing that, although he could draw one,
But
and then that could be interesting.
This is going to be a tough spot here for Sparkling. Selly is going to be able, if he attacks face, going to be able to steal that Adira.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is going to get really wild to see. Goes face.
Is he doing it? He's going to try and steal it.
Yeah. Goes face.
And he will get it.
Look.
There you go.
Ah,
Zelly. He knows it. Okay. Double Adira for Zelly then. What is he going to get this time? This is going to be a bit of a bloodbath if he steals something. Another Void
Second Void Trapper.
Oh, he can get his second go on the next turn at getting another Adira, but he's going to have to play the Adira, isn't he, here? Sparkling.
and what are we seeing here? A Dominion?
Yeah, he needs to stop this board, to be fair. It's too big. And this is what I like, this is what we were saying earlier, is that there's very contrasting styles, how these two players, even though their decks are quite similar, we see the contrast in styles where Zelly has literally not played hardly any effects. He's just purely focused on such an aggro play. And I love it, I think it's so effective. So Dominion takes Sparkling down. He's going to be quite low in health here.
Yeah.
I think actually less than 10.
10
Yeah,
damage.
he's going to be 8.
8 damage.
He's getting to the point where he is going to need a Malia. Another take it or leave it. But Zelly can just keep the pressure coming. He's got a lot of units in his hand.
Lots of resources.
Yeah. He can keep piling on the pressure. Another Rummaging Researcher, which I feel like is one of Zelly's best cards. He just plays it so effectively. And he's going to draw a Honored Steward, which is not too bad at all.
So there we go. We're gonna see this Adira.
So Sparkling can play the Siphon on the Saboteur just to remove a unit.
He
and
can actually
does.
drop Neve here with those two take it or leave it.
Yeah. He may need to do that. And is he thinking about doing it?
So backs the treasures and goes for
He's
it.
going for it. Yeah, he's going for it.
How many effects has he played?
So these are going to contribute, but he's really only going to be getting either Bloodhounds or tablets for them. He starts off by getting a Kalar.
Gets a downless Axeman.
Yes.
Really nice chunky unit here.
He gets a Baron. That's okay. That's always pretty good to get in any kind of situation for Shroud. Singularity Steward, double Singularity Steward.
So are we seeing a Dominion here from Selly? Look at this board.
I mean, I feel like this isn't that scary, although of course the Singularity Stewards, if you allow them to, they can get out of control. With Zelly's health, he could Dominion and still be in a good position. But equally, there's quite a lot of just insignificant units, right? The tablets you can ignore. The Axeman, though, at a 5-3, I don't think you really want to be taking 5 damage. So it might just be clean into Dominion here. I think the issue here is that when you look at Zelly's options, he actually doesn't have a lot of removal, does he? Aside from, say, an Honest Steward, a Siphon, and of course the Dominion. So, but if he takes the Dominion, he's going to be taking 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 damage. 18 damage is a lot.
Yeah.
When you're at 23.
It is. And Selly gets a take it or leave it, steal, can't play Neve, goes ahead. What is he gonna do?
This could be a, ooh, okay. So Singularity Steward followed by another Singularity Steward.
Yeah, he can actually do Honor Steward and Life Siphon here to get good buffs. These Singularity Stewards.
He can't use the Honor Steward against the Paragon Neve, but he can use the Siphon against something like the Kalar, which is a good move, because it will not trigger the Aftermath if you can Siphon it. He's just thinking, okay, what do I need? What are my threats here? So Kalar gets siphoned. You buff the 2 Singularity Stewards. You are still going to need to try and figure out how to deal with the Neve. That's fine. The Honored Steward can then potentially be used against Baron or the Axeman.
So Honor Sword here, possibly on the Axeman.
Yeah, there we go.
But this Eclipse Fate is gonna do some damage if played.
It will, yeah, it will do damage as well to Sparkling, right?
Well, yeah.
As well.
So Selly is 1 turn away from Neve. Has set up a nice board here. And yeah, no take it or leave it.
No. Ooh, Erasure as well, okay.
Sparkling with Amalia.
That actually is pretty nice.
What are we gonna see here?
He
Possibly
needs the
Amalia?
Marley. Yeah, he needs the Marley for the heal as well, doesn't he? Because now Marley gets a heal, he can get a 2 heal each turn. Very significant when you're down to 8.
Even if he loses his own Singularity Swords.
Okay.
So goes Malia before the Eclipse Fate.
Yeah.
Not planning to play it, I assume.
I think he's hoping that it's...
He buffs his own Singularity Swords,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. I'm just wondering whether he could have... Does he have enough damage? Yeah, he doesn't have enough damage, unfortunately, built up from the Dominion to even clear 1. So his Singularity shoots do not get buffed. And that's not what you want. That's almost like a Marley that's a non-Marlier.
Yeah. So he's going for it.
And so now it's almost a case of Eclipse Fating, because your stewards are effectively useless. But at least you take out the opponent's Singularity stewards.
And you get a chance to get something from the Baron also.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely he's in a range where he can't leave
Ooh,
these Singularity
okay.
Swords.
He gets gifts from the Singularity, which is actually not that great when you are at Neve. It is going to put cards in the Singularity, which, according to the deck list, Sparkling doesn't really have much access to.
Look at this. Replenishing his
But he does get additional in his hand, so it actually worked out pretty good.
Yeah. Gets that Life Siphon. Probably dealing with his Honor Steward with the Baron. Gets back his Axeman. And now Selly's in a tough position also. 15 health. Sparkling's 1 turn away from being lethal. Gets a heal from the Malia. 1 step away. So we're gonna see here Celiaster try to get a high roll with his Neve probably. I think that's his only chance.
He's looking at his waist, isn't he? He's trying to figure out, will I be able to produce a big enough board?
So he's not going. Oh, I see what he wants to do.
Yeah.
He wants to set up a Dominion here and replay the Malia. Oh.
Oh, he's banking the Dominion. He's going for the Triumph.
So there we go, just Triumph.
Okay, Cyberdeck, Siphon, and Amalia.
He only has a Dira.
Oh, yeah, okay, so it hits the Tabulars. It's not really what you want. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it needs to be hitting the other units.
And that's about it.
Oh.
8 damage in the board here for Sparkling plus a possible Adira.
I mean, when you look as well, it's quite smart from Sparkling because the corrupted unit, of course, is being put on Neve. So Neve can't be targeted with effects, just means that you can continually get some value out of Malia.
So what are we gonna see from this Adira?
Silence.
This is a good spot for Sparkling. I think he's deciding here, does he slam the Adira into the Malia? I mean, at this point, the Malia is almost null and void because there's no corrupted unit, right, for Zelly, so you can almost ignore it. I think he goes face here, surely.
You think so?
Just try and push for the damage. He gets an erasure as well, which is ideal. So uses the erasure. Oh, he got nullified.
Got nullified
Yeah,
by
got
the
nullified by
console.
the cyber deck. So the cyber deck coming in clutch there for
Yeah.
Zelly. So he still maintains a unit for now on the board. But it gets removed by the Neve.
So,
I stand
Yeah.
watch.
Seliaser probably getting a high roll here from Neve.
This is a interesting spot though for Zelly, because if he plays the Neve, he's going to need to take the Sparkling's Neve out of the equation. If he does that, he's still going to need units that can remove, say, Void Trapper, the Adira. He's going to need a massive high roll, isn't he?
Yeah.
Absolutely huge high roll. Another Malia would be great in this situation for Zelly.
So he's not going with his Neve, going Wong.
Okay.
Gets a
Gets
minion
into
here,
a minion,
which
would
will
help.
clear
That's
this board.
absolutely perfect.
Wow, what a high roll.
Massive. What a play. So banks the
Now
Triumph.
Sparkling has no way to actually deal more damage here.
Dominion will take Zelly down close to death, but it doesn't matter at this point because he's clearing the board and he will still be able to play his Neve on the next turn.
Yeah, Sparkling is out of his Malia, out of his Adira. There's not many ways to, and out of his Neve, more importantly,
Yeah.
there's not many ways for him to actually deal lethal damage, even if Yasser is at 5 health. Placing Seliaser, and it's out of cards, so he's decking now, Sparkling.
Yeah.
This will put Seliaser in a really nice spot, just dropping this Neve,
Yeah.
and next turn he gets
the win.
lethal.
Yeah. The gifts from the Singularity really started to cost Sparkling here.
Yeah.
So it's a Triumph, a Treacherous Scheming to remove the Eclipse Fate from Zelly. Sparkling plays the Brand's Expertise, which you don't want to be doing.
Decking himself.
Yeah, you do not want to be doing that, because now that is a game for Zelly.
That it
There
is.
you go.
It's a creative way
Yeah,
to do a concede.
yeah.
Just deck
It is.
yourself
Just
out.
Deck yourself out. Yeah. Do you think that?
Well,
yeah, Sparkling
now-
just thought, okay,
Yeah.
give some Singularity kind of cost me here. I'm just gonna almost concede that way. I mean, it was a very good fight actually from Sparkling. I think he was doing really well, but yeah, Zelly pulling the right plays at the right time. We thought he was going to go Neve. He goes Wong, gets the Dominion. Really, really decent. And Zelly is the confidence in the man is growing after each
Yeah.
game, isn't it? So we can see here, break it down for us, Quinto.
Yeah, this is the corrupted Malia that Selly stole from Sparkling. Gets a second Void Trapper there, effectively getting a big board, leaving Sparkling at lower health and forcing him to actually play his Dominion. And then we see the last play where just Sparkling decking himself out of the game. He knew that he was done.
Yeah. Yeah, 0 cards left in the deck, and drawing for more is going to net you fatigue damage, which doubles after each draw.
Well,
So Sparkling's still in it. It's only 2-1, but
Yeah.
the next game is going to be pivotal. And we are likely going to see the Earthen Mirror, surely.
well, we can see Sparkling again. Well, Sparkling knows that Selly is also only left with Nehemiah. He probably just wants to get that win with Neve against Earthen, and which is favored.
Yeah. Do you think it's favored? Do you think Neve is favored in that situation, or?
Well, yeah, definitely. Definitely Shroud has always been favored, except for that time where he wasn't in some of the majors we saw. But Shroud is always favored against Earthen.
Okay.
And we have seen it. Like the Earthen, it all comes down to who wins the Earthen matchup first.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested to see whether Sparkling does do what you're saying there and stick with the Neve and just fancies his chances, or does he feel, okay, I've got a better chance of switching here to Earthen? He sticks with it. You absolutely called it. Sticks with the Neve. He's going to have to win with her anyway, isn't he? So he just figures, let's do
And
it.
look at this. Celiacer knows that he will need some resources in this matchup. Keeps the no snitching, keeps the Romanian researcher. Has a really nice hand here.
He's got a great hand, hasn't he?
And sparkling with
Oh.
just a life siphon here and the brand's expertise that he might want to keep since he's going first.
Yeah. I mean, the ideal kind of start here would have potentially been for Sparkling to have had an embedded agent. He does run 2 in his deck.
He's only running one no snitching in that Neve deck.
Yeah.
So we see him start getting some resources. He knows that he doesn't have to rush it on. However, usually you don't want to get overwhelmed by, goes ahead and plays the Baron. He knows that he has to start setting up a board some way or the other. And we see that Celiacer has really nice options here. Can definitely think about no snitching this Baron, so prevent some erasure plays, for example, with the or any other play really. Celiacer with the take or leave it, and thinking about no snitching this Baron. He's about to go with it.
Yeah, I also feel like when we see Zelly playing with Earthen, he's so consistent with the cards he's getting early. You know, his mulligan plays, he knows exactly what he's trying to look for, and he tends to find them. And he was always getting that rummaging researcher. The Stewie's often there. It's just such a nice, consistent play that is a problem for anyone to deal with if you can't snitch them. The scheming
Look
here,
at him, saying like, well, I don't care about that treasures. I have no Terra Mech or Terra in hand.
takes a rummaging, but really it's not going to be that significant at this point.
Well, it's not that bad in the sense that this no snitching might help Sparkling set up also the resource machine from the Romanian researcher and preventing Celi from getting more resources, which is fundamental for Earthen, especially in this match. So Sparkling thinking about it. He knows that the Romanian researcher is a big threat. Would put Celiacer in a spot where he's only one Romanian left. And he decides to go for the Steward.
Okay. So is he just going to bank the rummaging, or is he just saying, okay, I'm just going to give you card draw because I'm also looking for it? He technically doesn't need to. With the brand's expertise, he can card draw and not give his opponent any card draw. So maybe the rummaging is going to be a bank here.
Yeah.
Provoke Caretaker. Good play here. Strong unit to play on 3.
Setting up a board here already by Celiacer. This is what you want to be doing when playing Earthen. Trying to get the tempo going. Dropping units like the Provoke Caretaker that get out of the way of a Dominion, for example.
Yep.
It's really too early to kill him with Dominion.
Yeah, this is one of the sort of the issues for Shroud is that when you're going up against Earthen, there's so many big threats that you almost need more than 3 erasures.
Yeah.
Almost 3 is not enough. He doesn't have any in his hand right now, but he does have a brand's expertise to look for them. The issue, though, is that he needs to start to try and get something on the board. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit difficult to contain the board for Zelly. As you say, Provoke Caretaker, it's got stats of 6/6. It's already out of range, really, at this stage of a Dominion. He plays the rummaging, and he
didn't do anything.
No.
He doesn't want Celi drawing.
He's just trying to get a unit on the board, isn't he?
Yeah, setting up some tempo. He also needs to think about that.
Okay, banks the brand's expertise. Interesting.
Starts dealing damage to the face.
I might have kept the brand's expertise, but fair enough.
And we're probably seeing a Soleil here.
Yep. So Zelly just charging again.
Well, actually not really.
Not really what?
We're probably not seeing a Soleil here. Zelly just wants to keep on developing some board here and going with Nehemiah.
Yeah, Zelly in full control in this match right now. We do see that Sparkling's got an Adira,
Yeah.
So an Adira
Gets the
still-
allocated provision. He celebrates since this will give him the option
Zelly is
to
full of confidence right
keep
now.
cooking with the caretaker, keep cooking with the Ramayan researcher, and approaching that turn, that key turn if we're gonna see again.
Yep.
Well, at least the Terra mech by Selly finally from the Terra glider.
Yeah. the elusive card. I mean, Zelly is just absolutely in full flow, isn't he? He just seems like a man that can't be beaten right now. Everything is going his way. He's getting the right cards at the right time. He's building up combos that he needs to build. And you can see that he's just, the confidence is brimming from him right now. Sparkling, on the other hand, is in a spot here where he has no board and he doesn't really have a lot of removal either.
Yeah.
So he needs to figure out a way. He uses a Dominion, but it's only going to be able to do so much. He's still going to leave Rummaging Research.
Yeah,
Not bad.
I think Selly knows that the Dominion might be coming, so he was pretty aware of it. He still has some ways to develop the board here. Start concealing those cards in his bank.
Yeah.
Probably just setting up some tempo here with the Terra Glider, even if it's not the turn that you want to play it. And start trimming down Sparkling's health.
Yeah.
Making him closer and closer to that lethal that can be done with some formidable presences and a good board.
I really want to see an Adira play from Sparkling that hits the Terra mech. That would be something, wouldn't it, to see? I mean, we can see now that Zelly's going for the Terra Glider.
This Adira is about to cook.
Yeah.
Probably.
If it cooks, I might jump out my seat here. Ooh.
We get Jonah.
Okay.
Really nice card
That's
here.
decent. Nice, solid defender. 3-8 on stats.
A 5 cost Terra Glider is also nice.
Yeah.
If you just want to set up tempo. And there we go. More concealing.
Yeah.
Has another Terra Glider in hand. Has a good board against Shroud. It's gonna come down if this Adira manages to do something.
Yeah.
Actually, a Terra mech won't cut it if Celiaster keeps being able to deal damage to face with all of his units.
Yeah, I mean, there's 9 damage here on the board for Zelly, and Sparkling's at 15 health. So he has used a Dominion, he has the Marley in his hand, so the Marley can provide some kind of damage back and a heal. But Zelly pulls a Moonlit Star, Valesha. Not that he really needs it at this point. He's absolutely comfortable on the health front. But another defender is always useful for Earthen. So Sparkling going for just almost damage limitation at the moment. What can he remove at this point just to try and stabilize a little bit? Just to try and stop the rot.
There we
And
go.
he's going for the Malia.
Really clean turn here.
This will,
removing.
if this hits the Rummaging, which it does, it hits the Rummaging straight away. That's exactly what you want. Is it going to clear the Terra Glider? Oh, it's missing the Terra Glider massively. It's not even touching it. There we go.
There
Is he
we
going to have
go.
enough?
Lots of
Oh,
damage
no.
and leaves it in the
Oh,
board,
no.
and Selly celebrates.
Oh my word. Would you believe it?
Well,
All that damage to the face and just needed one extra hit there to remove the Terra Glider.
there we go. Are we gonna see it finally from Selly?
Here we go. Is Zelly finally going to get his Terra mech?
Still another Honor Steward in Sparkling's hand, and no,
doesn't get it.
gets the Shamak.
But that's okay, actually.
Yeah, good draw.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't draw one of his big units here, the probabilities of the Adira of actually
Stealing the Terra mech, right?
get higher for Sparkling.
Yeah. I mean, there's still a twist to this tail at the moment, you know? Zelly's at 22 health, Sparkling's at 17. The heal from Malia is still in effect. As long as that corrupted unit's on the board, he will still be getting that buff. I think, though, probably we're going to see the Orange Shield get removed by the Terrors. Just a nice trade there from the Terra Glider into the Orange Steward, potentially.
Or the Malia.
Yeah.
He can heal the Terra Glider with a Moonlit, using that take it or leave it. and effectively dealing with this Malia that right now he really wants to stop Sparkling from healing himself
Yeah.
and getting closer and closer to Leaf.
So an interesting dynamic at the moment. Sparkling still in the game, so the trade happens there. So the 4-1 Terra Glider goes straight into the Honor Steward.
So he just goes for full-on units.
Yeah. I mean, Zelly just loves putting units on the board, doesn't
Yeah.
he? He loves it. I think if that's anything that the viewers have
Getting more
gleaned,
supply caches, he's just min-maxing here.
yeah. He's in full flow, pure units, throwing them down, charging, revealing, getting more supply caches into the deck. Absolutely cooking, as you would say.
Yeah. Look at that.
He's hovering over the 17 health of Sparkling.
Look at those caches.
Yeah.
34 cards in the deck.
Oh, it hits Mario as
More
well.
caches. Shielded.
Okay, on the
Look.
caretaker. That's massive.
He knows that the odds of these caches appearing and setting up lethal next turn for Celiacer with that formidable presence.
Look at
Not
how-
many options here for Sparkling.
So Sparkling using the Siphon on the Terra Glider and going for the Adira. So
This is a moment
could
of
be,
truth.
Yeah, this is it.
This is the deciding factor of this game.
Are we going to see a big swing here? What can he roll?
And
He
gets
gets
a
it. He
Terramech.
gets it. Would you believe it? He gets the
But
Terramech.
that's not going to be enough for Sparkling. Celiacer already has lethal and
Yeah.
advances
Yeah.
to the next
Too
match.
little, too late for
Insane
Sparkling.
run by Celiacer.
Wow. Congratulations to Zelly. What a game.
There we go. He's already climbing that prize pool.
Zelly with the 3-1 victory overall. Incredible stuff there. Zelly was just in full flow. Just felt like
Yeah.
everything was going his way.
Look
We
at
see
that.
The tribute again to the
Showing
Pokemon card.
his girlfriend's favorite Pokemon again.
And I have to say, I feel like with every match, I'm seeing Zelly jiving more, dancing
Yeah.
more. He's enjoying it. I feel like out of all the players that we're watching, he is enjoying it the most. He's just loving it right now. Fully in the zone.
And now we're moving on to, like, after this match, we're seeing who gets to play against Celiacer next.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
I mean, for the first game of today, what a great start.
Well, we saw a 3-1 from
Yeah.
Celiacer, beating that Neath deck from Sparkling.
Yeah.
With his Earthen, setting up a big board, and as always, using those caretakers strategically. We saw him bank those before in other matches.
Yeah.
He knew that those were the key cards to get out of the Dominions, setting up a big board that can do a ton of damage, closing in on the lethal.
Yeah. And I feel the ironic part about the whole series is that we've been watching Zelly trying to find the Terramech.
Yeah.
Sparkling actually ends up taking his Terramech, but it really didn't matter. And you saw Zelly
No defender.
saying, fine, you take it, but I've just won the series. So incredible stuff, really, from Zelly. And he just seems like a man that is the one to beat at this point. You know, he's just, his play style, his combo, his decks, everything is aligned.
Well,
so, yeah.
let's move on to our presentation of the bracket now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Kinto and Free Tip Scout, for that amazing casting. Man, dude, that's it. Did you see that? Like, Zelly was in it. Zelly was in the zone. Z for Zelly, Z for zone is already right there, man. He's moving forward at the lower bracket. And what happens to Sparkling now? Is he out?
Yeah, so Sparkling is going to be eliminated here from the tournament. He is going to secure himself that $15,000. So a very good consolation
Yes.
prize, and he will get to enjoy Vegas for all of its fruits and benefits.
Yes, definitely, definitely. And what that means for Zelly is, look at this, as we are looking at the brackets right now, guys, Zelly has moved forward over the lower brackets. That means he is just waiting for anyone who will be beaten from the upper brackets, which is Gmon versus Yarla, right? So, man, if anyone from that match goes down, he's going to be facing Zelly.
Yeah, so once again, Zelly is the last remaining member of YGG representing his team, carrying
Yes.
on that torch and the embers of desire and victory.
Yeah.
And yeah, so he will be guaranteed third place at the very least in this tournament, $20,000 US. So again, we are going to be moving into the matchup with Gmon and Jarla very, very soon. I think that's going to be one of the most highly anticipated matches of today, since once again, they both are in the upper bracket and they've still got 2 lives.
Yes, and we want to talk about the history of Zelly as he went through his journey over from the upper bracket. That right, imagine like he got to beat, he was beaten out by Sparkling at round 1, right? So let's look at Zelly right here. Defeated Viper, winner of Major 3 with a 3-2 matchup over 5 games. And he went forward, defeated his own team member right here, Fino. Like, that's a team kill right there. 3-2 as well, game 5. And then moves forward with a clean sweep against One Turn Tilt's dual note. And that's with a 3-0. And then moves forward yet again, facing the Mass Marauder, Brighty Avian. And then, dude, this is an amazing story, man. He just faced a lot of players over at the lower bracket, even defeating the guy who put him to hell. How amazing is that, man? That's an amazing story.
Yeah, once again, Sparkling did say that his wish was to defeat Zelly once again,
Yeah.
but however, Zelly will not be granting him that wish today.
Man, yeah, I was talking about RNG in Vegas, and it seems RNG is not in favor of Sparkling in that matchup. You saw it, man. Like, I saw the big Neve play. It was so good that he went early, but Zelly wasn't able to, didn't even proc Neve in one of the games and still won that matchup. Amazing performance from Zelly, getting that 3-1, and man, high hopes for him. Yeah.
All right, let's check out a little bit of what just happened here in the match with Zelly and Sparkling.
Yes, lots of different plays right here. Look at this Neve Dominion coming in from Sparkling, clearing out the board. And this is one of the, like, game 4, like one of the ending matches that we saw a while ago. And usually it's heavily favored towards the Earthen, the Nehemiah, because of the wider boards. Like before, Dead Sea, it was like more heavily favored towards Shroud. But now, it seems that Nehemiah has a little more units, like a lot of big units that have to be destroyed by the Shroud. And as you can see here, there has been some problems for Shroud. Even though you have the Terramech Shield Titan right there, there's gonna be still the finisher, the formidable presence that can push you through the edge and even go through lethal.
Yeah, those really small units, like the low-cost units that have a lot of stats, really hard for Shroud to be dealing with.
Yes, and looking at the schedule right now, that's the March 2, and as you can see here, we had our first matchup, an elimination match from Sparkling and Zelliaster, and then a bit later, as you can see, there's going to be a Wayfinder feature. Now that's going to be exciting, man. I saw Wayfinder over at the, over at the stage, sorry, over at the grounds, and I'm also caching some Prime, man. Have you been caching some Prime?
Yes, I have a little bit. But, you know, the Wayfinder, one of the more interesting things, which, again, we will be showcasing very shortly, sort of how it fits into the AI narrative and the world of this increasing powerful technology. So, so Parallel has taken its own very unique approach to that, and I think that it is going to be a very strong force to be reckoned with in the overall AI world.
Yes, we love the AI agents from Parallel Colony, and also thank you to Wayfinder for making it happen. And semifinals match a bit later, 11:10, as we have to wait for the upper bracket semifinals, Jarla and Gmon, a bit later for those of you guys who are waiting. Parallel Mobile. I'm excited about this one, man. Parallel Mobile is gonna blow up. And man, a lot of people have been waiting for it. Are you waiting for it? Have you had access, or are you still waiting for it, man?
Yeah, so I do have access. I am waiting for it to be available to be downloaded, but I'm really looking forward to that because
Yeah.
again, I do prefer playing Parallel on the go.
Yeah.
As opposed to being constrained to my PC at home.
Yeah, too. Same, man. Like playing Parallel anywhere and everywhere is going to be it's going to be amazing for us players who are on the go. And talking about on the go, let's go to Tia on stage for that Wayfinder feature.
Hello, guys. Hope you're still doing well. I just want to tell you that before we have our next match, there is an 11:30 Sanctuary VIP room going on. You're more than welcome to try it out. And now with me is going to be Adrian from Wayfinder. He's going to show us some stuff, guys. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Tia. Yeah, so my name's Adrian. I head up AI at Parallel. My big focus these days, though, is Wayfinder. For those who don't know Wayfinder, it was a bit of a happy accident utility that sort of spun out of Colony. We needed to get the agents to transact and transfer between each other, and it's kind of evolved into its own standalone application now, where you can do fairly complicated cross-chain, cross-protocol transactions, create interesting smart contracts and protocols of your own, and then increase the capabilities of the agents yourselves. This week we're increasing the number of testers coming in. We're currently in like a closed alpha situation. We're very excited to see what people build with it, and we've got a little video to show you the future state of it.
Welcome to Wayfinder. Buy, sell, and transact on chain. Set recurring transactions. Track all your assets in one location. Execute smart contracts and create custom agents that others can use. What is your prompt?
Cool. So yeah, if you are interested in checking it out, there's 4 PCs set up over in the corner there, over by Felix and Anant. And right now, again, it's in closed alpha. If you do go over there, try it out, like it, then sign up, give us your username, and we'll put you directly into the closed alpha, and you can try it out yourself. Thanks.
Thanks, Adrian. We're going to throw it back to the studio now.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian and Tia, for that Wayfinder feature, man. Like, I have a question for you.
All right.
Is it still closed alpha if you're right here and you go to the area and access it?
Yes.
I think it's open alpha, right? It's open alpha already because you're already right here. It's like location specific as you access it over at that specific portion of the place.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sure. Sure, Excel, sir.
Yeah, sure. Like, I'm excited about Wayfinder, man. Like, especially all those features, like, and also gaining access to alpha. A lot of people have already had access over at X, and they're already raving about it, but cannot reveal too much. But it's still amazing, an amazing project as well. Integration also with Parallel. It's I can't say anymore. That's NDA right there. That's it. That's as much as I can say, man.
Okay, yeah. So one of the things about Parallel that's been very interesting is that the card game was the start of the entire Parallel ecosystem and universe. But from there, there's been a lot extrapolated from that.
Yeah.
And, you know, the card game is just the very, very beginning.
Yes.
Wayfinder, Parallel Colony, Sanctuary as well. These are all things that I'm actually much more excited for than even the card game itself. Not that the card game I mean, obviously, card game is fantastic, but
Yeah.
it just shows the magnitude of what the parallel team is working on and what's more to come.
Yes, definitely. And, talking about what's more to come, we're going to be having another feature match, which is a semifinal match, Jarla and Gmon. What do you think about that matchup, man? Like, these guys haven't gotten beaten out of the upper bracket so far, right?
Yeah, one of the interesting things is that getting to this point in the tournaments, a lot of the lineups are very, very streamlined. So it is going to be somewhat of like mostly a mirror match, apart from a few cards there. But personally, I'm really rooting for my boy Jarla. We go really, really far back in the Hearthstone days. I think at least 7 to 8 years or something, or even more. So he's come all the way from Czech, and really, really hoping that he takes it all down.
Yes, talking about taking all down. I'm still rooting for both of these guys, but more so with Gmon because, let's look at the underdog. Jarlo will be having the more experience than Gmon right here in terms of LAN matchups, like professional scene. Yeah, he has been playing over at Hearthstone as well, and I like the interview that he had yesterday. He said he was asked about he's a noob. It's like man, this guy is like all the walls, and it's okay, it's okay. It's like he's playing well, he's meaning well, and he wants the action, he wants the opportunity to present his skills, and of course Gmon as well has been showing really good how well he's playing over the upper bracket, and dude, I was so excited when the players walked out. Are you excited?
Yep, I'm excited, man.
Yeah, I want to see the players walk out a bit later when the players are ready, because it's like they are like wrestlers, so to speak, or rather like they're esports players, of course, but there's a nod to wrestlers walking out from a long hallway, and then there's smoke coming out, and then man, the esports hallway is really good here at the HyperX Arena, and it would not have been made possible without the support of the Echelon Prime Foundation, man. It's so good. The whole parallel league pipeline, even going to up to 2 years from now, season 2 and season 3, Echelon Prime has helped the parallel community so much in the competitive scene and in everything parallel. So thank you to Echelon Prime Foundation. And with that, we are going to Tia for the walkout of the players. Let's go.
All right, guys, Vegas, give it up for our first player, Jarla. And then give it up for our second player, the opponent, Gmon. Coming down, Gmon. Hey, Jarla. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys a few questions. So, Jarla, what are you anticipating this game?
I expect a long battle, maybe 5 games. So, yeah, hopefully it will be a good set to watch for you guys.
And is there anything you would like to tell your opponent before you go live?
Good luck, because you will need it.
All right. And then Gmon, do you mind going over to him? Gmon is going to have a translator. Gmon, what are you anticipating for this game?
この試合にとってどんな期待をしていますか？
ハーストーンのゴートである、ヤーラに、ここでちゃんと勝って自分の力を示したいと思います。
To Yarla, the Hearthstone GOAT, he really wants to compete well and win today.
And is there anything else he'd like to tell Jarla before we go live?
強いジャーラさんについてどんなことを言いたいですか？
ノックアウトステージでは私が勝ったので、もう一度ここでも勝とうと思います。
He beat Jarla once in the knockout stage, and he wants to beat him again today.
どうもありがとうございます。Good luck, guys. Give it up for our players one more time, guys. Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Well, exciting.
Yeah, absolutely huge match here. Two massive opponents, big contenders. Jala, of course. I've spent quite a bit of time with Jala, both in Manila and here. Very cool guy. Got a huge reputation in the Hearthstone community. I haven't spent as much time with Jimon.
Yeah.
Doesn't speak English, of course, but very skilled player.
Yeah.
So what are we expecting here, Quinto?
Well, this is going to be a battle of titans here in the semifinals. Whoever wins this matchup will go directly to the finals and get 2 chances.
Yeah. I mean, it's just massive, massive stakes at hand here. I have no idea who's going to win this. I really don't. I just hope that we get the battle that we're expecting. And as Jala said, he's almost expecting it's going to go to 5 games.
So,
and we've just had the bans in as well. So do you want to reveal the bans?
Double Marco ban.
There we go.
No Marco in
Sippy's-
this situation.
Sippy's
we're
going
gonna
through.
Yeah, we're seeing CP now. This new card, well, actually not new, but Disassembly Swarm from Jarla. Really nice tech card there. He's running the kill box, and we see that overall, not many convergence. And Indian Hammer.
Yeah.
To get that.
It's quite nice to see that, isn't it? You know, we don't often see that enough, but yeah, that's what I like about Jala, looking outside the box. We can see that he's got of course, an Earthen deck, very, very strong, quite similar actually to what a lot of players have brought. So we see the usual suspects of Formidable Presences, although he's only running 2. Most players run 3, but Jala's running 2 there. We do see Solitary Confinement, which of course has become
and the
the card to deal with the Paragons. Yeah.
Yeah, very standard nerf here. He's running the 3 collateral damages. Usually players are not running the collateral damage because of the Cyber Deck console.
Yep.
But in this case, Jarla really wants to deal probably with Earthens, Relics, and that's why he's running so many. We've not seen that amount of them around, but definitely could give him an edge, preventing some insane plays by Earthen in those matches.
Also, just one point there, we didn't see a Rummaging Researchers in this deck. So could be interesting, relying on the brand's expertise to get it done. Gmon's deck here for Neve, we do see Rummaging Researchers, 3 copies, so he's going to be using that combined with some brand's expertise. So card draw really shouldn't be an issue for Gmon whatsoever. I like this. I like the combo of it, actually. He's quite heavy on the units, and he's got the right units there. A lot of players are actually cutting down on the Singularity Stewards. We're seeing that it used to be 3, now it's 2, just to try and make space for some of the bigger, more tech cards. And that's what we're seeing here. So, again, really, really decent deck, and should be interesting if they have a mirror as well.
And now we see here the Earthen from Gmon hold the line, Relic repurposing, and no snitchings. He really wants to win this mirror match, possible mirror match, going heavy on the allocated provisions, and the Maya Mancer.
Yes.
Gmon has been running this Maya Mancer, I believe, in his Cathy deck also, to really get into some nice little plays there where you can get away from a defender and attack face, for example.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite cards, and it's so nice to see it making a return back into some decks. It had a little bit of a hiatus, didn't it, really, after the uni got nerfed, but I think there's more validity, actually, for this card to come back again in play. So we're interested if we see this being played today from Gmon. We will see the next deck from Gmon as well. Yeah, I think overall this is a very strong deck. Yeah, here we go.
The CPUs,
Yeah,
2
the CP
kill
deck.
box.
Yeah.
He's going heavy on them, the Memento, we also see, and 3 Convergent Princeps. He's going heavy on the early game, going heavy on the Convergence, the Recruiter, we also see it there, definitely the Domina, and 3 CPM Predators. This is going to be an interesting deck. Bit has the weapons, for example, for those not running Convergence, but at the same time has those Convergence to really cycle the deck up with a Recruiter and get stuff going, never run out of resources, and there we go.
Yeah, and players are just readying up now, just having quick last checks through their deck lists and the opponents, and they're about to start play.
What are we seeing?
I
in the
don't know
first match?
Yeah, I don't know actually. I don't know what decks they feel strongest in. We have seen that a lot of the Earthen decks, as we talked about in the last game, a lot of the Earthen decks are often left towards the end. I wouldn't mind seeing Shroud go first here, but I also feel because Marco's been kind of banned, maybe they go Sippy first, just to try and start aggressive.
Yeah, usually we see CP when it's not banned, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we usually see it kind of straight away.
They want to get that win.
Yeah, exactly, right?
The nice and easy win with CPUs.
Yeah, so maybe we do see Sippy here. It'd be interesting if we saw a Sippy mirror, because we saw for Jarlo, as you rightly pointed out, he has the disassembly swarm, but Gmon doesn't, so there's that trophy again. We are getting so close to somebody getting their hands on that trophy and becoming the first Parallel Prime champion. It's just been an incredible journey so far, hasn't it?
For sure.
And to be honest, the level of competition that we've been seeing has been increasing with each tournament. Even in this tournament, we've seen so many top-level plays as to where whoever does get their hands on this trophy is going to be a worthy champion. And probably somebody that will be a strong contender for Season 2, which starts not so soon, right? After this season.
After this one.
Look at this. We kind of called it.
Well,
Jarla with Sippy, and there's also a Shroud. So here we go.
Someone play the CPUs first, for sure.
Yeah. Jarla trying to go for the easy win with Sippy, but it won't be so easy against Neve. Neve is one of the best counters actually against Sippy. The Dominion is a super powerful weapon to stop the boards from going wide if you can pair it up nicely with Malia, pair it up with Singularity Stewards. And we can see here that Gmon has an okay starting hand. I mean, Embedded Agent into Void Trap is okay. I think ideally in this matchup, it's usually quite nice to kind of get Singularity Stewards, get some Dominions nice and early, just some low-cost removal as well, like Siphons, just so you can try and control some of that early aggro that we're probably going to see, because we have the Reliant Gammas there from Jarla. He's got 2 in his hand, plus he's also got the Replicator.
Yeah.
And at the moment, Gmon does have an answer to that with Eclipse Fate, so it'll be interesting to see whether he uses that against the Replicators or he targets a specific unit.
Well, we're probably going to see this Embedded Agent die right away. Gmon kept the Eclipse Fate, probably to deal with these Replicators.
Yeah.
Gets that Life Siphon, really nice card to get in this spot. Can clear something, but not quite if this Replicator goes down.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm relieved for Gmon that he top decked the Siphon there, because as I mentioned, you really want to try and have some low cost removal, so that will definitely help him for the next turn. And yeah, I mean, for Jarla, he's actually just got exactly what you need to have at this stage. You know, the Valerusi Standard Bearer, he's got the Striker, which ideally you want to play on 1 if you can. He's actually thinking about banking it, I think, at this point. He's deciding whether, I think what does he play here? Does he play just more units?
Yeah, maybe he's thinking about if he can set up that Standard Bearer.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, he needs to deal with the Embedded Agent. I think he was just thinking about what to bank here.
I like this. I think this is good. I mean, he's setting up now for a nice 3. So on the next turn, he can easily play Valerusi Standard Bearer into the Reliant Gamma.
Yeah.
He could also be disruptive if he wanted to with the half. But I think actually just taking advantage of the Replicator and trying to get those buffs going, that buffed wide board is probably the best strategy. We can see that the Void Trapper's thrown down from Gmon, but no answer to the Reliant Gamma, which can scale out of control really quickly.
And gets that second Replicator, Jarla. So he has the option here to play Harv. Definitely, this is a matchup where you want Harv to be able to play it. But no, goes ahead and banks it. Doesn't care. Just goes ahead and develops a board. He is not really looking forward to playing that Replicator. That probably gonna get cooked with the Eclipse Fate. So, I mean, still a bit slow, and if the replicator dies, Jarla will make sure to have a board either way. So this is a good position for him, and let's see.
Yeah, this is the very much the power of the clones, isn't it? That they just keep coming at you and they go wide quickly. They buff really fast, and often you need like nice crowd control, which Shroud, particularly Neve, does have. The problem here is that the buffs, especially with the replicator, you're going to need to try and remove that so you can bring the stats down, so you can then look at the minions, right? A subjugate, if Jarl got a subjugate, which he does.
Yeah,
he
got
just
it.
drew it. Wow.
And he decided to go face. He just wants to start trimming that health down. He knows that in this position, a Dominion might come up. So he just wants to start dealing that damage and setting up lethal early on for CPUs.
Yeah. I mean, Gmon here could potentially go into an early Eclipse Fate if he wanted to. Is he going to do it? It looks like he's probably going to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can actually get some nice clears here.
Yeah.
With the Life Siphon on the other Reliant Gamma.
Yeah, I think this is nice. Yeah, he can now use the Siphon for free. If anyone's watching at home, you can play Siphon for free if your opponent has 2 more units than you do. So if you have no units at all and they have 3, it's a card you can play for free. So this was actually quite nice and clean.
Yeah.
You know, you still have an issue with the Valerusi Standard Bearer because you really don't want that on the board, buffing other units. But, you know, looking at Jarl's hand, has a Tabula, has the Kill Box, which of course is a really, really tough card. That's a killer blow card, isn't it? If you can set up a board. Subjugate is a pain, and maybe he's looking at that next.
Yeah, as we saw before, the Subjugate is a key card to get away from the Dominion. So in this situation, the only thing is that this Tabula won't get the buff from the Belarusi Standard Bearer if Jarla decides to copy a Striker, for example.
Yeah.
But definitely will get it from the 18th Subjugate.
Yeah. I mean, looking at Gmon's hand, he has a part of the puzzle to try and control and contain Sippy with the Malia. We haven't seen a Dominion yet, though, for Gmon, so Dominion could be useful to get.
There he goes, setting up that big board with the 18th Subjugate. Will he buff the 18th Subjugate to get it out of the way of the Dominion? No, he goes ahead and buffs the Standard Bearer to do the same, since a Dominion here doesn't kill neither of them.
Yeah.
Really min-maxing it, setting up this really good board here, but
yeah, this is becoming tough quickly, actually.
Yeah.
And you know what? Like, a scheming here, it takes away from what you need to do on the board. I get it, it's restricting what Jarla can do, but he needs to try and control this. So, getting a little bit tricky for Gmon. Oh, okay, no snitching. He does
forced
restrict.
to bank it, not play anything. Well, he can play
He can play
CPS,
Sippy, yeah.
just to get something else in the board.
Yeah.
So we see a nice board from Jarla, can still do some great damage here. And just...
Is he going to play Sippy? Or do you just think, is he going to think, okay, it's just a turn, I don't do anything, I'm going to save my Sippy for later? Because it is kind of early to be playing Sippy, right? You know?
Yeah. And the bad thing for Gmon here is that he has not played Neve's minion, so this Malia can't actually help him in any way.
No.
And he's already at that threshold, 15 health, that usually, if by turn 4 or 5 you're already this low playing Neve, it's gonna be...
it's dangerous.
It's super dangerous.
Yeah. I mean, there's already 8 damage on the board, and that will get worse if more clones come onto the board, because he can decide from the Subjugate what he's going to put the +1/+1 on. So he's very close to losing this here.
Goes ahead and plays the CPUs.
Sippy's on.
Just to get something else in the board. Gets that Master Poisoner, not really what you want to see.
Oh, Gmon
now
needs a Dominion here.
No Dominion for Gmon.
Yeah, he needed it so badly.
Can't search it with Wong, but it will keep pushing him to the brink of dying.
Oh, would you
Here. No
believe it?
Dominion.
Would you believe it? No Dominion in sight. We does have a Siphon and an on Steward, but he needed the Dominion here, really.
Can't deal with this striker, and it's gonna come down to this. Jarla, will he be going face?
Yeah.
No snitch on the 18th subject.
I like
to
this.
Not
That's
get
good.
any more buffs.
Yeah.
Will we see a Dominion here for Gmon?
So
It's about time.
Yeah, Gmon's going to take quite a bit of damage directly. At the moment, there is, as we've talked about, there's 9 damage on the board. Gmon at 15.
And we have to take into consideration that Jarla is playing the EDN Hammer.
Yes, we do, yeah.
Which is a great card to have in this matchup.
Yeah.
And especially if he banks it and plays it with the Tabula, being a clone, get benefited by the other buffs,
Yeah.
for example.
Well, even at this point, if he just went face with the damage with the units on the board and then top decked a kill box, that
Yeah.
would also be enough, wouldn't it, really, to get the game won for Jarla. So
Yeah,
he's
I
got
think
a lot
he's
of-
thinking about going face or dealing with this Wong.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's thinking, do I plonk the Master Poisoner down and then just take out the Wong and then just use the other units just to kind of hit face? He's just going face here.
Going for it.
Oh. He's still thinking, though, he's considering, do I use the standard bearer?
I mean, we still have to see if Gmon gets that Dominion in this situation.
Yeah.
And goes ahead, plays
There
a
you go,
Master Poisoner.
So
Just to have something else, but attacks face. He doesn't care anymore.
Okay.
He knows
Another
that he's
subjugate.
close, no
Where's the
Dominion, and this is
Dominions?
gonna go for Jarla most likely.
Where are those Dominions
There's
for Gmon?
basically no out of this one for Gmon.
Yeah. I mean, even at this point, playing a Rummaging Researcher to look for a Dominion is too late. There's too much damage on the board. There's no defenders in the deck for Gmon to try and absorb that damage. So unless he pulls a rabbit out of a hat, I can't see how Gmon can really stop this from going Jarla's way.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a situation that you want to be playing CPUs versus Neve. You see no Dominions, no Malias to be played, and just because it's a bet in the end.
Yeah.
If you're playing CPUs this way, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna be attacking face and just trying to get as close as possible and as soon as possible to lethal, and it played out for him.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the stress really for Gmon is that he knows if he removes something here, there's still going to be enough damage on the board to cause a problem if his opponent is able to draw, for example, the Subjugate, play
And
Subjugate
look
and
at
more.
this.
Oh no, Triumph as
The
well.
Triumph.
Oh dear.
This is gonna be his 18th subject. Well, actually no, because his 18th subject is in the Honor Steward. But could still get it.
Yeah.
Killing the Honor Steward, getting back his Honor Steward, his 18th subject, and using the Triumph to buff the rest of his units and get that lethal kill. Gmon already at 6 health, and it's
go.
it
He
looks
comes
like
back.
it's gonna be it.
Yeah. So a really nice position here to play the Triumph. It's so important in this matchup, isn't it, when you're playing Shroud, that you have you either have the Dominion in your opening hand or you find it early, and not being able to find it by 5 energy, 6.
Yep.
There's the hammer as well.
Yeah, the hammer in the waist doesn't serve too
No.
much. There he goes. Gmon
Yeah.
concedes the match.
First game to Jarla. Very well done to Jarla. Exactly what you want to do as Sippy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just get the board nice and strong, flood it. Just hope that your opponent doesn't have the Dominion. If they do, just keep repopulating the board, keep
Yeah.
the pressure going. Just think for Gmon, his deck is actually pretty good. He just could not find the Dominion early enough. And, you know, if he'd have found that, he already had the Malia, which
Yeah.
would have then set him up quite nicely. We can
This
see
is
here-
this is where we saw Jarla buff his banner, his standard bearer.
Yep.
So even with the Dominion was played here, he would have kept his standard bearer and his ATM subject.
Yeah. It's actually so important, isn't it? It's such a good strategy to use the buff on the subjugate to get it out of range of the Dominion. If you can do that, it's such a pain for Shroud to come and deal with you.
And the final play, the Triumph, getting back his ATM subjugate and getting the necessary units to buff the rest of his board and get that 6 damage.
And get the win and force your opponent to concede. A tough game for Gmon though, I feel from a little bit here.
Yeah. So what are we going to see next? What do you think?
I think that given that Marco's banned, I don't think that Jala goes into Shroud. I mean, he could do, and maybe he wants to save Earthen for last, as we keep seeing. For Gmon, if he sticks with Neve, he has to figure out, well, if I stick with Neve and I get Earthen, I like Jala's Earthen deck a lot. I think it's very, very strong, and I think that he plays it very well. So even though we were talking about how Shroud is often favoured in that matchup, I probably wouldn't favour Gmon in that situation. If you was in Gmon's position, you've just played your Shroud deck, your Neve deck against your opponent's Sippy. Okay, it didn't go your way, but he actually played pretty good with the cards he had. Are you sticking with it, or are you thinking, okay, I think at this point you have to start to think, well, what's my opponent going to play and what's my best chance? So what do we feel that Jala's going to play so that Gmon plays something that gives him an advantage? What do you reckon?
Well, I mean, probably Gmon will also like to get his CPs out of the way, but no.
Oh,
goes ahead and look at that node there, like, oh no. Facing the Earthen.
Yeah, it's exactly what I talked about. I don't fancy Gmon's Shroud here, but I would love him to prove me wrong. So he is going second, and we're just seeing the mulligan here. So looking at keeping a take it or leave it. The erasures, he looks like he's keeping both. Okay.
Yeah, he's going heavy on the erasures.
Yeah. Okay, so.
But Jarla doesn't get like a really nice early hand. Definitely the allocated provisions, something he will want to drop early on and have it there.
Yeah. So it actually looks like the strategy from Gmon was that, okay, I'm not really going to be focusing too much on just trying to build a board early. I'm just going to try and counter what you're doing and just get my effects going so that I can get to my Neve and hopefully have a really decent board. Getting the Stewie is actually pretty good though, because he now has a turn 1 play for Gmon. The Stewies aren't often super effective against Earthen. They can scale, of course, but the Earthen units are often so big.
This is a very nice setup here for Gmon Will. Jarla used the no snitching on the Singularity Steward.
Yep. Just taking it out of the equation.
I mean, it's not like he's playing anything. He could use it later on.
Yep.
But this take it or leave it's in Gmon's hand. It's gonna help him get that Adira early on and start cooking.
Yeah. And we've seen, haven't we, in so many tournaments, not just this one, Quinto, that being able to kind of take it or leave it and almost cheat out your Adira nice and early can be so decisive in giving you an early swing by stealing those big units and stealing them well out of order. So he has pulled a no snitching here, Gmon, which is useful, but he doesn't really have a play here, does he, at the moment?
Yeah.
There's no unit to be raising. So at the moment it was a little bit of a sort of a dead turn there for both players. So Jala has now drawn a Singularity, a Steward of the Garden, something he probably would have wanted in his hand earlier, so he could have played it on 1, got the ramp going. I like that he has the armored support vehicle. It's quite a tricky unit as well in the Earthen deck, right? With the ability to put shields on things. So putting a shield, for example, on Nehemiah could be such a pain for Shroud to deal with, of course, because they absolutely hate shields. So I like his options in his hand. He's got a Formidable, which he doesn't really need at this point. So I think the bank there makes a lot of sense. I wonder whether he's, yeah, he is looking at doing it. I was wondering whether he was going to go here with rummaging or whether he was going to go with double units, which is what he's done here. So he's put armor support vehicle down for a defender, and also he's put the Stewie of the Garden down. This allows him to, on the next turn, attack with the armor support vehicle, then play the Nehemiah if he wants to, and put a shield on Nehemiah.
Yeah.
So quite interesting.
And we're going to see Jimon here go with the take it or leave it. What will we dropping? The Adira, definitely.
Yep. And this could be a really, really big turn here for Jimon. He needs a huge high roll, a big steal.
Let's see.
Let's have a
Jarla
look.
concerned.
Yeah. Jarla knows he's been in this situation before. He's been on the other end as well, doing it to opponents.
And some nicer options. Definitely a Terra Glider, it's not bad.
Yep.
Decides to go for the Moonlit. And now we're probably seeing Jarla no snitch this Adira, since he doesn't have a clear way of getting to it. But now Jimon has so many options in his hand, has those erasures, has that one coming up, has a really nice board. What do you reckon here?
Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest with you. I thought that Jimon would be struggling by this point, but actually it looks like he's in the ascendancy. He's got a decent board here, you know. Like, he's got an Adira, which, as you point out, is probably going to get snitched. But he's also got, you know, the Moonlit. It's units that he's going to keep scaling. He's got good units in his hand. So I think so far for Jimon, he's in a really decent position.
Yeah.
Like, Jarla looks a little bit concerned because he knows that he probably should be in a better position on the board at this point in the game, especially given that he went first, right? So he's already behind the board. He's behind in terms of cards in his hand as well.
Yeah, deciding what to attack with. He could possibly buff Nehemiah, give it shielded, which will be great for him. Has that no snitching, has some options to actually contest Jimon's board.
I mean, to be honest, I quite like the play here of putting the shield on Nehemiah, because, as we've mentioned before, Nehemiah is a huge, powerful Paragon. He's doing it, she gets the shield, and for Shroud, it's just a hassle now to try and deal with that. You are going to need potentially a Siphon to bring the shield down, then erase it. So you're having to use two effects, two cards to deal with one unit. You could also potentially just try to trade through it, but then you're most likely going to be sacrificing a lot of your board. So I think that's a good play. I like that from Jarla. He's going to need to start getting cards in his hand though, isn't he? He's getting a bit light.
And Jimon deciding to go with the treasures. It's not a clean turn for him. Decides to steal some resources away from Jarla, preventing him to...
I like that. That's smart play, isn't it? Because Jimon knows that the main way for Earthen to draw cards is through the rummaging.
Yeah.
His opponent is down to 2 cards. You take that main way to draw cards, then you're going to control the rest of the game. Or in theory.
From here on, it's going to be about, for Jimon, it's going to be about dealing with this board. If he manages to do it, we already see that he has some options here to play on the next turns. Decides to attack with a single Steward.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think is the thinking here, Quinte?
Good question. Good question.
Okay. Wasn't expecting that.
Yep, me neither. He has those erasures and all of that.
I mean, the Stewie was snitched, so it was kind of useless, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's another target that can't stay there in case of a virulent, for example. I guess this is the logic behind it.
Yeah.
If it was snitched. So a Primea Conduit here, buffed by the extra energy from the Steward of the Garden. It's another card that's going to be really hurting Jimon's tempo and really helping Jarla's tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. And another shielded unit.
Shielded on top of everything.
Yeah. And you know, the longer that the armored support vehicle remains on the board, you know, the more possibility he's got for shielded units as well. So Jala with that Nehemiah is definitely stabilized him a little bit.
Yeah. This is a good defending situation here for Jimon. Has that moonlit, could prevent it from dying. So we're gonna see these erasures in play most likely now. Against the armor support vehicle?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the easiest target. I worry a little bit here for Gmon because there's only so much you can do against the shielded units, right? Of course, you can use the Honest Steward against the Primary Conduit, and then when you do that, it's just going to reset the Conduit down to a 1-1.
Yeah.
But the Nehemiah, he needs to try and find a way to deal with that. The longer that stays on the board, the harder it's going to be, I think, for Gmon to take this game to a conclusion that he wants. And like, you can see, like, he's thinking, okay, there's a lot of defenders here. 2 of them are shielded. You don't really want to be, even though it doesn't have the energy, you don't really want to be double erasing something just to bring the shield down and then kill it. So at the moment, he's gone for the Wong. Ooh, okay.
Ooh. See those minions and
yeah,
an
and an Orange Steward. The Orange Steward's massive here because that will allow him to at least deal with the Primary Conduit. So we like that. And then the Dominion is actually pretty useful because he's getting to the point now where he'll be able to at least mass deal with some of the board going wide, especially even with the Nehemiah if he wants to. So, yeah, I think it was kind of a good turn there for Gmon.
So there we go. Attack with the Adira that has been no snitched. Definitely, this allocated provision that Jarla drew is not what he wanted.
No.
At least it's gonna help to basically bank it. But if Jarla top decks Terra here, this is gonna get wild.
That's something we want to see, isn't it?
Yeah. So there we go.
And you know what? Us commentators often have, we didn't do it. Yeah, we didn't do it.
Probably thinking he shouldn't have sacrificed that armor support vehicle now. But either way, it's a great card to get in this situation. Next turn for Gmon, it's gonna be 5 damage with a Dominion. And with Jarla's board, possibly getting damage.
Yeah. I mean, that was a timely top deck there for Jarla because his hand is so low in cards. And he also has the allocated provisions, so being able to now draw, conceal,
and
get more.
Look what he gets.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, this is a nice top deck here for Jarla.
Yeah.
Bank that allocated provisions and get a chance to get our favorite card, the Terramech.
The Terramech. The monster. The earthen monster. So allocated provisions, as Quinto called, banked. And we have an option here, an opportunity for the board to go absolutely insane. Here we go.
Let's see if Jarla has the luck.
This is what these tournaments are about. Can we get
the RNG we'll love?
The big pull that we're looking for here? Are we going to see? Oh, we're not going to see it. We're going to see the Acolyte once again. I feel like the Terramech is just a little bit shy at this tournament.
Yeah.
Right? Just doesn't want to come out and play.
He got into a fight with the Terraglider. I mean,
he's going to turn up in the final, though, isn't he? I think.
Yeah.
He's saving himself for the final. Yeah.
For some really, really high quality high rolls.
Yeah, exactly. But we see here a very kind of impressive board for Jarla. Good, strong units, a lot of them shielded as well. And for Gmon, there's a lot of damage on the board.
Yeah.
He's going to have to try and deal with relatively quickly, otherwise, you know, you always have to think with against Earthen is that you count the damage on the board and you always have to assume that there's also a formidable that the opponent has, right? Yeah. Always have to assume it. So this, potentially with a formidable, could really put Gmon in the danger zone.
Yeah, I think the minion is inevitable here. Nothing else really for Gmon to deal with this board, aside from the Honor Steward. or 2 erasures, but with so many shielded cards in Jarla's board, there's not many options to actually play these erasures.
Yeah. I mean, one of the issues, though, here is that if he does Dominion, then the nearby is still going to... Okay, that's great. I was going to say... because
There we go,
the
Jarla
conduit,
just going face.
yeah. The conduit can now be Dominioned. And it was at 6. Again, Brick gets to take it or leave it as well. Nice.
And take it or leave it might give Jimon that extra damage with the Dominion.
Yeah. So if he wanted to, he could clear the board. But you know what? He would take a huge amount of damage to do this. And I don't think if you do it again, you think, okay, all he needs to then do is top deck a Formidable, and you're then dead, right?
Yeah.
So it's a difficult position for Jimon.
So
He's still too
let's
far
see
away.
if Jarla's going to defend here with his Nehemiah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
goes ahead and uses the Crimea Conduit. He knows that Jimon is trying to fish for a full Dominion.
Yeah.
Wants to clear his own Wong so he doesn't take as much damage.
Yeah. I think that's pretty smart. Yeah.
Yeah. And then goes ahead and looking what to bank. Yeah, the Romayin. He has a lot of resources in hand. He is not in dire need of it. Keeps the Wong interesting.
Yeah, and then Dominions, which will take out everything apart from the Nehemiah.
Yeah.
But then the Nehemiah takes the damage, she becomes a 2-2, and that's a lot more manageable. So Jimon's down to 12 health. Even a Formidable Presence will not kill him. But he needs to try and stretch this out still, right? Because the whole thing here is for him to try and get to the Neve. He's still too far away in terms of the energy.
Yeah.
And he's quite low in health.
Gain
So
1 energy supply cachet.
another cash.
Munitions, deal 1 damage. Just what he wants in this situation. And the
another
Terra
Terra
Glider, no way.
Wow.
What a top deck. So it's gonna be Caretaker and Terra Glider for an insane turn by Jarla.
He's really in a good spot here, isn't he, Jarla?
So are we seeing a chance for a Terra?
I think so.
Or for a Terra mech?
I think we'll go for the Terra.
Yeah, right.
Could be wrong, but I think at this point, go for the Terra. Really put the pressure on.
Yeah. Min max in there. Supply caches with a Caretaker.
Yeah.
Get as much of them as possible in the deck.
These allocated provisions, we talked about the Rummage and Researchers, but these allocated provisions at this tournament have also put a shift in, haven't they?
Yeah.
They have, been non-stop for Earth in here. As you'd expect, they're a core part of the deck. So here we go, Quinto. Terra Glider on after the Provoke Caretaker. How many cards are we revealing here? We're going for 7. Are we going for the Terra? Are we going for 6? He went for 7.
Good.
Doesn't get it.
Well, no Terra, but he knew his odds were.
Still a decent unit, though.
Super decent unit in this situation.
The Solarium Stalwart, if I'm not mistaken. Very decent unit, decent stats. And still puts him in a great position to end the game fairly quickly.
Yeah. At 11 health, Jimon needs to really deal with this board. Has that options of the 2 erasures.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really bad situation away for Jimon because, sure, he can use a couple of erasures here, but all you're doing is you're just delaying and damage limitation, right? You're not really getting on the board. You're not really being able to put the opponent on the back foot. You are constantly just firefighting. I'd like to see him get to the Neve. I just don't know whether he's going to be able to get to it. Hope he can.
Will we see a chain of supply caches in this last draw?
That would be something, wouldn't it?
34 cards in the deck. There's high chances we get a chain here.
Jimon down to 9 health. He's really on the cusp here. A Formidable Presence plus just one of these, well, all of these units on aside from the Nehemiah. It's going to put him in lethal. There's a supply cache. The rations, which buffs the Nehemiah. We get an energy one as well. And then a provoked caretaker.
Well, that's about it. And Jimon in a position where he needs to play these erasures to probably deal with the caretaker and the steward.
Yeah. Which would then leave 7 damage on the board, which then takes him down to 2. He's really on the cusp here, isn't he? It's been a very difficult game for Jimon to get into it and get units on the board to stick. And as you say, at the moment, it's just very much, what can you do to limit the damage here, keep yourself in the game, to see if you can get a break. It is possible. You can win games where you're down to 2 against Earthen. It really is.
But many options here for Jarla actually. Steal the formidable presences. Drops here the embedded agent just to, in case Jarla doesn't get a nice draw here, start doing some damage.
Okay, another cache.
Ooh, this is nice for the Jarla. And gets the second one, and that's it for the lethal.
Yeah.
The second ration supply will give him the necessary damage.
What a
an
start.
Insane top deck.
I mean, it was very much Jarla's game right from the off, wasn't it? Really, it did kind of start slow. It went first. To be fair, Jimon actually developed quite a decent board, but the issue really with Shroud and in particular against Earthen is that once Earthen really start getting into that flow, it's very difficult then to start dealing with them. And if you do want to deal with them, as a wide board, the Dominion really puts you on the cusp, as we saw there. So just constantly going down in health gave Jarla a really great opportunity to finish the game off with those caches.
Yep.
And here we go.
Look at that.
Replay. Yep.
This was a Dominion play that left that Nehemiah alive.
Yep.
And also doing a ton of damage to Jimon.
Yeah. So this really put him close to lethal, close to death. But he had to do it. It was the way to kind of keep on top of that board, control it. But you felt at this point that he needed a way to get on the board. But Jarla just kept putting the pressure on. And this was right towards the end, where forcing Jimon to play on a steward, just try to reduce the damage on the board here, get the embedded agent just in the hope that it can one-tap something. But of course, those caches were the MVP.
Erasions.
Yes, absolutely.
Hi, Vethy, welcome.
Such a powerful combo when you can get it going.
And that's about it.
Yeah.
I mean, now Jarla is in a very good position winning the Earthen matchup. It's down to his Neve, where he can really win with it quite easily against Jimon's options.
Yeah, I agree. And he looks so calm and collected, doesn't he? He's been in this situation so many times with Hearthstone.
And the fact that if he goes to the finals, he will get 2 chances.
Yeah.
2 chances to win it. So that's going to be insane.
Yeah.
Your advance.
And here we go. Yeah, his Neve deck, he just needs to win with that. And Jimon's going to see if he can do the reverse here. He was Neve in the last game. Can he now get this vital win to stay in the tie? He loses this one. Jarla
the embedded agent for Jarla early on.
Jimon with the Steward of the Garden and the no snitching. Yeah,
definitely.
I mean, they both got exactly what they needed, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stabilized shard definitely giving Jarla. He's probably playing this shard in this situation.
Bountiful.
Since there's no threat by having the no snitching also against this Stewie.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Okay, so Erasure, Treacherous Scheming is in the hand for Jarla. He plays his own no snitching, so they both played a no snitching against the early kind of threats there. You want to be doing that, of course. This is what we were talking about against Earthen. You really need to try and stop that ramp from the Stewie. Such a powerful card. It seems quite harmless, actually. If you're new to the game, you're like, it's just a 0-3-1 cost, but that card is really powerful. So being able to snitch it, stop the ramp, very key. And yeah, as you say, like Jarla's got quite a nice position to play the Shard if he wants to. It's not really much of an early threat at this point. One of the awkward things with Earthen is that if they don't tend to, they have 2-cost options, 2-cost units, but very often the decks are built from 1 to 3, right? So if you kind of stop, if your opponent stops the ramp, then sometimes you don't often have a good play on 2. And that's kind of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, he's really thinking what to bank in this situation, goes ahead and banks the erasure.
Yeah.
Stabilize shard for that ramp. But the relic repurposing here for Gmon is just gonna take it away.
Yep.
Gets the Terramech.
Wow. Is he gonna bank it? Surely not. I mean, it is early in the game, right? So you're like, okay, I've got better options here. I probably need to use them, but you never really want to be banking the Terramech. Can't bank, of course, the take it or leave it, and he is forced to do it. He's forced to do it.
He wants to set up a board.
Yep.
He knows that Jarla is down on resources, and if he manages to set up a board, will be beating Shroud in this one. Buffs, heals the shielded pot.
I mean, it never feels good, does it, when you bank a legendary early in the game, but you have to think about the cards that you need.
Jarla with the brand's expertise to replenish those resources.
I like the cards that Jarla's got in his hand at the moment. The brand's expertise is a really good one, just to try and flesh out the rest of his hand so that he's got better options, better choices as the game gets into the mid-range. For Gmon, I also quite like what he's got. He's got the take it or leave it, but the rummaging we know is such a key part for Earthen to be getting into the flow of card draw. And of course the Provoke Caretaker pairs up really nicely with the rummaging. The only thing that's really missing here is the allocated provisions. Jarla with the brand's expertise gets a Dominion and
the take it or leave
it, isn't it? Yeah.
So what are we gonna be seeing next for Gmon? Probably a Ramayan researcher to start replenishing those resources also. They are both running low.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I almost feel like the sooner you get that going, you know that your opponent has more cards than you at this point, even though they don't have a better board. You don't want to take that for granted. You do want to be applying pressure constantly to Shroud, and so just being able to draw, get a card on the board, and keep your resources, your options open, I think is so key. So
Jarla forced to bank the treasures.
yeah, like Jarla's hand it seems very naive. You know, it's just all effects right now, no units at all. So very contrast to how, for example, Zelly plays, right?
Yeah.
Zelly's hand for Neve would just be full of units here. Gmon with the early Nehemiah, which can be answered with the erasure.
Correct. So this is a slow game where Jarla hasn't been able to develop a board. Something that he really would like to do, playing Shroud against Earthen, but on the same side, Gmon is also running low, and Jarla has some answers. And it's not like what we saw in Jarla's matchup playing Earthen, where he had a bunch of shielded there, could protect his board, forcing Gmon to play his Dominion, for example, and goes ahead, plays the erasure on Nehemiah to stop the temple.
That's always quite a nice position to be in when the opponent plays the Nehemiah, and you can just answer it straight away with an erasure.
Yep. So still that take it or leave it in Jarla's hand seems a bit of brick since he's being forced to bank stuff like the treasure, stuff like the erasure also, and not being able to actually keep those resources that will help him later on.
Yeah. So Jarla just, he does go ahead and banks the treacherous and doesn't really do much else, really. Okay. So going with the rummaging, as we were talking about, just to try and replenish your hand a little bit. Revealing the Solaire and the Relic Repurposing. Gets a draw, and what does he get? He gets a no snitching. Not bad. Opts to play the Take It or Leave It, so he can also get the Provoke Caretaker out on the same turn.
Setting up a board.
Which is pretty nice, actually.
Going ahead and getting those caches.
Another draw as well.
Triggering the Romayin Research.
Yeah.
Right away.
He has revealed, of course, as well, that the Terramech is in the bank. So for Jarla, I'm sure he's paid attention. You can see here he's sort of looking down, maybe making a note.
So many options here for Jarla to stop this threat. Could be playing this Eclipse Fate on the Caretaker.
Yep.
Then the no snitching on the Ramayin, and once again being in a good position where he doesn't have to worry too much about getting killed early. If Jarla gets to that end game at a really nice health, then it's going to be difficult for Jimon to deal with that. Certainly the weapons Jimon has in hand right now.
Oh, he's looking for a Dominion, isn't he? To Dominion it.
Yeah. He went full Dominion here.
Yeah. I almost feel like he's trying to save the Eclipse Fate for the Terra Gliders.
Well,
I feel that they're a very big target for the Eclipse Fate.
True, totally true.
But look at the hand for Gmon. He's got 2 Formidables. He's got Virulent Spores, which he doesn't really need at this point. And he's got another Steward of the Garden. So he's got units here. He's got cards, but not really what you want to kind of have at this point. Virulent Spores is kind of a bit useless at this point with the opponent not having a board. The Stewie, sure, great, it can give you that ramp, but if you play that, you're really only playing 1 unit. It's not really keeping the pressure up. He is going for it.
How bountiful.
Yeah. It seems like
gets a Terra.
Getting a Terra is nice though. So playing that Steward of the Garden could actually be pretty useful now, because it is going to allow him to get to the Terra a lot quicker.
Yeah, definitely. Really nice turn coming ahead for Jimon. If this Steward of the Garden survives, the Terra is going down, probably getting another unit to establish some tempo.
Yep.
And keeping her.
Okay.
The board goes ahead and just uses the Baron, gets a Take It or Leave It from the no snitching.
That's pretty nice actually, because it allows him to wants to play the Eclipse Fate, but you don't really want to play that. So Brand's expertise is great.
In this situation is really nice.
Yeah.
Jimon not gonna be able to actually play this Terra since the Stewie got silenced. And now, how Jimon thinking about how can he set up a board? Not a clean turn for him. Can only actually play this Moonlit, and possibly no snitching against the Baron.
Yeah, I think that's quite a good play actually. Was he looking to bank the Moonlit? I mean, I think you definitely have to address the Baron, and the Virulent Spores isn't going to address it. It will still survive. The no snitching's great.
But the fact that Jarla knew that if he left that Steward of the Garden,
it would have presented a Terra move, right? A Terra play, yeah. So important, isn't it, to be thinking not just for the next turn, but the turn ahead. You've got to be planning so many moves in this game.
And now,
wow, get to take it or leave it anyway.
We're gonna see a Brand's expertise here for Jarla, not what he wants to see. Will he get the kickback? Will he pay the kickback here for extra cards?
I don't think he will. Do you think he will? I think Jarla's going to be like, nah, I'm not going to give you anything. He doesn't. He doesn't at all.
Bad idea to give resources to Earthen.
Yeah. Banks the collateral damage. Plays the half.
And how is that knee for Jarla looking right now?
I think it's okay. You know, he's got, what, 10 cards in his waist. I think he's played a relatively decent amount of effects. He did, of course,
So he
play the
goes
shard as well.
with the Eclipse Fade to stack some effects.
Yeah.
Because he intends to play this Neve next turn. However,
Absolutely.
Gmon with a Virulent Spores that will hurt Jarla's strategy and possibly give Gmon the edge.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Gets Amalia, which is stacked right now. A second Virulent Spores for Gmon, banks it, plays the Terra, and probably chooses an extra unit here. What is he getting from it?
Okay.
Down this Axeman.
Not the best, but it's better than nothing.
Just a moment.
Okay. So, as you mentioned, Jarla committed with the Eclipse Fate because he is looking to play the Neve with the take it or leave it. Allows him to get to the Neve cost earlier.
Yep.
And
So
let's see what kind of Neve he gets, because to be fair, he has played a decent amount of relics and effects.
I think this is where the game will get decided. What is this Neve gonna bring?
Yep. Okay, so first up, Tabula Rasa. Not the best, but you often... Oh, okay. That's a defender. The hoplite, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the reciprocal hoplite. Oh, wow. That's
Aim
kind
harder.
of poor. Yeah. We're looking for big hitting units here. Something mighty, big effects, big abilities, big stats. So far, not super impressive. He's Jarla. I love that Jarla's reading the card.
Yeah.
Just to kind of be like, what is that card? What does it do?
He was actually telling me that he doesn't know what many of the cards do.
Yeah.
Since he only plays the meta, he's locked in the meta, and that's it.
He gets a Bloodhound as well. This has been a pretty underwhelming Neve board so far. So 2 Bloodhounds, 0-1s, a Tabula Rasa, Ammo Hauler. Yeah, it's not the best. A Hoplite, not big stats on the board at the moment.
Will Jarla go with the Assembly Foreman on Narc Walker?
I mean, if he does, it's not going to survive anyway, is it? But you'd probably be tempted to do it, just because this Neve board has been so underwhelming. You'd probably want to have Jan's First Ring Engineer. Not really that useful, but it does have decent stats.
Yeah, and that's it. This is going to be a nice board here for Jarla that could possibly, some of these units survive a Virulent Spores. He definitely wants to deal with his Terra.
Yeah.
Goes ahead and uses the Neve and Baron. Here we will see Harv, the Johns, and the Immunus survive these Virulent Spores. The down that Saxman will be able to deal with something and die next turn. And then it's about that Malia that Jarla has, which is key for him, if anything, survives. Not many options for Gmon, already banked the Terra mech, already played his Terra. So it's about the Terra Gliders. If he's gonna be high rolling some Terra Gliders, decides to go for the Arc Walker, a better unit, and gets the Adira. This is really great for Jarla. And Gmon is in a tough spot. Definitely these Virulent Spores won't be what he intends to be. Still at high health though, at 30 health.
I mean, yeah, it's good that he has the Virulent Spores in a way, because it's really the Earthen's only effective way for board removal. And looking at a lot of the units here, I mean, they're so low on health that most of them, as you say, will get killed. We see the solitary Mearsmans from the deck as well in the hand. There's not many, yeah, as I said, there's not many situations now where he's going to need the Mearsmans, so maybe that is a bank.
Yeah.
And then you just go, but maybe you play rummaging and then decide what to bank, which is the probably better order of operations.
So my Mansper
bank it straight away.
banks it.
Okay.
Drops that Romain Researcher. No.
Oh, is he not going for it?
He wants to keep it to get some resources, but this Malia and Adira in Jarla's hands is gonna do some damage. He decides not to attack with a downless Axeman, leaving Jarla with some units in the board, the Arc Walker, the Imminus, and John's first Engineer, and facing an Adira and a Malia.
Yeah, and opts not to play the rummaging as well. Are you a little bit surprised by that, or is he just holding that back, you know, just so it doesn't even take any decay damage as well, potentially?
So the Hoplite enabled a Tabula Rasa to go back into the hand of Jarla. Now he can play it, but possibly get something here from it. Imminus, John's first Engineer, and the Arc Walker doing some nice 10 damage for Jarla here.
Yep.
G-Man with the 2 Romain Researchers will be able to get resources, but if Jarla gets too far away, especially with this Adira, and setting up this Malia for infinite draw, basically, then G-Man's gonna be in a really tough spot.
I mean, it often was considered, wasn't it, well, a while back, that Neve was your main win condition, and that was the way to get it done. The deck has kind of evolved where you need to have a way where if your Neve deck, if your Neve board doesn't get it done, you still need to have option to win. And I think Jarla's deck is very, very flexible in that sense. His Neve board pops off, but got dealt with. The Adira now can do some serious damage, and he's got Malia still that can help him try and control
There
the
we
game.
go.
Wow.
Grabs
Getting
the
a Wong.
Wong.
Getting the Wong's decent.
Yeah.
Massive.
One more powerful unit out of G-Mon's arsenal. G-Mon at this point only has the Terra Gliders to save him.
We haven't seen any of them, have we?
Nope.
They've just been hiding. Very surprising, actually, to not see Terra Gliders by this point.
And look at this. This is a nice board here for Jarla. Still has that Amalia, which is charged up with 8 damage.
I mean, it's almost Jarla's game to lose here at this point.
G-Mon already banked 1 Virulent, used 1 also. So the options for him are getting really, really slim.
They're getting slim, yeah. And he needs to start getting units on the board as well. He needs to start refilling his hand.
And Jarla with these resources is also...
Yeah.
Look at that hand.
He's got board advantage, card advantage. He's only a little bit behind on health.
And Adira there is wild.
And he's still got the Malia to play, so even if he does get into a spot where he needs to Dominion...
Malia for full damage here to the face, leaving G-Mon at 11 health.
Yeah. Here we go.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, he's there. He's there. He's getting close to. This is very close to seeing Jarla push this through. And look, he gets the heal, of course.
Look at that heal.
He gets another
draw. G-Mon with a Terra Glider.
Finally.
But there's he can't get a Terra mech here. Reveals with a Romain Researcher, actually not what he wanted, because now he needs to fight that allocated provisions.
Wow.
Definitely.
Wow.
Just what he needed to now drop that Terra Glider. So
big turn this here for G-Mon.
He needs to get a defender though.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
To play the Terra mech if he wants to call it out for, or any other unit. I think he's still in a really tough position here. If G-Man loses this, he will go down to the loser's bracket to play against Eliezer, so he has another chance to get back on top. And then if he wins he will have to, like any in the loser bracket will have to win 2 times.
Yeah.
Against whoever wins this match.
He goes for another rummaging here.
Full rummaging.
Yeah.
He
Full
can't.
advantage.
He can play the Terra Glider. So he's grabbing a bunch of resources, gets an extra energy there.
Well, he could now, right?
If he gets like a Primea Conduit, for example, he might be able to give the Terra mech if he gets
no snitching.
No snitching.
No snitching here. So looks to bank the Provoke Caretaker. I can play the Terra Glider. He's going to conceal, first of all, get some caches into the deck. And he can full on play Terra Glider and potentially snitch too. So there is a lot of damage on the board though, isn't there?
Yeah.
Up against him. So
And Adira also.
yeah.
And Adira getting a formidable presence which we haven't seen.
No, we haven't.
It's lethal.
But he could snitch the Adira, right?
Yeah, he could.
Yeah.
Definitely, he needs.
He probably needs to, yeah.
And there we go.
Here we are. This is the moment of truth. The moment of truth.
Will he go for that Terra mech? Yeah, 6 cards.
So he's going for it. He banked a Terra mech earlier. Is he now going to get a Terra mech, which is what he's looking for?
But no defender.
Yeah.
No defender is crucial here. And gets the Primea Conduit for the defender. No way. Has to take it or leave it there to play it.
Okay, so he gets an Acolyte.
And gets the Acolyte. Oh. We could have possibly
That could have been absolutely insane if that was a Terra
insane
mech.
play here.
Yeah.
And I believe, yeah, there's still a chance here to defend a bit, get a heal there, defend a bit with the Primea Conduit, passing down the defender.
A crucial heal, by the way. Getting a heal of 5 is absolutely massive when you're down to 11. You've got that huge board in front of you. So actually, the Acolyte was in this situation was probably quite good.
So we saw a lot of draw, a lot of synergy there with the Ramayan Researchers and the Terra Glider, effectively replenishing Jimon's hand, getting him some heals. However, it's still what he wanted to see was the Terra mech.
Yeah.
And that would have been a nice position for him.
Yeah, it would have been absolutely ideal, wouldn't it? Because then you can play the Primea Conduit and then transfer the defender over.
Yeah.
Does go for the snitching on the Adira, so doesn't forget about that. Does he take it or leave it now for to play the Conduit?
He needs to. He needs to play that Conduit to shuffle down that defender and prevent lethal from Jarla. However, Jarla with that Wong in hand and to possibly find a life siphon or a way to deal with whoever gets the defender, which most likely will be the Acolyte. Yeah, not looking good here for Jimon.
No, I mean, he's hanging on, but I think he done pretty well there, right? I mean, he didn't really have a board. He shuffled through looking for the cards. He managed to get what he
Now
needed
gets
to.
fortified
shield.
supply.
Okay, here
Gets
we go.
the second one.
Well, here we go.
Giving up the shield.
There's more to this, more shields, another
Ration.
cache. Wow.
Chain.
So
Caches and
increases.
gets the virulence
Wow.
spores. This, if Jarla doesn't manage to deal lethal damage in this turn, these virulence spores will be, well, actually bad for both since they are running low. But Jarla with that Wong here. And
I mean, it would be bad for both, but also the rummaging researchers have such high health that his researchers would survive along with the Shoshana, the Acolyte, so he'd still maintain a bit of a board.
So what are we seeing here? It's I
mean,
there's 12 damage. If he Jarla could attack face, he needs to go through the Primea Conduit, and possibly in this case Jimon will be giving defender to that shielded Ramayan Researcher, and prevent most of the damage.
Yep.
Then facing up a Virulent Spores.
So a one play here from Jarla.
If Jarla loses this board, it's gonna be difficult for him to get it back with all those supply caches, and gets the Primea, the Honored Steward, to deal with that Primea Conduit, and has the necessary damage to advance to the finals. That's gonna be it.
He's just trying to
He's
figure
calculating
out,
that he does
the
have,
combo.
Well, he doesn't have the damage, actually.
No, I mean...
He's too off.
But he has, yeah. He also has the Erasure, though, so look, Gmon's considering, I put it on the Acolyte. I think it was the right call to put it on that. Could have put it on the Researcher as well, but that's fine. Yeah, okay, so he's got 12.
Well, now with that Virulent Spores, we might see a clean kill of this board.
Yeah, he's looking at the Erasure for the Acolyte.
Yeah.
I think that's a good play. Get rid of that, and then you've got a couple of units just still with the rest of the board. You still maintain your board, and then you're looking at the next turn, just trying to get the job done. So, you know what? I thought it was a really good turn from Jarla.
So, one energy, supply cache, not really what he wants in this
Another
case.
cache.
One damage here, possibly sniping that Wong in the middle. No, the
Another
Malia,
cache, an
another
energy cache.
energy.
Wow.
I mean, Jarla just has way more resources and gets the second Terra Glider.
Wow. Well, I mean, we've waited all match to see them, and now they're coming full flow.
Yep. Gmon also getting more resources here with the Romayan Researcher. He is low on cards in the deck, though.
Yep. So gets the spores off to try and remove most of the board for Jarla. Make it difficult for him to repopulate, be in a position to kill on the board. And then
and actually
goes to reveal.
Gmon already banked all his
6
formidable
cards.
presences.
So he's just double checking. He's got 6 there. These are the ones he wants to reveal. He's gone for 7 here. So he is looking for the oh no! Oh no!
Oh, he loses
Quinto.
time.
He ran out of time.
What a misplay by Gmon.
Dear.
Damn.
That is absolutely brutal. I mean, we've done it before. We've all done it. You think you've got enough time, but before you know it, the timer is out. That could be hugely costly here in this match.
Definitely.
Oh no.
So more resources here, getting those caches. Shielded. Fortified supply cache.
Another cache.
There's still another Terra Glider in Gmon's deck.
Yep. Another cache. He's going to get to it soon.
Now. That's really nice buffs there. Allocated provisions to get more caches even.
Look at the cards, though, that both of these players have in their decks. They are rapidly approaching fatigue levels.
Yeah. But Gmon is sad that
that's brutal.
Did that misplay there.
You can see that he's still absolutely gutted. That he double-checked everything, but he took too long.
So.
Okay, so we see that the Virulent Spores is taking effect on Jarla's board. It leaves the Malia still in play. He's actually got a pretty healthy hand here, Jarla.
Yeah.
Couple of Honest Stewards, and then the Singularity Steward. Embedded Agent potentially for anything nasty as well.
Yeah.
And a Trapper, so in terms of units, he's got kind of all the key ones, really.
Yeah, and he already knows that there's no more Virulent Spores here for Gmon.
Yep.
He probably has a lot of caches there and not many of his answers. No Terra mech.
Nope, because he's already seen that he had that banked. Here we go, so Honest Steward to remove the Provoked Caretaker, buffs the Stewie.
Set up a nice board here.
Yep.
Double Steward. And
this is rough for
Gmon with no formidable presences here. There's actually no good way, and even with a Terra Glider in this situation, getting a Terra Mech.
This could be the game.
This could be setting up even that invaded agent that will deal with whatever threat that Gmon drops. And absolutely overwhelming for Gmon, gets the Altar of Gaia, and that's it.
Yeah. Altar of Gaia with no board whatsoever.
Still no lethal though for Jarla, but with this, with Gmon's hand, like he has been slowly trimming out Gmon.
Yeah.
So even if he still doesn't have the lethal, he is in a better spot, clearly. There's nothing Gmon has that could deal with the amount of damage that's coming on.
Yeah. So there's 13 damage on the board. So at the moment, Jarla doesn't have enough to kill. So it still gives Gmon enough time just to try and find something. But
I mean, if Jarla finds a Life Siphon, attacks with a embedded agent, then Life Siphons his embedded agent.
He will. No, he'll still be one short.
No, because it will buff the Singularity Steward, no?
By 2.
By 2?
Yeah.
Giving him more than 14 damage. So yeah, let's see. Didn't get it. Gonna start dropping those Void Trappers. He knows that there's no Violence Force, so he's just filling up the board at this point. Has some answers there to whatever comes down with that Triumph of the Lost. If it's a Formidable Presence, for example, that, well, he already knows that they are all in the bank. Destroys the Altar of Gaia.
Yeah. I think this is just a formality now, isn't it? I mean, what a great game.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Terra Glider? No,
allocated provisions. So it goes
That's
to
gonna
Jarla. It
well
goes
done.
to Jarla.
Jarla with a clean sweep, advancing to the finals.
Yes.
With 2 chances in his bag.
Incredible
Absolute
game.
insanity.
A big statement of intent from Jarla there, you know. Played fantastic. Look at the smile on his face.
Yeah.
Strong performance with all decks there, and a really solid concentration throughout. Excellent, great effort from Gmon.
Already with 50k in the back.
Yeah, and Gmon is still in this. You know, he goes down to the.
Yeah.
You know,
Gmon has more chances too.
Yeah.
So Eliezer is the one that has to climb a big hill here. He needs still 3 wins to actually win the final prize. There we see Jarla happy.
Jarla is buzzing, absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, who wouldn't be?
Yeah.
Who wouldn't be? He's in the best possible position. Great player. It's gonna be scary to whoever faces him in the final. So yeah, we're moving on to studio and bracket now.
Yeah, let's see what the studio has to say.
And what a match right there. Upper bracket semifinals, Jarla versus Gmon, getting a 3-0. How often does that happen? That's like, man, semifinals 3-0? Did you expect that?
I mean, in my opinion, Jarla is likely one of the most experienced players in this entire field. And not only that, even a decade ago when we met, he was already a sort of master at competitive events, and so you know, since then he's only gotten better, I think.
Definitely.
So in terms of experience and tournament gameplay and just bringing his A game whenever he needs to, he is not that surprising to me to be taking it down and making it all the way to the end of the upper bracket.
Yeah, definitely. And you saw the interview a while ago. All that swag is already right there. But of course, Gmon went so far into the upper bracket that he still has 1 more life.
Yes,
right?
that's right.
And he's going to be facing, you know, over at the lower bracket, Eliezer. And let's look at the bracket right now for a short recap of what's happening over at the upper bracket. Oh, wait. Let's take a look at the weather. Just kidding. The weather of the Parallel Prime Championship. And, you know, Detsy, can you bring us a short recap again leading to this event?
Yeah, so once again, Jarla had a 3-1 over Brighty, and Gmon 3-1 over Sparkling, which is how they got to the match that we just watched. Jarla once again 3-0 over Gmon, and Gmon being knocked down to the losers bracket. So Gmon once again is going to have to be facing off against Zeliasser. And, you know, between these two players, who do you think, Excelsior, will be taking it? Who's more favored? Who are you rooting for?
Dude, like I'm not biased or anything, but from the looks of it, Zeliasser has had more games in this tournament than Gmon, right? So in a sense, like he just had the gusto, or rather the gumption to like just move forward through hell, right? And like with those amounts of games that he's playing, he's probably getting the hang of it. And even watch how he played, how Gmon played against Yarla here of the upper bracket, and probably observe some plays that he could take advantage of, right, over to the next game, which is the lower bracket finals. So I think, you know, without bias, Zeliasser is going to be taking this.
Yeah, I think for me as well, not to cut Jamon short or anything, he is an exceptional player. But I was talking to some of the other YG guys, like my homies, Fino and Tyler, and they were like, oh my goodness. You know, we thought a lot about it, and watching Zeliasser play, just watching him pilot his decks, he is actually on another level, and we can't complain about losing to him. He really deserves being this deep into the tournament here today.
Yeah, just looking at the last match that they did a while ago, Yarla as well, with the guy that whoever is going to be facing, or rather, of course, it might be Gmon if he does get a chance to win against Zeliasser, or Zeliasser might face Yarla going back up to the upper bracket, or rather the grand finals. Man, I'm looking at these guys. We are left with 3 people from 16 out of the 2 days, man. So we are looking at the top 3 players of Season 1 Parallel Prime Championship. So that's amazing. A lot of players, right? I think we have had 1,000 players, or more than 1,000, or 2,000, or whatever, like 4 digits players over at the competitive scene fighting for this spot, and we went down to top 16 and now top 3. That's it.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. We are reaching the very pinnacle of competitive parallel TCG esports. And of course, we are out here at the HyperX Arena in Vegas to celebrate and to find who deserves the crown and title of the very first parallel Prime World Champion.
And this wouldn't be made possible without the support of the Echelon Prime Foundation. Guys, thank you so much for making this happen, and for making Season 2 and Season 3 happen already. You know, us and Detsy, myself and Detsy are already excited for Season 2 and Season 3, man, because there is going to be a lot more players that are going to be coming in, man. Like, imagine, like, we already have 500K for the whole Season 1, 1 million for Season 2, and then 2 million for Season 3. Like, that's going to be attracting a lot more players, not just pro players, but even those who want to become pros in the scene. Right, Nancy?
Yep, that's right. So there's a little bit of something for everybody. If you want to be looking for a new card game to be playing casually, Parallel is a game for you. If you're looking for a game to transition to as potentially either a content creator perspective or from a professional player career perspective, Parallel also has something for you.
And with that, guys, we have something for you here over at the stage. Let's pass it over to Tia for that Parallel mobile feature.
Hello guys, we are back, and before we head to break, I'm going to give it over to Fitch and Swish, who are going to tell you more about Colony. Take it away, guys.
Hey everyone, can I get everyone's attention in the back left as well? Thank you very much, appreciate it. Thank you. Orphan, here we go. We're really excited, thank you guys for coming out. Before we go into the mobile demo, a lot of great people have worked on this. I know he's actually not expecting it right now, but can we give a big round of applause for Fitch? He has been on one this whole weekend. Genuinely. One of the most requested features on the TCG is mobile. And I know everyone's super excited about mobile. It's going to unlock accessibility. It's going to bring millions of people to the game. That is our goal as a department. And I cannot wait to show you guys a teaser of mobile with a pre-registration link that is live now. and the first regional launch that we're going to be doing in 2.5 weeks. Right after, you're going to be able to also test mobile over there. So yeah, let's cue up the video.
Wow. Super exciting. Obviously, mobile has been one of the things that people have been waiting on, and we're very, very excited for. And we have so much awesome marketing planned around it. As a reminder, there is a pre-registration link live now, so you can go check it out. That will put you first in the queue for early access for mobile. And as Swish mentioned, we have a regional rollout starting in a couple weeks. So we'll be starting in the Philippines, and we'll be incrementally sort of crescendoing from there. As a reminder, you can check out mobile over towards my left, maybe your right, depending on where you're at. We've got some awesome people waving over here. Camera can't see them, but you can. Go talk to them. They're awesome, and they can show you what we got cooking. Thanks, everyone.
All right, guys. We are now going over to the break. So you're going to have an hour break, and then we're going to continue with our live games. We'll also have some stuff going on if you want to just sit and watch, but we'll see you again in an hour. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Yo, what's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Parallel Prime Championship. It is ILMV series, and here we have Vino as well.
Hello.
Yes, we'll be casting a match that kind of happened yesterday. It's an interesting match because it features me. And I'm here on the desk, so you kind of know the result. But so this is one of those features whereby you know the result, but the match is still probably going to be really interesting. You know, what do you think? What do you think I'll be doing in this match?
I've heard crazy things about this game, and I didn't get to catch it because it was like one of the last ones, and I had to head out. But so I'm excited about it.
Yeah. I think we'll be
Let's see what we
jumping
got.
into the gameplay real soon. But yeah, so this was a match between myself and Sparkling yesterday, and as you know, Sparkling made it to the top 4 today. And yeah, I'm sadly he got eliminated already. But yeah, it's still gonna be a relatively interesting game. Yeah, jumping right into the game right now.
All right.
It's yeah, myself on Catherine versus Sparkling on Sippy. Yeah, Spina, what do you think about like Sippy as a deck right now? Because it recently kind of got a bit nerfed, right?
Yeah, I think for me, CP is the type of deck that like it just has like a really good start always. I feel like if you just curve out, you know, like the 1 into the Relic, into Magna, and then you have the Triumph, like it's really good. So yeah, I mean, the Killbox nerfs definitely like mattered a lot because now it makes the ending games way harder. But I feel like you can still play cards like Drushan, for example, like we did, which is like pretty good. But yeah, I mean, personally, I think the deck is still pretty good. Me and Zelly, Zelly like in the top 3 as well. We kind of all decided to ban CP still because we were just trying to beat it in practice, and nothing was really doing like exceptionally well against it. And then I was like, let's just ban it, you know?
Yeah. So on the flip side, I actually chose to ban the deck that I'm playing right now, Catherine, because I think these 2 decks are to me the top 2 decks in the format right now. And the thing about Catherine is, look at my hand.
Wow.
I opened so well. How did I lose?
The 1-2 is... Wait, don't spoil, dude. I haven't seen the game.
I mean, I lost the whole match.
Oh, you lost the whole match, all right. Yeah, I mean, wow, that's such a good hand, actually. Wait, how did you lose?
We'll see how I
No
lost.
one drop, huh? I assume it's just a Magna spam. Like, you probably just get spammed Magna with Sippy and stuff.
Yeah, but so the thing about Catherine is that this deck is just a bunch of 1-drops, and by playing more 1-drops, you get the passive from the Catherine as well, which is the +1/+1 in your second unit, right?
Yeah.
So Catherine just literally just spams 1-drops, and then you draw Triumph of Mars, and then it's simple.
Yeah, I know we both played our fair share of Cathy, like a lot of Cathy, especially like you remember the Minion one? What was it called?
My
like
favorite.
That was such a sick deck. It's crazy to me how Cathy always gets nerfed, and it somehow always manages to like still be good, you know?
Yeah.
It's like Rogue in Hearthstone, let's say.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you see in this game right now, Sparkling is already like way behind. He has no units on board, and then like he can develop a Relic, but that's still not much pressure.
Yeah, not really. I mean, your start seems great. He has the Magna, which is like really big deal, but...
Yeah. So I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I think Magna might be the best card in the game.
I think Magna is the best card in the game, yeah.
Yeah, we are saying that simply because like Magna's like the only card you can play on curve that will swing back a board, you know?
Yeah.
So I think there's no other card in the game that currently does that. So if you look at the decisions that I have to make here, well, lots of 1-drops. I guess just trying to figure out what I want to play exactly.
I think I would go with double Banner, man. I assume you did as well. Maybe...
I'm trying to remember if I did. I probably did.
Well, the funny thing is that like you can't really make them survive against Magna, so like I feel playing the Snitzing probably doesn't really do much.
Okay, so the crazy thing is you just read my mind. I did exactly this. I did not play the Snitching and passed. Yeah.
Because like I don't think it changes much, right? Like if he Magnas you, the minion's gonna die anyway, so I feel like you just save it for...
Yeah, like because of the Relic, the Magna will deal like 4, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't get out of range.
Yeah, so Sparkling here, yeah, I think he kind of just has one play, right? Yes, the Magna. So the thing about the Magna is the earlier you get it down, the earlier you get it into the pool for Triumph as well.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing with Magna and Triumph as well is like you get to do these like quad Magna games, we call them, right? Which is like you play one Magna, then you Triumph, then you play CP for double.
Yeah.
That's like kind of a big deal. It kind of like removes any board that exists.
I think after the CP nerf, like Magna is really just the premium unit. You want to have the master in the pool, you know, because in the past Centurus was like not bad because it was board development, but now it's just one spawn, so it's way worse.
Yeah, yeah. It feels way harder to develop boards now with the CP. It used to be like a thing where you could just play and make a board. Now it feels like it's more just like reactive or just trying to draw or something.
Yeah. I mean, CP now is in a very weird spot because like it just got recently nerfed, so there's been a lot of like different builds, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like the Drushan one, for example, I think it's an interesting one because like I feel like the card, I like the card because you can bank it, it's a minion. I always love minions in CP. And I love minions that I can tabula. Like any minion that I can bank and then later on I can find a use with a tabula, I feel like is pretty great. So Yeah, it's that kind of card.
Yeah, so now I'm in a very awkward spot because I can't spend all my mana, Fino.
Wow. Oh, this is pain for me, Lambi.
I know.
Do you know how much pain this is?
I know how much pain this is, yes. Not spending all your mana in a tempo deck is like criminal.
Wow.
And I actually cannot.
Yeah. I assume you go bank Snitzing here.
I think I banked the Poisoner. I can't remember. We'll see.
Really? What are you saving this? Oh, just for for Bannerman buff.
Yeah,
I guess,
yeah.
Right?
So I just spent as much mana as I can, and then I'm gonna float one here, which is very sad.
So how do you what do you think your plan for you? Is it knife?
Yeah, like if I draw the Memento right now, it's
Yeah.
amazing. Memento solos these tempo matchups.
Yeah.
But this matchup in particular also because you cannot go too slow, right? Like if you give CP a lot of time, they would just get out the board and then you will eventually lose, you know?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
like I'm trying to trade as little as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to go face as much as often.
I feel like you just have to VT as much as you can in this like type of matchups, right? And then hope for the dagger or some
Yeah.
good artillery volley to like swing the board. Because
Yeah.
if it's like if you just clear the board and don't develop, it doesn't even matter against CP,
Yeah.
right? They just make another board. So
Yeah, so Sparkling here, I guess he's for sure gonna triumph next turn. It's just that this turn is
100%, yeah.
a bit weak, I would say.
yeah, pretty weak turn, but I mean better than nothing. So
Yeah.
definitely the other guy, the 4 mana, the CP card. You probably know the name, the 4/5 tone
Praetor.
defender.
Scythian Praetor with the
that
super
one is
sick
pretty
PL,
good
yes.
against like Cathy as well, right? I mean, you had the no Schnitzing, which is like the best answer for it, but just really
Yeah.
good card.
So I personally like to run this Ramaging Researcher in almost every deck that I play.
Such a good card,
Such a
man.
good card.
Such a good card.
Yeah, so this is my pitch for Researcher. It's even better as a card because everybody plays the card.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, because if you
Yeah.
drop yours first, your opponent can't really play theirs because if they use the effect, you draw.
Yeah. This card just had so many hidden synergies with like so many charge cards, I feel like we didn't like see right away, but as the meta started developing, we started playing more cards, it kind of became obvious that there's a lot of synergies with that card.
Yeah. So this turn is a bit annoying for me because I know I want to play Triumph next turn, but then I don't want to bank like the Snitching because it buffs my Bannerman.
It's so good.
Yeah, so what I did here was I floated 1 mana again, Fino.
Yeah. Well, you messed up this one, Lambi. You could draw first with a 1, right? And then...
That's true.
Oh, wait, could you?
No, I couldn't.
No,
I
no, because
couldn't,
you
I
drew with
couldn't.
a 3
I drew with the
anyway.
tree,
Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
Yeah. So
Always the right play, Lambi.
Yes,
dude.
always the right
I
play.
should've done-
I
should've
never
done.
misplay. I mean, I did, but the game wasn't on stream. But yeah, so this is what I mean by you cannot trade too much versus CP because like if you give them too much time, they will always overpower you on board. So that's why I went face here,
Yeah.
clocking them a little bit. Hopefully they don't have such a strong redevelopment. But yeah, so Sparkling is known to be, along with Zelius, one of the most high-rolly people on the circuit right now.
Look who's talking, dude. What do you mean?
but we need I'm saying this right now because it leads up to what's gonna happen
for
very
sure.
soon. I'm
Okay,
building
okay,
up. Yes,
okay.
I'm building up.
I'm
So-
trying to understand what this could be. Like,
okay,
what
so,
could it even be?
So there is a Magna in the waist, but that's it.
Yeah.
So he's gonna play. Well, we'll see. We'll see what he does here, and then you'll see the outcome very,
Okay,
very
okay.
soon.
I'm
I think
curious
some of you
about
guys already know what's gonna happen right now. So he's gonna slam the Triumph here with 1 Magna in the waist. And then, yep.
Oh my god!
yep. What is 3
Oh,
plus 2
that
plus
is
0?
like
Yeah, that's 5. So,
Talent right there. Wow.
True talent right there. But yeah, no. I guess it was relatively possible to like mill extra units anyway, right? So it's not that high really, I guess.
To be honest, for me, just doing Magna here is like pretty
enough,
insane.
yeah, it's pretty
but
enough.
like this definitely like kind of like seals it in a way. Because
Yeah.
like now I feel like you're too far behind to like.
Exactly.
Because this is the spot where when you clear, if you clear the board, they just make another one. So like
Exactly,
you have to clear the
exactly.
board and develop. You know that very
Correct,
well. I think I've
yes.
like probably learned it from you when
Thank
you were
you.
playing
Yeah.
Cafe. So like.
Yeah, so this is the spot whereby you are in, I have to clear, but if I clear, I don't have mana
Yeah.
to play stuff, right?
Yep.
And then you lose from there because CP is just going to play stuff
Yeah.
first, and that is like Tempo 101.
Yeah. By the way, I wanted to ask you, were you thinking about coins with a researcher? Because I kind of like coins, but I also don't like them at the same time.
Yeah, it was difficult because Cathy is such a tight list.
Such a tight list,
And like,
yeah.
Triumph into coin is the worst feeling in the world.
Yes.
Yeah, so I
fair.
slammed the Triumph here because I was dying.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay, so researchers are insane in Marco in Cathy actually because when
Yeah.
you play Triumph of Mars, you really want to play all the cards that you draw immediately, and the cards that are free are all 3, you know? So this is like, I think one of the best outcomes I could get already.
Right.
But yeah, I'm still really dying on the board right here. And
What do you think about not playing anything here and just looking for the swing turn?
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
like getting minions, you just get traded, right? I feel like you kind of have to like get an artillery volley to win this. What do you think?
yeah, I mean, I played the research. I guess maybe we could consider.
I think the
not
researcher
playing
for
the
sure because we want to draw
rallying
cards,
cry,
but I feel like the rest, I would personally hold it for a swing turn. Like even because you can even do the AOE and then get the minions
That's true.
out,
That's
right?
true. Yeah, there was an argument to definitely not play the rallying cry here, but I think my thought process here was like I needed to thin the deck to draw.
Oh, that's
the rallying
fair.
Cry,
Oh,
right?
that's fair.
So you play the
Probably a
rallying
good
cry
point,
first
yeah.
to thin by 2, and then you draw. So
right, I think you're
yeah,
right.
yeah. Spoiler alert: the game is not over yet. We do see there's no kill box in Sparklings, and so I'm
Yeah.
alive.
Oh, don't tell me.
I'm alive for now.
Oh, I don't like the sound of this, Lambe.
I'm alive for now, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, so I made some trades. I accepted the fact that I would die to the kill box, but
I mean, this is just the CP Hunt where you have to trade now, but they just make like even a better board, right?
Yeah,
Like he's just
yeah.
gonna triumph again, and then the board is just too much.
yeah. So I'm doing like you said, right? Do the VTs here,
VT.
and then hope that
Yeah.
you survive.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you get like something like knife artillery volley here, it's like winnable, right?
Yes, for sure.
Or even this, I guess, with artillery volley is pretty
Yep.
good.
So he did not draw the kill box, so I am still alive.
Okay.
Yeah. So so now we have like a sort of a game whereby he has to trade a little bit. But the thing is, we do see the triumph in his hand as well, so he has another bot development again.
There's nothing dead, though, so I guess he has to trade the Domina, but getting like a Triumph Domina is not really that amazing, right?
Yeah, it's not too fantastic.
You can also go for like a CP clear here because it kills 2 minions. Oh, I get.
Yeah, he
okay,
does
right.
Magna to clear. Yep, exactly.
Yep,
Yep.
there we
And he
go.
draws 2 cards, I believe. Yeah, he draws 2 cards.
That's
as
so
well.
good.
Yeah, it's so
I mean, that's a
insane.
quad Magna that
Yeah,
we're
that's
talking
Magna's
about,
the best
right?
kind of game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is.
It is the best kind of game.
What,
It's
what
CP.
else you think comes close? I was wondering about it.
I think pre-nerf Dominion. 0 mana Dominion
But
was
this is
really
like a
strong.
Swiss Army knife. It does everything, right? Like
Yeah.
you can play it tempo, you can play it when you're behind, you can play it to remove something as removal. So I don't know if there's any other card like that. Like
yeah,
they kind of
there is no card that does the same thing as Magna for now anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, so nothing really does come close, I feel.
All right, so I mean, this is like a very specific situation for Kathy, right? You need very specific cards to even have a chance here.
Yeah, yeah. So one good thing about the researchers, I feel like it's researchers feels like a card that you either play 3 or 0 because you benefit a lot from like having 1 on the board and you play a second one, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so then you get to draw 2 cards. We see that a lot in Earthen in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah, so on my turn right now, I drew the knife, but I have no board.
Yeah.
So I believe like even if I don't remember what happened previously, I know that I'm gonna draw for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna
for
sure
sure,
try to draw an out
100%.
here.
I guess you have to bank first. Yeah, have to bank the 0.
Yeah, we have to bank something, and then we do want to draw like volley is okay, I would say.
But it's the thing, right? Like we don't have a board.
yeah, exactly. Then they develop again, and then you lose, right?
It's just a tough spot.
Yeah.
I feel like the way this was winnable, you just had to like get like a triumph where. I mean, your triumph was pretty decent, honestly.
Yeah.
But
Okay, no, but I remember what happened here, Fino. I haven't lost yet. I did very classic Lamby things, as you guys you guys will see. Okay, so I'm drawing 2 cards.
You're getting volley?
No. What is the most classic Lamby thing you can draw here? Wait for
Classic Lamby draw. Let's see.
it.
Oh my god, that's so much better!
Yep. I play 1 of this in my deck, Fino.
Oh, you play 1?
I play 1 of this in my deck, and I mean, I kind of knew this was the out, and I would die without it, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. So, perfect mana expenditure. This time I did not float my mana, and I'm alive again.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, this isn't bad, but at the same time, there's so many cards in the CP hand, right? So, like...
Yeah. I mean, I'm still losing, but...
You're still losing. If there's a chance, I'd say.
Yep. You know, I find it so weird. I've never casted myself.
Yeah?
I've never talked about myself in third person
I mean, it's like
this.
going over the games, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's the card we are talking about, the Scipion Praetor that's drawn.
I like this card quite a bit.
Yeah,
actually.
It's like more powerful than Centurus right now of sorts.
It feels really good against Kathy because, like, if they don't have the no snitzing, like, for Kathy, it's always hard, I feel, to, like, deal with taunt, right? Like, I feel like it's very similar to, like, the Ogun core thing that they spawn, like, the 3/6. Like,
yes.
kind of similar vibe. Like, it's hard to trade into it.
Yeah, so over here, I think lots of options for Sparkling. Cannot remember what he did, but probably just, like, play more stuff and make the board annoyingly big. Yep, the Praetor, I think, comes down.
Is he playing Killbox, by the way?
Yeah, he's playing 1
He
kill
is?
box.
Okay.
I don't think he milled it yet, so it should still be somewhere in the deck.
Yeah, look at this protecting from the VTs as well here. Like,
Yeah,
it's not
5/6 is
nothing.
insane, by the way.
Yeah, 5/6 is really good.
Yeah,
Alright.
so I think it's just play the 1 here as well and then go from there.
So are we doing some knife play? What's your plan here? Like, what are you thinking here? Like, how do you win? Are you thinking how you win? I assume so, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I mean, my first thought is I'm gonna high roll this triumph, but not yet.
Not yet. We need to play some. We need to empty our
Yeah,
hand
we're
first,
not gonna
right?
lose
That's the
5 cards
idea.
from our hand. No, not
Yeah.
yet, not
Okay.
yet.
So we're emptying hand first. Like I assume 3-3-1. Somehow.
Yeah, no, I think I went Catherine.
You went
here.
Cathy 6-6.
Yeah, and hope we hit the 5-6. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So just 4-3 and Cathy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes
The
sense.
VRAV is actually quite a good card. Like, I mean, it's not like the best vehicle versus Sippy, but if you get it on board
Yeah.
in like a neutral situation, you kind of like have some nice trades with it, right?
I've changed my mind about that card. At the start, I wasn't really liking it, and then it grew on me. And it's interesting with the synergy with the 0, because like I like the 0-1 quite a bit, and I kind of like drawing it guaranteed. But this card is really good a lot of the time. So
Yeah, so I know a lot of people took inspiration from Brighty's list and just played like the 0-3s
Yeah.
only.
I
Well,
mean-
it's really good. It's just that like I think you need some like gas in the middle of the game as
Right.
well. Also, the 4-3 is insane with volley, by the way.
oh yeah, it's so good
Yeah.
with volley. I mean, I play ADHQ, and that's like my
Yeah.
it's my favorite thing. Yeah.
At this moment, I knew that I was not going to win the tournament because
Yeah.
normally I don't miss, I do not miss this,
Yeah,
you know.
Lambi doesn't miss, dude.
Yeah, at this moment I knew that maybe it's not my tournament to win anymore. But yeah. So so this is the problem with like leaving Sippy open, right? Like in this kind of states, they always have board.
Yeah, that's it. They just keep developing, right?
Yeah, so I think over here he just goes probably just plays like more units. I'm not sure if he goes for the Triumph here.
I assume he does like a 4-4 play. That seems cleaner to me, but
Yeah.
I don't know what's in the back. I guess maybe he can also like tabula for something, but I would assume it's the 4-4.
Yeah, so
that order.
funny thing about Sparkling list, because I had his deck list yesterday, right? It's a lot of one-offs. It's like it's like he plays like one black market fixer. He plays one of this, one of that. But I think in Sippy you really can do that because you just need to like trigger it once, right?
Right,
And then
yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
It repeats with Triumph and everything else.
Yeah, there's some flex outs in CP, so I feel like those cards are pretty decent to play. I love playing cards that I can bank and tabula though. Like that's my favorite thing in CP. Like that's why I like Poisoner, and I even played like Glaive, because like if you make Glaive a clone, it's pretty cool.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
pretty cool
'cause it
with
gets
the
buffed by the
with
relic, right? Yeah.
So it becomes a 4/7. That's pretty
Yeah.
sick.
I like to make Lord Half a clone.
Oh,
'cause
Lord
the
Half a
2/4
clone. Yeah,
half,
yeah,
the
yeah.
2/4 half, yeah. Yeah, so I think I talked to you about this a lot, whereby in parallel it's very different from other card games, right? Because you are allowed to play like some one-offs
Yeah.
because you can bank them if
Yeah,
they're
yeah, yeah.
useless in a matchup.
Yeah, you're allowed to play tech cards or even cards that, like you find cool. I feel like I like this about Parallel because I know in Hearthstone and other card games there's some, like people like to play certain cards even if they're not good, and I feel like this game allows you to be able to play those cards, right? Because you can have them for the specific situations, and if not, you just bank them. So
Yeah, I mean, I've played Prime Variant Rubicon in my CP for the
Oh,
longest time, but it
hell
doesn't do
yeah, dude.
anything.
No, but it looks pretty though.
It's the best looking Prime
It's
ship,
the
but
best
it doesn't do
looking Prime ship.
anything. But yes, it's just
You know what?
really good
I'm gonna
looking.
disagree with you on that, by the way. I'm taking
Oh,
the
for reals?
Leonid.
Ah,
Is it called
Leonid looks
Leonid?
pretty good.
Yeah,
Yes, Leonid's
I
part.
love that
Salvation.
one.
Yes.
Yeah, Salvation, exactly.
What did I do here? Did I just die? Probably not yet. Probably not yet.
Yeah, close though. I assume you do Memento.
Yep. So what I did
Yeah.
here was I think I was fishing for volley.
Bro, if
right?
you get volley here, it's low-key fine.
Volley plus another unit, you can transfer the memento as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to do, but I told you that's why I'm on the desk, right? Because I didn't hit it.
Wow, we didn't hit it.
But it's kind of beautiful here, though, for the following turn if I'm not dead.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
I actually hope you're not dead. This hand looks... Oh, this is nice, because like
Yes.
this is how you can swing, right?
Yes, yes.
Do you trade the 4/5 here?
Nah, I do this just to, like, not die to box. I think I die to box if I don't kill off the 3/3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ideally with this hand of like cheap Wong and cheap Sandrilon, what you're looking for is something along the lines of like Wong into volley. Then you blow up the board, and then and then the thing about winning this matchup is you need to like blow their board up and have something left, right? And then you can hit them in the
swing
face.
turn,
yeah.
the swing turn.
The swing turn. Like it happens a lot with Earthen and like Spores and Terra Glider, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good hand though that you got, because like you have the AoE and then you can also develop the Wong after.
Yeah. So I have 8 cards left in deck, so it's very likely my Wong finds the volley.
Oh, so you can go Wong volley, huh?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Wow, that's actually a pretty good triumph, right? You get 2 5 costs. Pretty
Yeah,
good.
I think that was actually the best triumph in terms of like getting
Yeah.
like mana, right? Like
Yeah.
free
Seems
mana.
pretty solid. Double relic's so scary though. It feels like even if we just clear the
Mhm.
board, because like okay, so from here, even if you clear the board, then you're like smorking him, right?
Correct.
Because like you cannot
Correct.
keep fighting for the board
Correct.
after.
So like that's exactly what I was thinking
Yeah.
as well. Because if there's double relic on the board, you never win the
No,
board
no,
battle,
no,
right?
no.
So the idea is you clear the board but kill them next
Yeah.
turn.
And then
Yeah.
you just hope they don't kill your minions faster, like one
Exactly,
survives or something
exactly,
like
exactly.
that, right?
So we see Sparkling's hand. He drew. Okay, I drew the
Oh,
volley,
there's the
so
volley.
didn't have to search for it. So this is the turn where we talk about like the swing turn, the turn where we swing the board and try to kill them on the following turn, which is what I was trying to do. But yeah, we'll see how this pans out.
Yeah, this
So-
is such a classic Lambi-like strategy, by the
yeah,
way.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I
You're
love it.
exposing me, man. But yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I
this is
love
what I
it.
always do. Like every single game, I look for swings because
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
I think the thing about card games is that you need to know that like when you're in a losing
Right.
position, what can you do to try to win?
That's one of the best skills of the good players, right? Like they just recognize what kind of lines they need to go for. Like I mean, sure you can just play all your cards and be like, there you go, but there's actually merit on saving them and just going for this.
Yeah, yeah. Because if you're not gonna win the normal way, you gotta win the high roll way.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right, so I'm pretty sure I played a volley here. I can't remember what else I did.
Oh, we can bug and play the one as well. So you can play like one and then transfer the dagger as well. It's pretty good. I assume you do that.
I mean, I think I'm good, so I think I did that.
Yeah, you're good, so you did that. That's what I would think
All
as
right,
well.
all right, yeah. I'm pretty sure I did that. Yes.
Double triumph though in hand.
Yeah. So okay, so I played the one and then I volleyed, yes. I remember
Is Catherine's
now.
expertise again for the triumph?
Sorry?
Is the Catherine's expertise for the triumph again?
No,
Or-
I think like I kept all the damage because I want to kill the guy next
No,
turn.
no, like where are you playing it? I mean, sorry.
Oh, it was victory initially. But victory was so hard to trigger.
Yeah.
So I just wanted like a burn thing, and this was easy to use.
Do you prefer this over assault? Because I think I prefer assault actually. It seems easier to use, kind of. It's not like that much.
I know it's gonna sound crazy, but like I found it difficult to deal 4.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I wanted like 4
Ah,
damage to the
interesting.
face. Yeah, I know. I did a lot of the math.
For what?
but-
Anything specific?
No, face.
Oh, oh, for face. Oh, for
yeah.
face. Oh,
I was
okay.
always short of a bit sometimes. Like versus Earthen,
Right.
if they have the heal relic out, you don't have time.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right, so this is the part where I thought I could win. Like I thought I was like in a
I mean,
position.
if there's no triumph here, you're like kind of chilling, right?
Yeah,
It just
so
makes it bored.
Yeah, but he has 2 triumphs, and I think Sparkling is insane here because we talked about good
Yeah.
players knowing how to see the lines to win the game, right? He literally knew that he won. Like if you look at what he's doing, I didn't see it at first as well, but like he played the first triumph.
Yeah.
I was looking through the waist. I was like, okay, he grabs this thing, I'm alive, you know. But then he banks, which is, yeah, he's gonna bank, and you're gonna see like he already kind of knows that he won. So there's
Yeah.
a Domina in the waist, you know.
Oh, you died?
I died.
Oh,
I died.
you
here.
died.
Yeah, I died.
Oh,
exactly.
that's what happened.
Yeah, so if you look at my face in the small camera right there, you will see that I was really shocked. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm alive.
Well, I mean, to be honest, you weren't alive though.
Yeah, I mean, I had the Sandulum for 2 mana, so I was alive. Then I saw the second triumph, and I was like, okay.
But wouldn't his board be still big enough that the Sendulum couldn't clear? I think so. Like if you didn't go for the lethal, I feel like he would make a board big enough that the Sendulum wouldn't
Yeah,
clear.
maybe we could AoE, and then there's like 2 of like 5/1s left, and we can trade and pass the memento. So
Looking at his waist, I feel like he could make a pretty big
yeah,
board
fine,
with
fine.
that.
Yeah, so I died. Yeah, yeah, I died, and then now the score is 2-0.
Oh, this is 2-0.
Yeah, yeah. So I've been in this position a lot actually, since like the prime knockout stages and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I was actually not that nervous per se.
Yeah?
Yeah. I
Do
was
you
not
get
that-
nervous, by the way?
So the funny thing about nerves is that I think everyone gets a little bit
Oh, for
nervous.
sure.
Yeah, like for
Yeah.
me before like my first match, I have always this like butterflies feeling in my
Oh,
stomach.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I've come to realize that this feeling is because you care about the game.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good to have it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of learn to manage it with time, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I feel more than it going away.
Yeah, I mean,
just
you know,
kinda
you've
learn how
played
to
a lot
be-
of live
yeah.
events as well, right?
Oh,
so
yeah,
like you
yeah,
definitely still feel a bit nervous before each like.
Honestly, I feel like 0 nerves now.
Wow, okay.
I mean, I play for fun, you know. I feel like if you play and you feel like you have something to lose, that's where the nerves come in. To me, I don't have nothing to lose. I like the game. I mean, if I win, I win. If I don't, you know.
Interesting. Yeah. For me, I feel like that some of the nerves is because like you are invested in the game.
Oh,
you know?
yeah,
so,
for sure.
As long as it doesn't affect your play, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so this deck, this is my favorite deck in the game right now.
Really?
Like
I
Neve.
would
I
assume
love
it was
Neve.
Nehemiah.
Nehemiah is my second favorite deck in
Second
the game.
favorite?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I love Neve simply because it's one of those decks that like you can do everything. You have Paragon that can do lethal.
Yeah.
You have powerful cards, right? Like Shroud,
Yeah.
Shroud cards are just all powerful. And then you have Dominion.
What a
Dominion
card,
is
huh?
insane of a card.
Yeah, we were talking about this when we were prepping that like Neve is kind of like the most all-around deck that exists. Like
Mhm.
you can play tempo if you want. You can remove their cards and try to play more controlly. You can play late games. You have AOE. Like there's literally you can just do everything with this deck, right?
Yeah, like it's I think one of the thing about Parallel right now is there's not enough like mid-game AoE. And
yeah.
Dominion and in Sparkling's hand, the Spores is one of them. But Spores is also like not always an AoE.
Yeah.
Right? Dominion is more definite.
I think that's a good thing, by the way. I don't think they should like print that much AOE because I feel like in Hearthstone, like it ended up that boards don't really matter because like everything was just getting AOE at some point. So I like that we're playing minion games. I don't know what you like, but I kind of like in general playing like value trade games and like tempo.
Yeah, I do like the tempo matchups as well, but like I do also want to experience a little bit more of those like combo
Slow
metas.
control.
Yeah.
Oh, combo control.
Combo control. Yeah, like I mean control metas are like 1 hour games that.
Do you like them?
No, no. I'm like more of a combo. Like,
I would assume because
fan.
I feel like you're pretty good at it and you like think far, you would like it, but
I mean, if I have to play them, I will.
Yeah,
but like
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like 1 hour matches
You would
are not my
choose to.
thing. I would choose not to play an hour match for sure. Yeah. Yeah, so over here, I didn't want to spend all my mana because I think all these other cards are way better into Earthen, right? Like the Steward isn't really something that really matters that a lot in the Earthen matchup.
I really like this card, the Agent, by the way. Such a cool card.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but it used to have shielded.
I couldn't believe it.
I couldn't believe it.
I
as well.
thought it was one of the most OP cards when I first saw it.
Yeah. Like, I think the fact that this thing used to have shielded made Earthen almost unplayable.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
Like,
true.
Like the only way Earthen deals with it now in general is also like Slinger or Snitching, and most people don't even play the Slinger.
Okay, I need the Lambi insight for this one because I feel like this
Okay.
matchup has gotten super interesting. The Neve versus Nehemiah. I feel like I win it like way more than I thought with Nehemiah recently.
Yeah, so the thing about this matchup in the past, right, is just that like if you are Neve, if you are Shroud and you have all the removal, you
Yeah.
always win because they run out of stuff.
Yeah.
But now there's so many threats from Earthen, right? You have a 3 mana 6/6. You have Terra Gliders, which is like 4 mana 20 stats sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So you cannot exactly just keep clearing. You need to clear and develop as well, which is very difficult because there's not enough mana to do all of that,
Yeah.
right? So that's why the win rate for Nehemiah has never been higher versus Shroud ever.
Yeah, because like now you also need to have the erasure for the Nehemiah, right? Like it's like
Correct.
before you could honor Steward it, it was, or even silence it, like no snitzing it. Now you can't
Yeah.
even do that anymore.
Yeah, so one of the best plays right now, in my opinion, as Nehemiah versus Neve is that you can literally just slam the Neve on 4 mana 7/7.
Yeah.
Because they
Has anyone played with you against with Sealed Dead with a 1/4?
I didn't get hit by it this
my
tournament, but that's
God.
horrible. Yeah,
So
it's
good, dude.
unkillable.
Yeah,
yes.
it's unkillable.
Yeah, but like Nehemiah on turn 4 right now is insane because it's really just Erasure, I would say.
yeah,
And if they
yeah.
play Erasure, they're not playing stuff.
I mean, I still prefer to do something else, to be honest, if I can. Because I kind of like saving Nehemiah for late, because I feel like they've used their erasures, and it's like kind of harder to deal with it. But yeah, I also feel like I hide a lot with Formidable. How do you play this as the... I feel like towards the late game where they've played a lot of the removal and the game is like kind of more stabilized, actually you could do like a minion and then hide it behind Formidable and try to like push the damage, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it happens a lot in the CP matchup, right? We talk about
Yeah,
swing
CP
turns.
100%, yeah.
What Terra Glider does here is that it allows you to make a board for cheap.
Yeah,
right? Then
yeah,
you
yeah.
pair it with Spores of Formidable.
Exactly,
And then you
yeah.
lethal them because they can't hit through the
Right,
Formidable.
right.
Yeah, if you look at Sparklings right now, he's actually not doing too much, but it's stacking up, right? Like, all he needs to draw is like one allocated provisions.
There's a Slinger there, by the way. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
You
he
don't
plays
really
a one-off
see that.
Slinger to kill literally. Like, I
Yeah,
talked to him
that.
about it, yeah.
Oh my
It was
God.
literally for this matchup. But yeah, so, like, if you look at Sparkling's hand right now, it's just one relic away from just spamming threats every turn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's here's the thing with this matchup. I feel if you're Neve, you can clear one minion per turn. But I feel like if it gets to a point where you miss a clear for a minion and they start developing 2, it's where it gets tricky, right?
Yeah. So one of the ways that you usually lose this matchup as Neve is like you literally like you said, right? They
Yeah.
go Terra Glider and like another thing, which
Uh-huh.
means it's 3 units, right?
Right,
Because
right.
Terra Glider spawns 1.
Yeah.
And then you don't have enough, right? There's no
Uh-huh.
way you can like triple Erasure in the middle of the game.
True.
Yeah, and then you start losing from there because like they'll hit you a bit and then Formidable Presence.
Yeah, it just gets to that point.
Yeah.
I have this interesting question as well, by the way.
Yeah.
So, like, the agent, right? I assume you kept it. It's an interesting point that Zelly was making against me, that he was saying that, like, with a double mulligan, they always deal with it. Like, they will
Okay.
always look for the snitzing or for the other guy. And then if you're on the play, it's kind of tough playing one card behind, right?
That's true.
So, like, we were talking about it with Zelly, like, even, like, keeping Stuart in the Earthen Mirror. Zelly was saying that you don't keep Stuart in the Earthen Mirror going first. Because they will always have the silence for it, and then you'll be playing one card down.
So my logic is a little bit different because like if you look at Steward and the agent, right? The agent is the priority snitching target.
Yeah.
Right. So in a sense, they were always snitching the agent. Then your Steward is free.
Yeah, I mean, but you're probably gonna play one, right?
Yeah,
like, when
yeah.
are you really playing? I'm just talking about like the turn one.
Yeah. I mean, I would always keep the agent over the Steward. for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah. So this kind of scenarios is like, I mean, like when I saw the Terra Glider being played here, I was a little bit happy because it's not Terra Glider for 6.
Yeah, that's
Right.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, so Terra Gliders are scariest turn 6 onwards because of like the obvious like high rolls with the Terra Mech and all that kind of thing.
It's looking pretty good for you. I feel like you can just remove stuff, right?
Yeah, so now the thing about this current situation is you can still play the Shroud removal game and be okay.
Yeah.
Like Honored Steward in this matchup is super premium. Right?
Yeah,
it's
it's
like I think the
pretty good.
best in this matchup.
I feel like it's really nice with. Do you play No Snitzen?
Yeah, I do.
That's pretty cool combo. The No Snitzing Steward. Like it lets you deal with the Terra Mech as well, which is nice.
Yeah, funny you mentioned this because before the nerf to Honored Steward, like Honored Steward was literally built in no snitching as well. Like you didn't even have to use the snitching to permanently remove a thing, you know, the Paragon. So went for the Adira here.
Yeah, I would do the same.
Not sure what I hit, but
Let's see it.
We'll see. Did I get a Terra Mech? No, I got pretty good. This is pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is good not just because I get to pick a unit, but it's also good because I remove 2 threats.
Ah, interesting. Oh, you draw so many cards.
Yeah, like I removed the Formidable and the other.
Oh, yeah,
glider
going
as well.
against regularity. Yeah, that's actually pretty big.
Yeah, so this matchup, honestly, at this point, it's like it's a lot of like it's a bit of tennis. It's like you're just going back and forth,
Back and
removing
forth.
stuff, developing stuff.
Oh, that's the word.
Yeah.
Wow. So good.
I always feel like if Shroud is in this position, it's very hard to lose the game from here. Because you are ahead on the board as well, right?
Yeah.
Then you just keep removing and pushing face,
I
and then
feel
you
like
play knee.
yeah, when how Earthen wins is like they just get ahead on board. Like exactly the thing I said, the 2 minion thing. I feel like from now on, like she has to deal with your board, so it seems really hard to both develop and deal.
Yeah, so going back to what you said about like Earthen being ahead on the board and then Shroud has to react, right? It stems a lot from the fact that like if the 0-3, if the Steward of the Garden doesn't get answered on turn 1, it really gets out of control really, really quickly.
Yeah. I assume you probably bank. Oh, how do you feel about the Dominion in this matchup?
Yeah, so Dominion in this matchup you hardly get to use, though,
Yeah.
right? Like, but if you do get to use it, it's because they decided not to. It's very weird because when they play around Erasure, they go wider.
Yeah.
Then your Dominion has
Yeah,
use,
their
you
Dominion
know?
gets better. Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting.
Oh, I mean 3-3, but she can't. Oh, there's no reveal there.
Yeah, maybe he just went Wong.
I would go Wong, I think.
Yeah, he goes Wong to find the.
Oh, he's already banked, so he can only go Wong, I guess. Wait, has he
No,
banked?
he hasn't banked, I think. I think he hasn't banked. He's
Oh,
on
why is the
4.
crystal not blinking? I would assume they will be blinking.
I don't know, man. But like, yeah, he's gonna, I think, do this to try and find the allocated provisions because he can bank and play it.
Interesting.
What do you think about Take It or Leave It in Nihimaya?
Wait, are you sure he hasn't banked? Why would he coin then?
Because he's confident he's gonna draw a 1.
Bro, that
It's very high chance you draw a 1, legit.
Really?
Like, yeah. There's like Relics, there's Steward of the Garden, there's Premier Conduits. There's a lot of 1s in Earthen, actually.
But what's the down? Like, was the banking like was the 3 mana 2/4 that important? For example, that
I think he values the units very highly in this matchup.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. What do you think about Take It or Leave It in Earthen, by the way?
Take it or leave it.
Yeah.
I think I liked the 1.
Okay.
I feel like the 1 to me is good because I feel like the 1 is always good. The only time I feel bad is where you draw both and you're like kind of in this spot where you don't want to bank anything and you have some coins and cards you want to play, but you just can't bank anything, right? So I like the 1 a lot. I ended up playing 2 this tournament, but I think if I went back to it, maybe I would play the 1 again. But I actually played the 2 because I was playing the Diplomat. I actually like the Diplomat quite a bit. I know it's a card that people moved away from, but free toned with, just card draw doesn't sound bad to me.
Yeah, so this is an interesting discussion. There's like 2 different schools of thought here. So basically, when it comes to Take It or Leave It, I feel like the less 2 drops you play, the more you have to play Take It or Leave It. Because if they silence your Steward, right, which they always try to find, you need to like on the draw coin out a 3.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so if you play more 2s, you don't have to do that. But yeah, so that's where
Yeah,
the
I
point
mean,
comes
I
in.
feel like the thing with Nehemiah is that you don't want to bank anything. Like you could even see it there. Like his cards were like he coined, right? So like I feel like when you don't really want to bank your cards and you play multiple coins, it gets like more complicated. But I mean, obviously, if you get to use the coins early and you have card draw, it's perfect, right? Like everything is great.
Yeah, if you look at the hand of Sparkling right now, it's just all good cards. You know?
It's
Like
good cards,
nothing you really want to bank, but you have to make a decision. Which also goes back to the point of why I think Parallel is insane, because like every turn, I think to me Parallel is really something like you have to make a very difficult decision every turn that will impact the future of the game if you make the wrong decision. You know? So it's like playing chess sometimes.
Yeah, the banking is really important. Like you could bank a card that you would end up like being like, damn, I needed this. I should have kept it.
And we talk about this a lot, right? You know, like every pro player we talk to banks differently. This is the game that every pro player makes the most different decisions.
I remember, like, I think the most times I've asked you about things when we like chat about stuff, I would like send you a screenshot of what to bank, you know? Because like I feel like I always find banking so interesting because everyone does it differently, and because like it depends on your plan, right? I feel like it kind of depends on how you see its matchup and what kind of plan you want to have. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. To me, it's the most interesting thing about Parallel, to be honest, when it comes. I mean, it's the thing that sets it apart from the other stuff, from the other TCGs for me.
Yeah, it's really a very difficult decision to make because like it really, like because you don't have that many cards in hand, you know. So like when you bank, you are really making a decision for the future, not just for the present.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
That's what did Sparkling do here. He plays the Solea. I think he's just thinking of what to bank, but I look to be really ahead here. I think I won this game, we'll see.
I would concede. I mean, I don't know. I guess you can get like Teramec or something, but
man.
I don't know. He's super far behind.
Yeah, and also I have card draw in hand. Brand's Expertise, though, like one of the best cards, I think, coming out of the Aftermath set.
Oh, yeah. That card is insane to me.
Yeah, like in Half Zone, there's 3 mana draw 2, right?
Yeah, there's 3 mana draw 2, and this one like even has the upside if you want the kickback.
2 mana draw 3 sometimes.
Oh, look at... Oh, yeah, actually, wait, the kickback here, he doesn't bear the card, but I guess you need the cards, huh? It's probably more important for you at this point.
Yeah, I just wanted to like draw more stuff to put on the board.
Yeah,
you know?
It feels like when they have that many cards anyway, you don't really care to give them an extra one, right?
Correct. Yeah, because the thing about giving your opponent cards is that's the thing about like the way Parallel is right now, because it's very tempo based. If you give them more cards, it's not they get more mana. You know?
Right.
They just get more cards, but the mana stays the same. So it doesn't really matter that much.
Can you do a play where you like AoE 3 minions here and like get your steward big?
No, okay, so what I was trying to do here was, if you see, I haven't banked. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to make him spore me. Yeah, so what I wanted to do was, because I was going to go coin Neve next turn. So I was making a board that was very inviting for him to spore. You know?
Interesting.
Yeah, so I wanted him to spore here so I could slam the Nehemiah because I had the coin.
Yeah, what I was looking at was like making like 3 minions to 2 health and then doing like a 2 AoE.
Right.
But
I mean, look at this, you know, if you had spore, you would spore here, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
100%, right? And then I'll go coin Neve and then he'll be stuck.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah, so you're basically setting up your Nehemiah turn. You're like, do whatever you want. I'm just going to coin Nehemiah next turn.
My Neve, yeah.
Yeah.
They're both, Nehemiah and Neve, Nehemiah and Neve.
Sorry.
But I would coin Neve next turn if he's spored, yeah. So I guess he's just thinking what he's gonna do to deal with this board. Like now that I can see his hand, I know that he doesn't have the spores, but like at that point in time when I was playing, I wasn't really sure, you know.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, spores is good here, but it's not like it...
It doesn't clear everything.
Yeah, it doesn't clear everything, so... And you have to pay 4 for it.
Yes.
Premium.
Yeah, so like Earthen in this spot is very weird because Earthen wins this matchup, like we said, like you put stuff on board first and then they remove.
Yeah,
It goes for the formidable.
Yeah.
Like the moment I saw this, I was like, the moment I saw this, I was like, I think I win.
Yeah. I feel like this is a play a lot of people do. They just get into this spot and they like play the formidable to clear like a couple of minions, but they can just never come back from it.
Exactly, because they lose the mana, right?
They're too far behind.
Yeah. So one of the scary things about playing Formidable Presence in this matchup is also because if you guys know the card Eclipse Fate can target the seeds, and then you lose the mana permanently when you remove all the seeds.
Yeah, that's so good.
Yeah. I'm not sure how he cleared here. Oh, so this was very interesting because the way he traded.
Setting up spores.
Yeah, it really looks like he's trying to spore me on the following turn, but this was I think a bluff. So it's kind of cool on Sparkling's side.
Wow, really? That's smart. You think so?
Okay, yeah, look at the trade. he did this. He didn't clear anything. It looks like he really wanted me to think he had spores, right?
Boy, but why this trade though? Was that not dying anyway? It had 3 health. So like, should he need to trade the Harp for the 1-3 or the 2-3?
That's true. Yeah, but I did think that like maybe he was like holding off on the spore or something.
Oh, is it like Photon? Is he trying to get Photon or something? I don't know.
I don't know, man. But like I thought he was trying to do something. I was very weirded out by the trades for sure.
Yeah, I'm wondering why he's getting your guys to 1 HP.
Yeah, but I just played a Neve anyway because
for
like
sure.
yeah, like just position properly around spores, I guess.
Yeah.
My companion was in the way.
Is this a good one?
I mean, this is good into spores.
Yeah,
this is insane into spores.
Oh yeah, that's a good one into spores.
It's free
for
damage.
Sure. Yeah. We take that.
It's your favorite card, Fino?
Oh, my favorite card. Oh, actually, I think this is one of the strongest cards as well.
Yeah, it is.
Nah, it's not Magna. It's not Magna.
Yeah, it's not Magna. It's close
exaggerate.
to like the kind of swing you get from Magna, but this one
Yeah.
you need to pair with Take It or Leave It.
Yeah. I think this is actually one of my favorite cards for sure.
Yeah, it's like my only card that I like in Organ Core.
What's your favorite card?
My
in
favorite
general?
card? It's still Black Market Fixer.
Black Market Fixer.
Yeah, but like in terms of like playable favorite cards right now, it's Memento.
Memento. Ooh, I love Memento decks as well. Did you play any Iraq?
I did. I didn't bring it this tournament, but I tried it.
I tried it as well. Yeah.
I felt like it just needed a bit more of a push.
Yeah, it's a cool deck, but I feel like it's the synergies with relics. I feel like because you always need 2 cards with it. It's not like Nehemiah where you just play 1 minion like Terra Glider. It feels like you need synergy with the cards. You need cards that like go together too much.
Yeah, so Sparkling now has 5 mana to work with, and there's a Hearth on the board. So I don't think he could actually do much. Probably just like try to survive here. If you look at his hand, I guess maybe he sets up 2+3, like set up the relic, and try to maybe top deck a Terra or roll a Terra or something.
Interesting spot here. So I guess there's no really point on like actually developing here. So you want to do the relic, and yeah, I guess a 6/6 just to get something on board, and then you just try to do like swing turn.
Yeah. So I think.
But what is even the swing turn like?
I mean, Terra Glider into Terramech, right? And then you use the Flourish and kill off some stuff.
Such a big board, though.
Yeah, I mean, you really just need to clear off the Neve.
Yeah.
That's the biggest threat on the board.
Is he playing 3 spores, or does he? How many spores?
I believe it was 2
2
last I
spores.
checked. Yeah. So the thing about like Earthen is you also need to go for some very big swings sometimes, right? Like you saw in the matches previously, people keep trying to roll the 6 for the Terramech.
Yeah, kind of important.
Yeah.
Yeah, but your hand is way too good here. Like.
Yeah, I got everything.
Yeah,
man.
you got everything.
Yeah, I got so much draw.
I mean, you know it's over here, and I think he also knows it's over.
so this is a very interesting conversation. Like in these kind of high stakes tournaments, and like live events and everything, you always make them play, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I mean, we love to like give it up when it's over,
Yeah.
but like in these kind of environments, you really just need to make them play.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Sparkling is just making me play right now in hopes that I don't know, make a mistake.
Right. I mean, I think it's also more just like you're just thinking, you're just like processing things, you know, like what's happening, like what am I doing next? I feel like I always think about what's the strategy in general at those points.
Yeah, so I picked the Terra Glider here because I knew this was how he could potentially swing the game back. Yeah, good job,
Yeah,
MB.
perfect. Yeah, this is just too clean. Like, you just have removal, you have card draw, you have more board development if you want. Like, it's just good, right?
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite things about Neve as a deck is because like it's like a control class, yes. We call it Shroud the control class, but Neve is like it has this one turn where it does this, and if you don't have the clear, it's GG. So yeah, I drew 3 cards here, and perfect showing of why Rummaging Researcher might be one of the best cards coming out of Aftermath. Right, good body, good effect. And it's better because everyone plays it as well.
Crazy card.
Yeah.
I love it though. I feel like it's one of the coolest cards. Like it's nice to play.
Yeah. Like it's literally better as a card because everybody plays it, right?
Yeah. To me, it feels like the replacement for LSC kind of because I love playing LSC. So this is like kind of the new LSC. I feel like just jam a card, you feel happy.
The new
you know?
neutral card that every deck can sort of play.
Yeah.
The only deck I don't play this in is in Sippy. I play this in every deck.
Yeah, Sippy, you don't play it.
Yeah.
I remember I was thinking that it would be good in Neos at the start because like you could get the 1/1.
I mean, Neas, the old Neas.
The old days, yeah.
Also, I don't know what I was doing. I attacked with the 0, I think just for fun.
Just for fun.
Maybe I was just BMing.
You just want to get some clicks in.
Oh yeah, I
That's
laughed. Yeah, I
okay.
was BMing for
Yeah.
sure. All right, so I think that's it. I think that there's no comeback, I guess, unless he draws with Researcher into something.
Hold on, I just realized you guys are playing no headsets. Was there no cast?
Yeah, no, this was pre-recorded.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
so
okay,
what we are doing
okay.
right now is we are like the Super Bowl halftime show. thing
Right,
now.
right.
Yeah, we're at the halftime show right now.
Cool.
Yeah.
Also, you guys are playing on the big screen, like.
Yep. We
Oh,
won
I
the big
see, I
screen and now
see.
we're doing the halftime show.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing there. Okay,
so
all
you
right.
can see it. Yeah,
Thankfully,
that's when you
thankfully.
actually give it up. Yeah, there's no hope,
shout
man.
out to Sparkling.
Yeah, shout out for Sparkly for hanging in there for as long as he could.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the next game. So now I'm on the board, right? 1v2, 1 to 2.
Yeah.
So
Tell me about this matchup.
This matchup is the bane of my existence, man.
Yeah.
So,
But I assume you're the kind of person that would learn how to play this well, no?
Yeah.
Or
yeah, I would know how to play this matchup, but the problem is it's naturally very long the
Uh-huh.
moment someone gets a Terramech down.
I feel like there's a lot of things, like the bugs, the way you play it, like the early game. I feel like there's so many details that actually kind of end up mattering in this one.
Yeah, so this matchup has phases. Like the first phase is if I have my steward, you must have a snitching.
Yeah.
If you don't pass phase 1, the game snowballs out of control
Yeah.
and it ends in 10 minutes. So if I have a steward, you have a snitching, then we go back to like, all right, let's go next, you know, like
Yeah.
the next part of the game. So steward on the board, I can play a 3 on 2 and then a 4 on 3 and then the usual snowball from the past. But now snitching is in the game, as you can see. Like I have the stewards and Sparkling has the snitching.
Are you playing 3 snitchings?
Yes.
3?
I
Okay.
play 3 snitching in every deck.
Yeah,
actually.
I see. I would honestly throw away the Steward here because I feel like I would keep the 1 and then I would look for the no snitching. I feel like the no snitching early game is so important because you don't want them to like get away, I think.
So it's quite interesting, right? Like if I'm keeping both the 0-3s, it's like even if I don't have the snitching, I can get a hit on mana if I play the second 0-3.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So over here I banked one of the I banked the relic removal, yeah. Because I was planning for this thing to always get snitching anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, so that I can spend my mana next turn with 1+1. And clearly
Snitching is always good because it always comes in handy late game against like the Terra as well, right?
Yeah, but in this matchup I think it's even more important to do it now.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just don't get out tempoed or
Exactly. Okay, I don't play this 1/4 in my back, the 2 mana 1/4, but I know it's insane versus Shroud.
Which one?
The 2 mana 1/4.
Oh, the 2 mana 1/4. Yeah, it's so good against Shroud. But I feel like it's only good against Shroud, like.
Yeah, pretty much.
I honestly like the Diplomat quite a bit. Me and Zelly, we both had this at the start.
Yeah.
But then we were like, we kind of wanted more card draw, and like the Diplomat just always seemed like pretty okay. So.
Yeah, true. I've been in spots as Nehemiah whereby you don't draw the Researcher and then you run out of your engine. Because Researcher does so much for this deck, right? It stops your opponent in the mirror from playing their Researcher.
It's probably one of the
most
key cards, I'd say.
Yeah. It draws your whole deck. Like every card synergizes with the Researcher.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, that's a. I guess he's gonna coin.
Yeah, I
here,
think he's gonna coin Nehemiah here,
Yeah.
which is actually a problem for me if you look at my hand. I can't do anything about it.
Right. So, is it crazy? I guess it's crazy to back the Terramech, right? Yeah, no, it's crazy. Never mind.
It's crazy, yes, crazy.
Yeah, it's
I think banking Terramech in this mirror is
It's just
borderline
weird because you
trolling.
use the coin, right? And then you also don't have a follow-up next turn, but...
Yeah.
Do you think it's ever possible to not coin here, though? No, right? You just have to find plays.
I feel like the idea with this matchup is you need a bit of tempo into the Terramech to seal the deal.
Yeah.
So I think that's exactly what he did here. Trusting in the top deck to try and draw something to play next turn, which is very likely, by the way. This deck is a lot of 3s and 4s.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is so strong, by the way. Yeah.
Yes, that's a good turn.
Yeah, it was this is a very bad position for me right now because I have no way of dealing with the 7/7. It cannot be snitching.
So what are you thinking here? What's the plan? Like, what are we doing here? Are we trying to like spores? Are we just contesting with minions? Are we playing our own Nehemiah? What are you thinking here?
So if I do a different play on screen right now, it's gonna bite me in the ass. But like, I think what I did is just draw cards because I want to save the coin to actually get out my Terramech earlier.
Okay,
and then draw the Altar of Gaia and then like get rid of his board, right?
All right.
So
I see.
I think I didn't coin my Nehemiah here. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Trust
Okay,
in
I
the
like
team.
it. I like it.
Yeah. So I drew cards. I'm accepting that I'm probably gonna get hit in the face a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
Card draw? Okay. Doesn't really do much. So how are we dealing with this Nehemiah now?
We can't.
Yeah, we can't, right?
We can't.
It's kind of tough.
So some of the players this tournament, I think shout out to Dropset and Yarla, my fellow teammates, they play this card called Solitary Confinement.
Solitary Confinement, yeah, pretty good card.
Yeah, I think the initial intention with Solitary Confinement is because we expected some brand in the tournament.
Oh,
right?
really?
Yeah,
Okay.
and without Solitary Confinement, I think it was like super hard for Nehemiah to beat
right.
brand.
Yeah, super
But it
hard.
also kind of just works in this matchup as well to, to
yeah,
bounce
it's
the
pretty good.
Nehemiah.
Okay, that's not nothing.
Okay, but I'll be honest, I don't know why I did this.
Actually, yeah.
I'll be.
I feel like you probably, especially with the Terra, like it's so good against the Terra. This one.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot remember why I did this, but I guess I was afraid of like.
I mean, you wanted to
dying.
tank the 7 because now your 2/5 tanks the 7, so it's like not too bad, right? I can.
That might be
it might have been good.
Yeah, but that might be why I did it actually.
Yeah.
Because like, the 5/5 had to trade
And also
at
now
least
you just
4.
take no down. Yeah, now Sports is good.
Yeah, now
Sports is
is
good, right? All of a sudden, we just go to a spot where Sports is fine.
Yeah, Fino reminding me that I'm actually good.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
It's
okay.
funny because like I feel like you're more locked in there, no? Like,
Yeah.
would you say so?
No, I wasn't. This was after 12 hours of play, and I was extremely not. I was
okay,
not
okay.
locked
So
in.
you're not
Fino.
locked in. Okay, got
I was
it.
not locked in.
Got it.
The first game that I lost to Sparkling, they didn't show I was not locked in.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So
4/6 is pretty big, by the way. It's like.
yeah, 4 mana 4/6. Honestly, 4s are pretty good for Nehemiah.
Yeah.
There's a lot. There's like this 4 mana 0/8 defender guy.
4 mana 0/8 defender.
Nehemiah's Faithful.
Oh,
Yeah. We
yeah,
used to play
card.
that. We
yeah, I
used
used
to
to
play
play
that.
that
It's been a while.
card, right? It's been a while indeed.
Yeah. You could tell I'm not that locked in. I'm playing at 1.5x speed. I never play at 1.5x speed.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, there's the, that's such a good hand from Sparkling though.
Yeah. He has a perfect curve into the.
I
what's that
would be
called?
very
Tarmac.
surprised if you managed to win this, Lambi.
We'll see.
We'll see. Don't spoil.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, he does. Based on Sparkling's hand right now, he has the perfect curve 5 into 6.
Yeah, pretty good 5 into 6 as well.
Yeah. Solea used to be one of those things in this matchup whereby if you get it off, you just win, right? Because like you play your Nehemiah, they play their Nehemiah, then you play Solea, and then use their Nehemiah to kill theirs for free.
Right.
Yeah. So I think over here, easy play for Sparkling.
Easy
just
play.
go 5 into 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is one of those interesting scenarios. Like we talk about like, snitching is great in the mirror for Terramec, but like it's also very contextual.
For
like
sure.
in this scenario, you can develop a bot, so like the snitching had to go.
Okay, yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're that low in cards and you're like pressuring as Sparkling is, like you don't really care about it that much,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, I was counting.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so actually I felt kind of okay in this
Yeah,
spot,
you're
right?
okay.
Because except Terramec.
I mean, there's one
Yeah,
card.
yeah, like literally exactly as
Yeah,
I was
there's
saying,
one
you
card
smiled
you
at
don't
me and
wanna
said
see,
it. Yeah.
exactly.
So except Terramec,
Yeah.
I think I was fine. But
Yeah.
lo and behold.
Well.
All right, let's see. Yeah, I probably just like played units.
Oh, 3.3 is lit.
Exactly. 3.3 is super lit.
Wow.
Except into Terramec.
You know what's more lit? Terra, man.
Terramec. The best legendary in the set. I think along with
yeah.
Eclipse Fate, top 2 for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy how the card kind of kept getting better as well
Yeah.
somehow, right? Like,
Yeah. I mean, Terramec was always like overstated. Like,
Yeah.
But it's,
yeah.
that's why it's a legendary.
All right.
So I
Do
was,
this
actually feeling, I was
first.
actually feeling pretty good here. You know, like you said, 3, and I'm pretty sure I did the caretaker as well.
I mean, you're just praying there's no like
Terramec.
Wog or Terramec, right? Because I feel like even Wog would be kind of annoying, but Wog is like
Yeah.
more beatable, let's say.
Yeah, thing about Wong is that at least I don't like lose on the board that
Yeah.
turn. So Terramec is just like, oh man.
The thing that kind of scares me a bit is that you don't have the Terramec yourself, but I guess you have the card draw here, so you draw like quite a bit of cards.
Yeah, I was digging so hard for it.
Right, yeah.
So
That's why this was such a good card as well, because you're just digging for the Terramec as well,
correct.
right?
Yeah, like in Earthen, Rummaging Researcher just makes so much sense because you reveal so much, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, reveal and conceal so much.
Oh, I guess we have a chance for a Terramec next turn with a glider anyway.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so now it's just I'm just praying, honestly.
Yeah.
Like you can't see it, but I was just praying that he doesn't have
Yeah.
a Terramec.
I would just be praying no Wog, no Researcher. I guess Researcher is like
Researcher is fine
okay,
because
yeah,
I have
we
mine
have
on
our
the
own.
board, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so this is what we meant by if you play Researcher first, your opponent's in this very awkward spot because
Yeah.
theirs will have to draw you cards as well
Right,
when it's played.
This becomes a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess you can even go 4-3 next turn. It's pretty good.
Yeah, 4-3 is insane.
Yeah.
But the problem is, like, if the Terramech drops, I'm on a clock.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem.
Yeah, we talk about like 2-turn, 3-turn clocks a lot in like card games. Basically, your opponent puts a big thing, you can't clear it, they hit you in the face, and then you know like, oh, I'm gonna die the next turn. That's a clock. Yeah. All right, so
I wonder what he's gonna do, Lambe.
I wonder what he's gonna do. I don't know, man. It feels like a very difficult decision, but a 6-mana 10-10 unkillable sounds nice.
I think we need to take our time here to
Yeah,
think
take our
of all the
time to
possibilities.
think about why a 6-10-10 is not that great. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, so he did it, right? Yeah, okay, he did it. Yeah, I was just thinking for a moment, like, wait, did he not do it?
I mean, he's like top 4, so
Yeah, he's
I
like
think
top
he
4, he
did
probably did it, yeah. Yeah, so this is interesting. Like, you like to play stuff to like not because sometimes you play big things in the middle, so your stuff on the side don't die to the spores.
Yeah.
But with Terramech, you really just never want it to die. So I would rather sacrifice my other units and let my DK units die and
interesting.
protect the Terramech for the long term.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Sparkling sees that as well.
Yeah.
Also, you probably trade something.
Ooh.
What would you trade here, Fino?
Do we really? I mean, I guess the researchers are more scary, no?
Yeah. Yeah, the thing about this matchup is outside of Wong, the standard lists have no draw outside Researcher and Wong. Yeah, so it's really just Wong, Researcher, that's it. That's all the draw you got.
Yeah.
And the thing about Researcher is that if it survives, the other cards in your deck become card draw, you know?
Yeah, right. Oh, he doesn't need to trade. He just makes sure, right? Okay, never mind.
Now we are way more screwed.
Okay. This was way better.
Yeah, it's way more, yeah. That's why we're here, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Researcher just literally makes more cards in your deck card draw, right? So I think it's a very premium kill for sure.
So what are you looking for? Is it only the Terramech, or is there something else that could like maybe save us here?
Yeah, so I was looking at my health. I think I'm at 19. He's at 18. I knew I might. Okay, context. I have no idea what's in his hand, right? Like in the past. So I knew that I could die to so many things. But this is, I believe, what I did. I think I played Terra Glider because I knew I had to play to win.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I think I played Terra Glider and I didn't die. We'll see what happens.
I mean, what else is there to do? I don't think there's anything else.
I mean, there is Nehemiah if you expect to die to Formidable.
Ooh.
But that doesn't win the game.
Right.
That doesn't win the game.
Yeah, exactly. You can do the line where you like survive, but you never win, or you can do the winning line, which is like the risky one.
I think one of the biggest like differences between like a good player and a pro player is like a lot of the pro players, they know how to see that there's no point surviving.
Yeah, exactly.
There's more point trying to win, you know? So I think trying to win is more important than just surviving, because if you're just surviving, you will die eventually.
Yeah, it's a thing that we say, it's like playing not to lose instead of playing to win.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And sometimes playing to win means doing risks like this, right? Like risking dying to Formidable.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like a part where people don't really understand that much, kind of.
Yes. It's a difficult thing to wrap your head around.
Oh, for sure.
Like, it's so risky, right?
100%.
Yeah, but like at the end of the day, you miss all the shots you don't take.
Yeah.
So yeah, I went for the Terra Glider here. I think if I missed, I died. So I'm not sure if I died. Let's see.
You don't have a defender though, right?
I do now.
Oh.
I do now, yeah. So yeah, if I missed this, I kind of just died because the Formidable presence in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so taking the risk paid off.
All right. Pretty good.
Still losing.
There's a 10-10.
Yeah, there's a 10 unkillable.
Well, here's where you get like you keep getting VT'd and everything dies for free until you draw the thing.
Until you draw the thing.
So I guess we just need the silence here, the no snitzing, because you can kill your relic.
So this is the Yarla Lambi special. We always try to attack the thing that wants to die.
Oh my god, dude.
This is the Yarla Lambi special. We always attack
the thing. You guys
are
my enemies, dude.
Yeah, we will try to do it. We call it the BM trade. We will try to make the trade even if 99% of the time it fails.
Guys, don't alt-tab against Yarla and Lambi. Don't do it.
If you alternate tab versus us, your unit will die for no reason.
You're getting punished if you alt-tab.
Yeah, 100%. Do not alternate tab versus myself and Yarla. But yeah, the thing is, it's just interesting because like it's you're allowed to make the trade.
Oh yeah.
It just never works until it does.
It never works.
Until it does.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right. So now we are alive. But yeah, still losing because the Terramech will just slowly farm all my units.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's this spot where you just have to sacrifice so many of your units until you draw the cards you need to deal with it.
So the reason why the Earthen Mirrors is very long is because like even if they have the Terramech, I can just wall up, right? Wall
just buy time,
and hopefully get my Terramech, and then it becomes an hour-long game. Yeah.
Because the thing is, when you get the Terramech, especially if you have Defender on board, then you just add it to your Terramech, and then you're like in a Terramech standoff, right?
Yes, yeah, this Terramech standoff, and that's
Yeah.
why I think some lists they play this card, hold the line.
Hold the line, yeah.
Yeah, it's just to really pop the shielded on
Yeah,
the
I like it.
Terramech, yeah,
I
and then
like
you play
it.
snitching.
Did you end up putting it back in the deck? I remember you cut it.
Yeah, I did.
You
I'm playing the
Yeah.
hold the line literally for this matchup.
Yeah. That's what we decided with Zelly as well. It was like pretty good for the mirror, right?
Yeah, so going into this tournament, I feel like a lot of the time I was never going to be banning Earthen, so I didn't want to lose this.
Oh, you had like a flexible ban as well, you were saying as well,
correct.
right?
I went into
remember
this tournament
Zelly
with
talking
flex
about
bans,
it,
yeah. Right, so we are talking about a lot of random things right now because it's really just about like me trying to survive and Sparkling just not letting me survive right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really that much to say. You just do your play, we wait to see the animations, and you just have to draw no
Yeah,
slits
but he
in.
drew the Wong.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly what happened to me yesterday with Zelly. Like
Okay,
he played
what
turn
happened?
3. He played turn 3 Terramech in the mirror.
Wait, turn 3?
2-2. We were 2-2 in the mirror.
Okay.
I went second. He went Stuart into something, into coin Terramech.
Wow.
And I actually it got close. Like I drew my Terramech, I dealt like with his, but then he also had to deal with mine. So
Right.
oh, he drew Wong at this spot. It was this spot. He was like out of cards because of the coin Terramech, and he had Wong on 5. So
Classic
I was like, damn.
Zelly, so
Yeah,
yes.
classic Zelly, dude.
All right, so yeah, so now it's really just a matter of like Sparkling not giving me too much time because I think he also knows I'm trying to do just one thing. I'm just really trying to find the Terramech.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I think he wants to like kill off on my board before I actually eventually get it. Especially the defenders, by the way.
I feel like the game plan is pretty straight up for both of you right here. Like you're just trying to deal with the Terramech or draw your own Terramech, and he's just clearing as efficiently as he can while he has the lead.
Yeah. This matchup itself could really go on for like an hour simply because the Terramech tennis is just it's a standoff, like literally a standoff. Yeah. Yep. So basically, what I did here was I think I tried to roll a Terramech again.
I know I would go for that.
Yeah, I would probably go for that. Yeah.
You don't have Defender though, which is
Yeah, I think what I wanted to do, because I was at 19, right? I wanted to go like Terramech, try and get Terra Glider into Terramech, and then use the Relic repurposing to blow up my own Relic and trigger the Flourish. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so I would like kill off his... I would be able to Flourish and kill off a 4-4, and then I would be sort of alive at 19. It's all very copium, yes. It's all very copium.
Is that really worth it though? Like just to kill a 4-4 to kill your own Relic and not be able to deal with a Terramech after? Like
I mean, I would die.
You would
There's
die.
20 on the board,
yeah.
so yeah, there's 20 power on the board. No, 22 power, 21 power on the board.
That's why I wonder if they play something just like you go for Terra and you hope to high roll like stuff, you know? What do you think about that?
No, it's kind of weird, right? Because like I believe in trying to like take risks, but Terra is like you need Terra and then it spawns the right thing as well. So sometimes you don't have a choice, but it's really difficult to make the call. Yeah, so over here, I think what we are doing here with the sports is just to like gradually whittle down the board a little bit.
Yeah.
Hopefully still... I mean, at the end of the day,
Chip the
everything
board a
that's
bit.
happening right now is just like trying to draw the eventual Terramech.
Yeah, you're just holding. Just holding, basically.
Yeah. Like every later turn that I take to draw the Terramech, I'm just losing resources every turn,
would you keep it on the play going first, like with nothing else?
That's a very interesting question, actually. I don't think I would, but maybe if I have a steward, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because the thing about Terramech in this mirror match is it's so swingy, right?
Second? Going second?
I might, yeah. Because the thing is, going second, you have more cards in hand.
You have more cards. You have more chances to get what you want,
things,
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
What do you think about the going second versus first, by the way? No,
Like
I feel like
now?
it's become way better, but I feel like maybe it's even too good for the second sometimes.
100%. I actually am actively looking to go second right now.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of decks you want to go second with.
Yeah, like basically because going second now you have more chances to find your like premium turn
Exactly,
one.
yeah.
And you also have more chances to find no snitching.
Right.
Which hits everything. It hits the Steward of the Garden, it hits Embedded Agent, it hits basically everything.
It just punishes all their turn ones, right? Like the guy on the play.
Yeah, it's so weird, right? Like 3 months ago nobody wanted to go second.
Yeah.
And then now everybody wants to go second because you got the double mulligan and like more cards in hand.
I mean, honestly, that was one of my favorite changes. I don't know how you felt about that, but like I like the way they're approaching the changes. I feel like they're doing like innovative things. Like even the not banking the card. I thought like making a card not bankable, to me that was like genius almost, because it's such a great way to nerf a card, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I think the take it or leave it nerf where you couldn't bank it was like the smartest nerf
Such a good
ever.
nerf. And the thing about it is that you can always incorporate this type of nerf into other cards that are like kind of too strong in
Yes.
the same way. So it's like it's a nice nerf for a lot of cards to maybe tune them down a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this game right now, we are just still in the same spot, just trying to survive.
Okay.
Waiting to the turn.
How much is it going through the motions here, Lambi? Did you think you had a chance for real?
Okay, so this is a question that I know only you will ask me because I think you thought about this before as well, and I can honestly tell you that I did not think I was really gonna win this.
Okay.
I'll be honest. Like in this spot, I know because we play this game so much, right? We can sort of see ahead.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I didn't really think I was gonna win this,
Yeah.
but like that 1% chance is enough.
I was in exactly the same spot against Zenly yesterday. We were playing the mirror. I was like losing pretty badly like that. And I was like doing, I was always doing like the facial expressions, you know, like I was just going through it because I knew it was over, but.
Yeah, so this is the kind of game on ladder that you are gone, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm gone in the ladder, but like this is like we are playing for so much money right now.
Yeah.
And even 1% chance of...
Well, in the ladder though, your opponents are not, you know, sparkling.
Yeah,
Maybe if your opponent's like a random player, you probably wouldn't leave. But if it's one of the good players, you for sure
My
leave, I
ladder
think.
opponents are not like the top 16. Not always anyway. But yes, like in this tournament when you're playing for so much,
you have to stay. Yeah,
even a 1%, even a 0.1% chance, you have to stay in and hope, right?
100%.
Just hope and pray. Like I was watching some of the games yesterday, and like there was some impossible situations.
Yeah.
But you know, like the string of draws can just happen.
I mean, we almost saw it earlier.
Yeah, with
yeah,
Gmon and Yarla, right?
Yeah, we almost saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Gmon just like drew runner.
Yeah.
The perfect scenario,
It
right?
was.
Like,
Yeah.
it was not likely, it was impossible most of the time, but like that's why
Even
you
into
stay.
the no Snitsik, I remember it was like an insane turn. Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Your board is gone.
Yeah, I'm trying my best not to say that like it's over, but you know, it looks very over.
Yeah, it does.
It does look very over. Okay, but there is one more play that could be made here because next turn I'll be on 8 mana. So we could go something like Terra Glider, go for the 6, get the Terramech, play the Formidable to stall a turn, and then draw Defender.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, that could work.
That was literally the play.
That could work.
Yeah, that was literally the play.
Yeah.
You go 4 into 4.
That's a crazy thing about this part. Like, it doesn't matter how dead you are. If you manage to get the Terramech and get it sealed dead, and he can't deal with it, you're chilling, right?
Yeah, so basically if I found the Terramech here, we would be playing for another hour.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yep, so that's what I did, I think. I went for, I guess, a 6.
Did you get it? We'll see.
I mean, I got the Defender now.
Oh, the Defender
I got the
nice.
Defender now,
Okay.
so...
I mean, that doesn't say you still have to go for a 6, right?
Yeah, 7's not winning. I mean...
Yeah.
Okay, 7 is winning if you go 7 into 6. Like, your 7 spawns a 6. But that's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, I think you just go for the 6
I went for the... I'm pretty sure I went for the 6, yeah.
Oh, is there any point? Yeah, I guess you should probably do the 6/5 first, right? Make it attack, so you shuffle the castles first, and then you play the 4.
But if I do that, then he draws with the researcher.
Yeah. Oh, there's even a researcher,
yeah,
man.
that's why the researcher is such a good card. So the earlier you play the researcher, the higher chance it's difficult for your opponent to come back because they draw cards as well.
I feel like researcher locks the game here because like your only out is like that thing we talked about. But then if he gets cards, it feels like he will just be able to deal with it.
I don't have a choice. I gotta give him the cards.
No, you don't have a choice. No, you don't have a choice.
Going for 100%. I believe the 6 and we'll see if we hit.
Let's see it.
We'll see if we hit.
Let's see. Come on.
Yeah. So this is the power of the researcher. They always draw. And I hit the rolls again.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess not meant to be this time.
Yeah.
Not meant to be this time, right?
Yeah, not meant to be. Yeah, the Earthen Mirror is like kind of all over the place, right? And it could be anyone's game, it feels like.
Okay, but Fino, the thing I enjoy about the Earthen Mirror right now is because it's so like based off what you get from Terra Glider, right?
Oh yeah.
And we are in Vegas, man.
If there's any place,
if there's any place to hit your Terramax, it is in Vegas.
This is it.
And I did not hit my Terramax.
Yeah.
So
well,
saving the luck for Vegas.
Yeah, better luck on the tables, I guess.
Yep. The
Pretty
funny
good
thing
series,
is,
though.
but we're not dead yet. We have Formidable. So we're not exactly dead. I mean, we will die eventually, but like, we're not dead yet.
I guess you have more time to stall for the Terra.
Yeah. I guess I wanted to be on stage a bit too much.
Right. So I guess are you doing 1 here, Lambi? I guess, right?
So if you go for just 1 defender, you lose to no snitching.
Oh,
so I think you
so
always
have
go
to
for
go
2
2,
unless you have a specific like mana that you
Never mind.
like looking to
Oh, 2 is
exploit.
fine here, right? Because we don't really
You don't
need
play
the
around 2
mana.
snitching. So.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm not sure if I went for 1 or 2 here. We'll see.
Maybe you.
Maybe I went for 1 because I lose anyway if I don't have the mana, right? Oh, I didn't even do it. I did this.
Oh, you didn't even do it?
I think I was greeting this because I feel like I needed to use the formidable to stall later. Yeah, so I.
It's not the winning play again, right? But
No, I guess the winning play was actually this because the formidables could stall you a turn later.
Right,
you know?
right, right,
Like this
right,
is like taking the risk now in hopes of like.
oh no, this is way better, I think, actually.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
that I think about it.
Yeah, this is sort of the winning play.
Because he only has 1 minion anyway.
2. But yeah.
I mean, one that can kill
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
I
one that
meant.
can kill my stuff, yeah. Yeah, so he drew the Caretaker, which I think he plays to draw 1 more card. Yeah, so this is what I mean by Researcher being so OP in this deck, because he turns every card into card draw.
Every card into card draw.
Which is mad, yeah.
In your opponent's cards into card draw as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a Researcher is like, I think, might be the card of the set, like Aftermath, I feel.
I think me and Zelly were doing like a preview of like rating the cards. I think we
Okay.
had it like second. Or
Second best?
I think we had it second
What was
best, yeah.
first?
I think first we had the Cathy unit. Either the Cathy unit or... I mean, our top 5 was the Relic, the Cathy unit,
Okay,
Terramech, and the 2-4.
Oh, the
one that
2-4.
got nerfed, the vehicle.
CHE.
Yeah.
Pre-nerf CHE,
Yeah,
yes.
that's it.
Yeah, that was probably the top one.
Ridiculous card. You remember that was like a
yeah.
1 card deck.
Ridiculous
like,
card, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think back to this game for a bit. I was optimistic that I was maybe still alive because he was hitting the 12 into my 4. But I think not for much longer. I had 3 health, so... I do believe there was a way he could lethal me with Formidable here if he did it right.
Did you have too many tones?
I have only 2 defenders right now. I don't know if you could have done it this turn.
Bro, you literally have 3 right now, no?
Oh yeah, 3 defenders, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I'm alive for now. I do have a Wong in hand though, which could I don't know, draw something useful.
There is no line here I can think. I feel like the Terra just got too much value at this point that even if you draw it...
His Terramech kind of literally soloed the game,
It's solo,
right?
it's solo the
It's
game. I mean, it just takes so much value because it's like 1 HP for like a card.
Yeah, exactly. You trade 1 health off the Terramech for any unit.
Any unit, yeah.
Yeah, so...
A bit late, but...
Yeah, I'll probably just play the Wong and see what I got, but I don't think we found anything... Like, I think this is just a masterclass in me surviving but not really winning.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't really find the card that I need, you know.
Yeah.
I was just doing what I could to...
I mean, this is
live.
the only thing you can do, right?
Yeah.
Well, we can silence the Terra finally, 20 turns after, but I feel like it's probably got the value.
Exactly. So this
already.
is what I did. I didn't pick the silence because I knew I needed the draw. I needed the draw from the cache to find something useful.
You don't draw?
I do. Yeah, I play the cache and I draw another card.
Wait, I'm sure I've drawn cast with Wong and it didn't draw me the card. Was it bugged?
No, it works this way.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So basically, I wanted to draw like a more useful card, but I didn't find it. So
okay.
walled up again. Just keep walling up and
Yeah,
walling
yeah.
up. I mean, this just shows the power of Terramech in the mirror, and I think like going back to the point that you mentioned about keeping it in the mirror, in the mirror.
It's the
I
most
think
important
you
card.
actually
It's
do.
just the most important card, right?
Like the more we talk about this, the more I feel,
Yeah.
and the more I watch this, I think whether you have like on the play, on the draw, on the mirror or whatever, I think you actually keep the Terramech.
It just comes down to that. Like at
Yeah,
the
yeah,
end,
I
like it
actually
just
think
comes
you
down to
do
that.
keep the Terramech in
Yeah.
every situation.
It was interesting how you managed to survive this game though, because I feel like that 7-7 early game was like super threatening, but you actually somehow managed to like stabilize, but it was just too much.
Yeah.
The follow up on 6. Yeah, the 6 into Wong after that start was rough. Yeah.
So now we're just really just surviving. And yeah, I do think he closes this game out really soon. I mean, I'm literally
even
out of
now
stuff.
it seems like it's possible. He has 2 4s.
Yeah, let me see. So I have a 1 defender, 2 defender.
Oh, you have way too many defenders, dude.
3 defender. I do think I die here though. Vaguely recall me dying here, but I can't remember how he did it.
Bro.
Let's see. It's too much brain cells,
Maybe
honestly.
he has too much damage, just like trading everything. Oh.
Maybe the slinger.
I feel like that's good because it kills like.
Dude, I find it so weird that there's a slinger in Earthen. Like, I've never played slinger in Earthen.
I feel like I've played 1 before, but it's Slinger has like gone down quite a bit, like in.
Yeah, we always joke about this. Like Slinger's literally Alvin Archer from Hearthstone.
Yeah, it
and no one
is.
plays Alvin Archer in Hearthstone. But I guess now Slinger is still kind of relevant in parallel.
Yeah, it feels like Slinger's the kind of card that keeps getting less relevant the more good cards are printed.
Yes,
though,
literally.
Right?
So I think my pitch is that the more sets we have in this game, the more chance Slinger becomes irrelevant.
100%. Yeah. I feel like it's. I like this word inevitable.
Inevitable.
that it becomes.
Yeah.
That it becomes irrelevant. But
maybe Deception makes a Slinger irrelevant. We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah. So the Formidable comes down here, and I believe that is potentially lethal. Yeah, that's lethal. That's lethal.
That's enough.
Yeah, he goes like 2 of them into the 2-4,
Yeah, it's
2
enough
of
for
them into the
sure,
5-4,
for sure.
and then the 12-8. 12-6 goes face. And yeah.
Yeah, it's just enough.
Sparkling, signed, sealed, delivered, locking me out of a top 4 finish.
GG's.
Well played. And yeah, that is effectively going to be the game. Me just looking blocking just because I can block, not like it really matters at this point. I think I was dead about 20 minutes ago, but this is just a show of like you never give up in these kind of tournament scenarios because there might be always a chance, you know.
For sure.
Yeah, of finding that Terramag to like close out the game. But yep, so that's effectively how I got knocked out of the tournament. Congratulations to Sparkling.
GG's.
Also commiserations to Sparkling for already being knocked out at this point in time. Yeah, so I hope you guys enjoyed that commercial
Pretty good series.
break.
Yeah, it was nice. Nice conversation. I feel like we touched some good points.
All right, so with that being said, thank you so much for having us here. This is Lambi series, and this is Fino, and we'll be signing off right
Thanks
now.
for
Thank you so
watching,
much for
guys.
having us, guys. We'll see you guys real soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
That was amazing cast by Fino and Lambi. Now, I would call that a castception right there. That's it.
Yeah, awesome. Lambi obviously commentating his own match there.
Yeah.
And I think it's just fascinating because you don't often get to hear that high-level gameplay
That's right.
commentary from players just because, of course, they're playing themselves. But Fino, he has, I think, like 6 or 7 years now of streaming experience on Twitch. Lambi has, I think, like 3 years with Marvel Snap. So all in all, they are one of the best, not only the best card game players of all time, but also some of the best minds, some of the best commentators. So really, really special to be able to get to hear that from them.
Yeah, they're amazing chats as well for for giving us their time to cast these matches, and special mention to Lambi for reliving the pain of being eliminated during that match. Right, so press F in the chat, guys, for Lambi, and also amazing performance for their cast and insights as well. And it's time for us to get a review on the bracket of what has happened for today. For those of you who are watching over at Twitch, we're going to be looking at the brackets, upper bracket and then lower bracket right now. So here, I'm going to be asking, that's yet again, for another recap of the bracket as we've had a while ago, yesterday, the last part of yesterday, which is round 3 up to today.
Yeah, so once again, Jarla took a 3-1 over Brighty, allowing Jarla to get there into the semifinal spot in the upper bracket. Jamon down here has taken it over Sparkling 3-1 to go and face Jarla, which has already concluded. Jarla is going to be taking it 3-0 against Jamon, and he's going to be taking it all the way there to the very, very last spot of the upper brackets.
Yeah, but it's not yet the end for Jamon as we look at the lower bracket. And, it's not yet the end because he has one more life, as Detsy said a while ago. And with that, let's have a short recap of what happened so far for the lower bracket.
All right, so the most recent match that we just had, Sparkling versus Zelyasir over here. Sparkling being just knocked out in the very, very end here in the lower bracket by Zelyasir. Excelsior, can you take us through the path that Sparkling took and all the players he took down to get to that very, very last point against Zelyasir?
Man, it has been a a kind of an easy road for Sparkling. For Sparkling so far. But he got taken out during that last match. So let's look at where he came from. Like, this was one of the matches, and he won against Thais, and he moved on forward and lost at some point. I think if I remember correctly, it was Yarla who beat him. Or, yeah, maybe let's look at a bit of the bracket a while ago.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and at that point that you watched that match against Lambi series, the one that Fino and Lambi casted, and it was a straight up 3-1 right there. And up to that last moment that we had a while ago, early into this the day, is Sparkling got a huge defeat and was eliminated by Zeliaser with that 3-1 matchup. And, you know, I think it's time. Let's see. It's time to remember the fallen heroes yet again from the top 16. So we have top 3 players now. That means 13 players have been eliminated from the tournament. And let's go in with round 1. Exits from Hylos Diardi, Tyler, Kintsugi, and then Viper. And then round 2, we have Thais, Perp, Sequinox, and Fino. Moving forward to round 3, we have Jobsad, Dual Note, and to round 4, recently, we've had Lambi Series and Brighty. And now, moving forward to the lower bracket finals, guys, it's going to be an amazing matchup between Gmon and Zeliaser, as we can see right here. Now, with this kind of matchup, man, I am remembering like Gmon having a hard time during his match against Yarla. What do you think is going to be happening with this kind of matchup?
So once again, Gmon, I believe he is the most unexpected, I think, or at least the least known player to make it all the way to the end here. While Zeliaser and Jarla are going to be players that everyone else is probably not surprised that they made it all the way to the pinnacle of both the upper and the lower bracket. So Jamon, I think, has a lot to prove to himself here, and also to prove to others that he is that he can compete at this level. While Zeliaser and Jarla are going to be focused on defending their reputation as some of the greatest gamers in the scene.
Yes, and we saw Jimon kind of a struggle a little bit against Jarla. But if he got that far, that means he is that good, right? And talking about good players, Zeliaser has been struggling over at the lower bracket. Not really struggling, though. He was like, he had a hard time trying to move forward over the lower bracket, but he has been successful. Like, he has trudged on, he has fought on, and he has had an amazing performance so far, especially the last one, getting a 3-1 against Sparkling and even eliminating him from the tournament. Now, again, we had our fearless forecast a while ago, man. I'm still going to stick with Zeliaser so far. I've seen this guy, I've watched his matches, and it has been clean, so clean with the decision-making that he's been doing so far. And with that, man, I think it's gonna be an amazing finals, but it's still up for grabs. It might be Gmon right here, man, right?
I mean, it is a card game, so there's an element of luck and variance within it. But the thing is that if you really, really pay attention to Zeliaser and Jarla's play, as the commentators will be walking you through, you will just see that these guys are on an absolutely different level. The way that they plan their turns meticulously, and they know what's happening in the bigger macro of the game.
Yes, and for everyone there over the chat, guys, type it in. Who you think will be winning this matchup? Is it going to be Gmon or is it going to be Zeliaser, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of support from our players, or rather our community over Twitch chat, and even here over at the HyperX Arena. And talking about support, I'd like to take this moment to thank the Echelon Prime Foundation for giving us an opportunity to have a big competition, or even supporting all the events over at the Parallel League. Thank you again to Echelon Prime for making this happen. Man, amazing, amazing support. And with that, I think can we go? Can we go to the player walkouts right now?
Yeah, it looks like the matches all are ready, and we are gonna go ahead and throw it over to you guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting again with our live matches. Now, it would mean the world for these players if you can start heading to your seats so we can give them the support we need. I repeat, if we can start heading to the seats for the grand finals that are going to be happening soon, it would mean the world to us. Thanks for your support. Now, I'm going to invite our first champion to the lower bracket final. It's going to be Zali, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Jimone. Welcome, Jimone, to the stage. All right, thank you very much. I'm just going to ask you all one question. What does it mean to you to win this and go to the grand finals, Zali?
I mean, it would be like, for me, it would feel deserved. I have worked very hard this year, and I can't imagine a better final than Jarla and me. I know he's scared, so hopefully I'm there.
Thank you very much. And Jimone, what does it mean to you if you were to go to the grand finals?
にとってはどういう意味ですか？
そうですね。自分はアナウンサーの人からあまりよく知らないんだけどみたいな話し方をよくされてたので、今回で知らないとは言わせないようになりたいと思います。
From a lot of people here and the announcers, they were saying that people don't know Jimon that much, but he wants to tell them that Jimon is here to stay and win.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting the finals of the losers bracket right now. Good luck. And casters, go.
Welcome, everybody. We are here at the Parallel Prime Championship for the lower bracket finals. This is insane. Zeliuser against Jimon. I'm super hyped. Ali, how are you feeling? We've gotten all the way towards the end of the tournament.
I am literally so excited. And can I just say how epic that was that Jimon was like, I am here to stay. Like, going into this match, that was awesome. So yeah, let's get to it. Let's take a look at the deck list, see what we're working with, and get on with the match.
I'm super excited to see these guys go at it. We're gonna look at Zeliuser's decks really quick and get you all set to go for this match while the players get set up here. Zeliuser's rocking an Earthen. We saw this in a lot of the streams on yesterday and today. I mean, he did really well with this deck. Some key things, he's got the double relic setup. That pairs really well with the Terra that he's running and the Terra Glider insertion vehicle, that core package that you're looking for in that mid-range, right, with the Rummaging and the Caretaker. But yeah, this did work for him. He got a lot of good matches out of this. Very fun to watch matches on stream, and he did really well with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. We just got word, by the way, that Zeli has banned Markolian and Jimon has banned Scipius. So interesting, different bans.
Yeah,
we'll see how it works out.
Strategy's a little different.
Yeah, let's see. Let's go on to the next deck from Zeli here. Neve, potentially my favorite. Let's see what we got. Neve has been one of the most popular Shroud Paragons at the tournament. We got the Eclipsed Fate, of course, the 3 copies of the Dominion to potentially deal with any pesky wide boards. We got Malia, unnerved with her heal back. And yeah, I mean, Neve has done some serious work, but I've been surprised that it actually has lost to Earthen more than a few times. So interesting. All right, we can move on to the next one.
All right, we got Scipius here, and Scipius has been used to be the tried and true, but not too much right now. People are letting it on the board. They're ready to verse each other. I heard some discussion amongst the players. What do you think about letting Scipius or not? There's no consensus yet amongst all of them on like what's the right answer. So there's 2 different kind of philosophies going on. This build's got the double Master Poisoner and the Akara. Not seen too much. Radiant Legion and the Drusian Exorator, which is kind of like replacing the Killpox nowadays in some builds. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean...
And the Rubicon.
Yeah.
the Rubicon, love to see it.
Exactly.
Oh, and his Synchronicity, that's one of my favorite cards in the game. Love to see that as well. All right, we can move on to Jimon's Neve deck. Looking very similar to Zelly's as well. Of course, you have the Lord Har, very annoying minion when played against. Looks like we've got Adira, absolutely core. 3 copies of Treacherous Scheming, trying to snipe some powerful stuff. And 3 copies of Take It or Leave It as well in the Neve to try and maybe cheat her out early.
All right, let's see the next one coming from Jimon. This is the Catherine. Just to remember, looking at those vehicles is really important here. He's got the double Bloodhound transport with the triple Vindicator Rapid Assault vehicle. So some players like to do one or the other, but he's opting for both to kind of still keep that power package in the mid game. Pathfinders instead of the Mercenary Gunslinger. The Memento is kind of standard. The 1 tech Catherine expertise. Otherwise, you know, pretty standard aggressive Cathy lineup.
Looks strong to me. All right, let's move on to the next. We've got an Earthen for Jimon here. 1 copy of Hold the Line. We don't see people including that every single time, so that's good. 3 copies of Spores. We do actually have Terra in the main deck, the Verdant Mentor. That's not always a popular choice to have her in there as well, so love to see that personally. And of course, you've got the Terra Mech Shield Titan and the Terra Gliders, the absolute core of the deck.
All right, with all the decks put out, now we got the game, what everyone's been excited for. These guys are locking in their decks right now. Ali, what do you think they're going to go with first?
Oh, man. That is a great question. I feel like potentially starting with their most aggressive decks could be the move. Like, we might see Scipius and Cathy get pulled up on the opposite side there, potentially.
Yeah, I could see a world because I could see a world where Jimon brings out maybe the Neve because he let Scipius through.
Exactly.
Zelly's like, okay, I just go aggressive.
Yeah.
You ban my Cathy, I just go straight for it.
Potentially starting Earthen as well. That could be a move. But it does seem like people seem to hold back the Earthen a little bit for the later games. So
it's a little scarier. I mean, like the game plan, it's a good deck, but like some of it requires like the rolls on the Terra Glider and things like that. And then the stress of like your steward getting snitching. But we have our matchup right now. Zelliser locks in the Neve, and Jimon gets his Cathy. Looking at the mulligan right now from Zelliser. Let's see what he decides to keep and send back.
I mean, honestly, that's not a bad opening mulligan there. You've got the Embedded Agent, a Stewie, potentially could hold on to that no snitching, but he decides to send it back there.
Yeah, not a bad starting hand at all. He can put pressure immediately with the Embedded Agent, and then lead into like Dominion with the Steward later on. It's a pretty good start. Looking at Jimon's starting hand, Bannerman, Fleet Machinist. Oh, another 1-drop with a Trigger Happy Trooper. Now it's looking real solid. This was good. Now it's even better. He's got the next 3 turns pretty much mapped out for him, and they're aggressive.
That is a nice Cathy hand there, Muka. Yes, it is. You want your 1 into double 1, and then leading into the Catherine's Rallying Cry. Jimon's got these first few turns on lock, to say the least.
For sure. And then even the Bloodhound Transport getting action here. You can see the value that it gets rid of. It could get rid of the Embedded Agent right away. Yep, that's what he's going to trade for. So he doesn't have to worry about that. The Shield Pod lives also, which is pretty valuable. Jimon draws into a no snitching, and we see a Baron from Zelliser. We've seen some games on stream where Zelliser rolls the 0 drops. He believes that it is the best to roll with Baron, the 0 drops. Ali, how do you feel about that one?
I mean, hey, Zelly's the one in this tournament pushing for the final championship, so I'm inclined to trust him, to say the least.
It makes it, I mean, I like it a lot. There's a lot of good hits. We've seen him roll Tioli into Tioli. The caches, there's a lot of them that are good to hit, right? Giving shielded or +1/+1.
Even a no snitching.
Exactly, yeah. So there's a lot of good hits in 0 right now. The worst one maybe being the Earthen heal, but aside from that, everything is very good.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're playing against Markolian as Shroud, you're already a little stressed, but especially based on this
Oh my
hand.
god.
Oh my god.
He's already done this once before.
Wow.
He's doing it again.
Zelly, really? This guy.
We are going to get a double Tioli into Adira on turn 3. Let's see what the Adira gets.
Absolutely absurd.
He's going to attack into the Fleet Machinist. What are the options? All right, he's taking some of the 1-drop core. Crimson, immediate pickup.
Actually, the Machinist Okay, no actually vehicle in the deck there.
Yeah, it used to be way back in the day, like the Spectre attack
Yeah,
craft or something
exactly.
like
Or
that.
like a glaive or
Yeah,
something.
the glaive.
Yeah,
Yeah, you could hit a glaive also. That's very true.
Wow. Man, Zelly's good. Zelly's good at this game. Let's go. Turn 3, Adira.
In this tournament, he's definitely had a lot of main character energy.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
sure,
I mean, both these guys are competing to verse the final boss. That'll be Jarla, so that'll be tough. But if anyone, both these players are game to do it. But Zeliuser's definitely showcasing a little flair in these games.
Look, I gotta say, I mean, that was obviously insane, but based on the current state of the board, I mean, this is still a ton of pressure. Kathy can come down next turn, and Zelly's kind of out of, I mean, sort of out of cards.
Yes.
I mean, he's got.
I mean, it's
an
very
erasure,
true.
but-
Jamon will be able to, deal with this promptly, and then Zeliuser has only one removal right now. He did end up banking the Dominion, so he's gonna need something else to kind of get him out of this.
Yeah. Are we gonna see this no snitching?
I believe so.
Cast just to keep buffing up these Bannermans. Looks like it. All right.
Let's see what he draws. Jimon's just looking through some of the waste and singularity before he makes his ends his turn and gives the turn back to Zelly. All right, what do we get?
Yeah. Zelly hovered the Neve's Dominion there, which would have been nice to have, but that's the thing against playing against Markolian as a Shroud, is that like you do want to use your Dominion to clear the wide boards in the early game, but like you just take so much damage, and then they put the pressure on and they just kill you. So it's one of the reasons why this matchup is so bad.
Exactly, it's tough. I mean, his options here for Jamon. Jamon's looking very good. Board mildly dealt with. There is a life siphon for the Trigger Happy Trooper again, but he's just rebuilding the board again with the Catherine's Rallying Cry. Gets the Alvaro Interrogator and another Trigger Happy Trooper. That's going to be annoying because every effect Zelly plays now, or either player, but Zelly in this case, will take an extra 3 damage. He's already down 10 health to 20. It's not looking too good for him right now, but I mean, a top deck Dominion does answer this. You take a ton of damage. But if we see a masterclass in RNG, it would be like a Dominion into a Molly or something.
Top deck King.
All right, Clip's face,
quite.
not too bad.
Not
Two
bad.
off.
Not
Two off
bad.
the board.
It does something.
Yeah.
It definitely takes some power away from the board, but man, that Interrogator is so annoying.
It'll
as
creep
well.
up on you.
Yeah.
And we know he has another one in his hand, right? So that's going to be even more tough.
Yeah. No, I would definitely be stressing. Despite the excitement of the Adira, it's looking a little scary here.
Yeah. Pathfinder getting in, that attack starting to grow. All the other units getting in, then probably see a Kathy.
Yep.
Push for 5. That'll put Zelly at 6 health already at turn 6. That's going to be really tough.
Is he considering the Interrogator instead of the Kathy?
I think so.
I mean...
He's already banked. Yeah, he's going to go for an Interrogator.
Honestly, I do, yeah.
Yep,
okay.
Zelly moves right to the concede button into the next game.
Yeah.
Gmon up 1 game. I mean, we've been here so many times in these games. The first game doesn't usually tell the whole story, right? There's still a lot more to kind of see what happens. We've seen games completely, you can't even say reverse sweep at a 1-0 record, but the tides can change either way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was a quick one to start out, right? I mean, it was fast. It was exciting with that Adira, but didn't quite make a huge difference. But it would have been interesting if it had stolen something a little bit more powerful than a 1-drop, because all 3 of the selection were a 1-drop. But still, it's a real uphill battle with that matchup for sure. So, taking a quick look at the replay here, with all of the power on the board, we got the Bannermans getting buffed up. And yeah,
and he was able to get like all 3 Trigger Happy Troopers, 2 Bloodhound Transports, double Alvaro, double Bannerman. Like that was a onslaught of aggression. That was pretty tough for Zeliuser to come through it.
I mean, we saw it with that opening hand. Like that was the dream hand. Like you had the 1/1/1, and you even had the Bloodhound Transport on 1 as well, into the Catherine's Rallying Cry, into the Interrogator. Absolute madness. So, yeah. Not much chance for Zelly there.
I'm happy seeing this level of play from Jamon. I mean, yes, it was a very good hand. Not too difficult or complex to play, but we saw in the last set, he did like miss a timer. Jamon missed a crucial timer on a Terra Glider on his match against Jarla. And I mean, I don't think he was in a good situation in that match anyways, but to miss a timer at this level, that could affect your mental state, but he seems pretty good. He seems reset, ready to go.
It's a balance, right? You definitely want to be taking your full time, making sure that you don't just go with your first thing and you actually aren't like you're missing something. But if you play too slow, you know, then you could like truly rope out on the timer, and then that's when actually more misplays come into play. So I think it was actually Tyler that said this, but his methodology is he clocks his first instinct, and then he goes over the other possibilities. But usually, that's first instinct is your right play. So I feel like that's a good thing to default to in these high pressure environments, because you might not always be clear-headed, right?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Just going off the instinct and then just paying attention to that timer. It's gotten so many people a couple of times, and then once it hits you once, you never forget it again. It almost makes you enter like a locked-in state.
Yeah.
So I feel like Jimon is ready. He's there, and we got our next game. Zeliaser has locked in the Neve, and Jimon also the Neve here. So let's see what we can do here.
Hey Muka, do you need any rummaging researchers? Because Zelly's got you covered.
Yeah, I would love one. I mean, that's absolutely a pretty good hand to start with. Life Siphon into Trapper. You can follow up the researchers. That's looking clean.
It's looking good. Honestly, this is looking pretty solid for Jimon here. I mean, I've always liked, you know, you want to see a stabilized shard, especially when you're playing the mirror, right? If you're an energy ahead of your opponent, you're going to be able to do more powerful stuff. Obviously, a Triumph could come into play and yoink that stabilized shard, but in general, I think this puts Jimon in a pretty good position.
Yeah, I mean, it's a race. These mirror matches are a race to Neve, and a good Neve, because if you can get one out first, you're pressuring your opponent. Sometimes if you can even chip damage along the way, then the Neve is like just a straight up win condition with the 6 damage alone.
That being said, here, I do wonder if he'll go for the Void Trapper just to put the pressure on. Yeah, I really do think, given the option here, like, the Void Trapper is the correct choice.
Yep, Zelly immediately responding with the no snitching. He didn't even think to bank first. He's just going, I need to get rid of this.
Okay, can we comment on how quickly both of these players are playing right now? Like, they are firing
They
through
are
their
known
turns.
amongst the other players as some of the faster guys. I will say, though, in general, Zelly feels like he's playing slower, believe it or not.
Really?
He's playing a bit slower than he normally does. So, I mean, normally it's like maybe that last turn was a bit, you know, a little bit of the classic Zelly coming out, just immediately playing the card. But yeah, these guys are among the faster players for sure. You're not seeing things.
Okay. Well, maybe they're getting through the easier turns and they're saving their mental fortitude for a little bit later when you have to think a little bit more.
They're actually moving kind of fast. Maybe I take it back.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think they're going pretty fast.
They're both in their flow state, just playing the cards as they see them in front of them, letting instant take over. I mean, I know for Zeliaser, he's a major grinder. Jimon plays a lot of ladder too. At a certain point, it becomes muscle memory, just because you've done it so often. You can see the board and keep going.
Kind of get into trouble sometimes. Like, the muscle memory is going to be right the majority of the time, most likely, but sometimes you can get caught up where you don't see something because you're so used to doing it, right? So I will say the card advantage here from Zelly with the double researchers is probably going to be pretty significant. It is nice that Jimon has the Malia and picked up a Triumph as well. But I think you want the cards here. You want the pressure on the board and obviously the card advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Zelly's line of play looks pretty clear. A lot of it is like unit-oriented. Players sometimes opt for the control via the effects and stuff like that, but then they're missing on that key like board presence, chip damage. If you can get an early Dominion and just lower the other Neve's health by a decent chunk, then by the time yours gets out, it becomes a huge issue and you can usually finish them off.
Yeah, this is such a nice Triumph. Like, this is a perfect use of Triumph. You get to like refill your hand. You don't have to throw your Malia down early just for the sake of cards. So you get the research around, and then you also get to play the no snitching to take away the power level of the opposing researcher. Now I have to ask, did the snitching come down on the researcher first?
Yeah,
hopefully it did, right?
So, well, yeah, it did.
Okay.
He draws into a no stitching himself. Yeah, I mean, rummaging is so good because it's a good card, and then everyone plays rummaging.
Yeah.
So if you can have your rummaging stick, then immediately your opponent either has to answer it or give you free value.
Absolutely.
And we see Zelly just go for the answer. He's like, I'm just going to erasure that, not even try to build board presence too much, but he gets the embedded agent, which is also a good answer to cards. We know that Jimon has a no snitching or a life siphon to deal with it.
Okay. Oof. Would you ever Eclipsed Fate this Rummaging Researcher?
We saw players do this, right? Like, you remember Dual Note was like always hitting the Eclipse Fate on the Rummaging Researchers?
I remember
he was playing New Dawn though, it's a little different.
Yeah, I remember the decision was there, and I think somebody didn't go for it, and it actually would have been a lot of value to wind up using it.
I mean, it looks like he's leaning into it. That hover. It's a tough decision. I mean, in this case, we know that Zeliuser will lose one from his hand. Also, he'll be able to draw one. But he loses some board presence there.
Do you think that Jimon can afford to just throw down the Malia for some cards here, or?
Zeliuser's used quite a bit of removal already. I kind of like the Eclipsed Fate, getting it out, making your opponent draw. He sees that one was in the hand too. I mean, it's a pretty good hit. Now Zeliuser's turn's a bit weaker, right? He just has a Trapper, Singularity Steward.
Yeah, I definitely think it was the right play, knowing that the other researcher is in the hand. But it's like, do you go for it and hope that it gets value? Ooh-wee,
All right, here we go. There's an Adira in the hand.
Oof.
Jimon draws into a Tioli, and you can tell he's not happy about that. A bit frustrated. He has to. I mean, normally you don't want to play the Malia because you don't want the Void Trapper to steal the Malia. But then you can't just. You don't want to bank the Malia either because you need the Malia.
Oh, man, this is he's stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Oh man, he is gonna go for it. I mean, you have to. Like, what are you gonna do with your entire turn?
Yeah, and I mean, you're low on cards too, so Jimon has to draw. So double draw will help here, but it is unfortunate for him because Zeliuser will now get a corrupted copy of Malia, and we see a Dominion in his hand that may have an impact later in the game.
Honestly, I'm gonna say it, like that turn right there, whiffing the draw with the Tioli is potentially like the true turning point in the game here. The fact that Zeli is gonna get another Malia, like, I think it's gonna be really, really difficult to recover from that point.
Yeah, and Zeliuser is recognizing that Jimon's, resources are low. He opts for the, the treacherous scheming now that we're in the mid game. Hits in. He's looking at the Tioli. He doesn't want Jimon to get that Neve any faster.
Right.
He wants to slow that down, but he gets his own Malia also. Question is, what does he do after that?
He might just throw down this Malia for the cards here. I mean, he's got another one in the deck that he can use for damage if he needs to, right? So. Maybe we'll just see him develop this one here.
We might see a 2 damage Dominion.
I like that
but
as
I don't
well.
know what he would bank. I mean, that's what it looked like he was considering. That's what I'm seeing right now, because he would get a double buff, your own Void Trapper and the Malia, but it wouldn't kill the
I
other.
Personally like the Malia, but I could see holding it back for value.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna bank the Adira here. This is a tough bank. I kind of like banking Steward, but then it's like, what do you do after that? And he's just gonna go for a Dominion.
Oh wow, okay, all right, I like it. I like
just
it.
clear a bit and take some of that damage. You can start to fuel up your Malia. I mean, these are your 2 power cards. You do not want to be just giving them up, so I understand the hesitancy. There was kind of like the trade-off of banking a powerhouse card for making your Steward look like a threat and then make your opponent have to deal with it.
Yeah.
So I understand the decision making and why it was tough, but I think I end up agreeing with this because these cards would win games.
Yeah, I think Zeli's also just calculating that, like, Jimon is basically out of cards. I need to answer that Malia, and using the Dominion there was just the most efficient way to do so, right?
Adira coming out. What are we getting? He goes straight for the Wong.
That's a nice one.
He has
Will
a
he be
Tioli
greedy?
too, so he can find like an Erasure or something, another 3 cost. He goes for the Tioli and Amalia. He's trying to ramp up. He'll be able to Neve next turn if he wants to.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty great hit,
right
I must say.
now for a treacherous. No, what are we doing? Maybe just play his Malia. He has 2 now.
He's got 2.
Yeah.
I feel like, I mean, granted, there is another Dominion in the hand, so I suppose you could really squeeze out the value, but I feel like that's a trap if you're trying to get too greedy with your stuff, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be able to refill the hand here, and also that Malia is corrupted too, so it's another 3 damage to contribute to the next Malia. So I like this.
All right, he gets it.
Yeah.
Board is cleared. He's looking good. He has an Adira, a buffed up Wong, and Amalia. With another one in hand, that is going to be really tough for Jimon to handle with his hand right now.
One of my favorite things about Zeli is he is so animated when he plays. You
Yeah.
can just see the responses, and it's really, really entertaining to watch. But yeah, I mean, look, from this point, it's going to be pretty difficult. We see a treacherous scheming getting cast here. I mean, certainly can take the Malia. I mean, that's not bad. Certainly not bad at all.
Yeah, he's going to take it here, end up banking it, Life Siphon on the Adira, and then Erasure on the Wong.
Okay, that leads into Jimon having access to the Neve next turn. I believe there's 9 cards in the waste, so it's a, you know.
Here we go.
All
I
right.
think we're seeing a Neve. I think Zelly was also showing us that his Molly is corrupted, so he still gets the little boost.
Ah, yes.
Yep, the heal and the card draw. Here we go, Neve coming out. Let's see what units we get. I mean, his stuff was pretty good. Like, he didn't have, he had some, okay, that's pretty good.
Oh, wow. Aw, love Muriel. Love when she makes an appearance.
Here we go.
Very nice. Maybe another, oh.
Okay,
ooh,
hitting a
that's
Harp, nice.
That's very nice. Okay. Lana,
This is
not
strong.
too bad.
This is very strong. I mean, Jimon, obviously we can see his hand. It's just a Tioli, and now there's a Harp on the board, so it's tough. He's going to have to answer with his own Neve. It's pretty good. He's got Eclipse Fade and some removal in there, so maybe he can return the Neve, and it'll be a good comeback. Let's see.
Yeah, Jimon's is going to be slightly better. I do believe there was a Triumph cast, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
it is going to be better, but will it be enough?
All right.
Perhaps, honestly. I mean, you could trade away Neves. Let's see what else we can
These
get
guys are
here.
going Neve for Neve.
Yep. This has been one of the fastest Neve games I've ever seen in my
Yeah,
life.
it definitely has. All right, that 5-drop isn't. This is the 4-drop, I believe. Fleet Machinist.
Okay.
The fleet shall triumph.
Ooh, love that card. Forget the name of it, but it's great. 4 cost,
Yeah, that'll
3/6.
make everything go to the singularity.
Yeah, I love it.
Neither player is like super access
Shepherd
again.
of the Fallen.
That's an
Yeah.
OG card. All right, hits
Ooh,
a
okay.
Defender.
Defender's not bad.
Lemieux's Irregular. Imagine if this had Assault for some reason. It would have been crazy.
All right, well, we'll see where Jimon puts these attacks, but I have to draw attention to the fact that Zelly still has 5 cards in his hand, and Jimon's got a Tioli.
Yep.
So
they're going to trade Neves, and it looks like Jimon will have nothing else to do. He'll have to end his turn. And moving on to Zelly, like you said, there's a lot of options, and a lot of good options.
Well, okay, hang on a second. Is there a Singularity Steward on the board? There is,
Yes.
and there is also a Neves Dominion. So Zelly needs to somehow...
Someone's already doing the math
Yeah,
down there.
someone's doing the math, I'm sure, with the combination of the Erasure, the Eclipse Fade, all the 1 health units on the board, there has got to be
This has got to,
enough
I think
damage,
this is game.
right?
Yeah,
Certainly.
Based on that observation, this is going to be just swing with everything, and then get up a super buff Steward, it looks like. This is the Red Sand Scouts. It buffs vehicles. Doesn't really do anything right here.
Yeah.
All right, Eclipsed Fate. Is he running the numbers? I hope he's running the
I'm
numbers.
sure he's running the numbers. Or he's just, math is for blockers. Let's just, we got this.
All right, it's a 4/4 now. He's gonna Dominion for 2 damage.
2 damage, yep.
That's gotta be it.
Ain't no way it's not, right? Let's see.
All right, 1 unit, 2 units, 3 units, 4 units, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's gotta be it.
Usually in these matchups, I mean, not every time, but oftentimes the player who Neves first takes the match, right?
Yeah.
So that is consistent here.
Yeah,
Nicely
Zelly
done,
gets
Zelly.
it. Nice little finder with the Steward coming out from the Neve, able to get a Dominion and the Eclipse Fate. Really strong. 1 and 1. These guys are not making it easy for each other.
No, they're firing through it. It was really, I mean, I do think that Jimon was disadvantaged a lot in that game, but that 1 Tioli top deck was just like, he had to brick that turn, and it was just so awkward. He had to lay his Malia down, and that allowed Zelly to get another from his Void Trapper. So it was just like all things sort of went wrong
Yeah,
for
that top
Jimon
deck
in that game.
Tioli, it does hurt. I mean, I understand playing it in the Neve, right? Because you do want to get to the Neve as fast as possible. There's like double synergies, the 0 cost effects that get to get played, and then you get to your Paragon ability faster. But yeah, that's where it hurts a bunch.
Is 3 correct in Neve? Does pretty much everyone go for
Some,
3? Or
maybe 2,
I feel
but like it is
Yeah.
good. It is good. You do run into those hiccups, but It's worth the risk for a lot of players.
In the previous game, of course, we saw Adira come out on turn 3, so you have those moments as well. So I do think it is correct. You're right to probably run the 3
we're seeing
copies.
These highlights also, right? The Zelia Sir Malia snipes.
Yeah, that
and
was
then
pretty epic.
this Dominion was good. I like it. Just Stewart lately, sometimes some players give it a little hate. They bring it down to 2, and I'm gonna call out a player Sequinox. He didn't even bring any in this tournament. So
no,
like
Tioli's and Neve.
No. The Singularity Stewart.
Oh, the
We're not that
Singularity
crazy.
Stewart.
We're only
Okay, I
slightly
was like,
crazy.
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yes, that was crazy. Sequinox didn't bring life siphons
Yeah,
and
very
Singularity
creative
Stewart.
builds though. I did like them.
I personally loved it. So.
But yeah,
Cool to see.
so there's the Stewart there getting the highlight. Shout out to the people watching. Oh hell yeah!
See Tice, Desi, Tyler on the cast there.
Yeah, they're enjoying up in the front. I like it. Yeah, these games have been entertaining. We were sitting down there, and I enjoyed the games a ton.
Oh, it's been the energy here is fantastic. I mean, truly, when I say this has been one of my favorite gaming events ever, I really, really mean it. It's been so special. The community is amazing, and the games have been fantastic.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we are into our next game. These guys are going quick. They're ready to go immediately after, and we have a Scipius versus a Neve.
Oh, I'm so happy to see a Synchronicity in Zelly's deck. It's truly one of my favorite cards. It's so flexible. You can just copy anything. I mean, it's amazing.
It doesn't see much play nowadays.
It really doesn't, but I feel like it should, and I'm hoping
All
that
right,
it gets
all
its time to shine here.
I like it. I mean, I am a big fan of the card, and maybe with the 4 gap lately has been fought over, right? Because Convergence and Turris went through a nerf.
Sure.
Doesn't summon as many units on the muster ability, so that 4 cost has usually been replaced. Not usually, but for now, with Scipion Praetor, another 4 cost unit. But maybe the Synchronicity is the move.
I mean, look, the argument is that it's not a unit, right? So when you're banking it, you're not getting your clone. So I do think
we do
it's
see that
valid.
here right now too.
Yeah,
by the way.
it's true.
He does have a clone on the board, so it's problem solved. But definitely want to see some more units in the next draw. Can we talk about Jamon's hand a little bit? How does that look to you in this matchup? Normally, you want to see those Dominions as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it looks pretty solid. I love to see a Void Trapper in there. You have a no snitching for like a Valerie Standard Bearer or something that you just don't want to like answer. Like you probably want to develop your Void Trapper instead of having to answer it, right? So you can do both with the snitching, develop and sort of shut down the power level. So looks good to me, but you're absolutely right. Dominion is priority number 1, and Jamon just got one.
Yeah.
So I think he's looking pretty
This looks good. This definitely looks strong. Neve was one of those decks that even when Scipius was like at an arguable all-time high, was able to combat it and win matches. So now with Scipius in the place it is, that's why some of these players are letting it through and trying to get this matchup. They believe that the Neve can win. There's not much to worry about. You just kind of play the game, and as long as it goes to plan, you're the one that's favored.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think every match that we've casted in this tournament, Muka, the Neve has taken the Scipius.
I think so. Please, nobody go back and look and verify. But we're gonna say yes.
I'm pretty sure, but yeah. So we'll see what winds up happening here. But in general, I do feel like if the Scipius can get an insane start and they do get an Asian subjugate, they can sort of go tall with the counters and sort of keep staying out of the Neve's Dominion range until it's sort of like too late, maybe. So, I mean, that's clearly what Zelly looks like he's working towards here.
Yeah, you can tell that's a focus for sure because he opted to keep the Synchronicity instead of the Triumph. Because normally the idea is that the synergy is the Asian subjugate lets you get good Triumphs. You're kind of filling your waist.
Right.
But he's opted to keep the Synchronicity because, like you said, going tall is a bit better because if the subjugate can live, then you can Synchronicity. I mean, the Synchronicity is going away, probably with this treacherous scheming. But the idea is you get another subjugate, you start outscaling the Dominions.
See a little flick of the hands, Ellie's like, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Take it. Fine, I don't need it. A little sad, though. I did want to see it at work. But that was a good turn for Jamon, right? Got to snipe the Synchronicity, also take care of the subjugate with the Life Siphon, banishing it, meaning that it's not going to the waste.
Yeah, and he's going to just swing with these guys right now. Nothing that the Tabula can really bring, so just going to pass the turn there. An empty turn on turn 4.
That's tough. That's super tough. In the last game, we saw that inflection point where Jamon kind of fell apart with the top deck Tioli. I think that turn, I mean, we'll see, but I do think you want to be keeping the pressure on as much as possible, and skipping your turn 4 feels not so great.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, especially with we know that there's double Dominion in hand. Like, this is going to edge in Jimon's favor for sure. He gets to see a Tioli. This hand is a lot of options, a lot of choices, but it's good. A lot of good options.
Yeah, I think judging by Jimon's hand, like it looks pretty strong. I think this is going to be an uphill battle for Zelly here.
Yeah, I think Zelly might have a Drusian in his bank if I saw it. So
yeah, I think you're right.
So holding that Tabula would be good. You know, get a little damage spike and keep pushing from there. That's something I do like about the swap with the Drusian Exorator and the kill box.
Yes.
Because now you have another target for your Tabula. Okay.
Not many cards in
yeah, there's
the
not
waste,
a lot in there,
though.
Unfortunately. He's gonna go for it. I mean, there's a Wong in there.
Okay.
Right, I saw that correctly. Yep, there's a Wong. So doing it for the Wong is good. He's already low on resources. I don't think Akara is move, but getting a Wong and a Tabula, nice.
Actually, I'm quite happy to see the Akara in the list. Not everybody plays Akara.
Very underrated card.
Yeah.
Even like in metas where it's like very wide game boards, Akara does not always see the love. And it buffs the Tabula, nice. We're not being greedy today.
It's kind of old style, actually, that
It is,
Akara.
it is.
Love to see
This is a very kind of like tribute to the OG Scipius a little bit. And still different playstyle where back in the day you were going for like these big buster impact mid-game units. But yeah, getting the having the Drusian in there, having the Akara in there, it is kind of like going back to that old strategy.
It even has the Rubicon, which actually might come in handy, like for like some extra value. You know, if Jimon keeps keeping the board clear, you know, maybe he's going to need to find some extra copies of stuff, which the Rubicon will do. But here we see the first Dominion get cast. We know that Jimon's got a backup one, so not too stressed, but took care of the board and still is sitting at 14 health.
Yep, and now we see that Scipion Praetor. Zellister's got that fit in with the Synchrony also. Get, you know, 4 cards in the 4-cost slot for him. Oh, with the Poisoners also. So he's got quite a few. He's always going to make sure that 4-cost curve is good. Looking at the deck list real quick. But the Praetor's going to be good here. It becomes a 5-6 with the Relic and the buff by having a Scipius token up board. He draws another one. This is going to let him fill the board really fast. He has another Relic. He might force Jimon into another Dominion very soon.
Honestly, I actually think this is looking kind of okay for
This
Zelly.
is looking pretty good now that he's able to do it. Looking at Jimon's hand right now, I mean, he can slow it down, right? He has Steward with Erasure. He has enough cards. Doesn't need a lot of rummaging, but the Erasure will help definitely.
Yeah, I mean, we could just see, the Steward gets developed here, putting the
Yeah, could do it
pressure
with the Void
on.
Trapper.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're only playing the answer game, you know, they're just going to keep running over you. So I feel like being able to develop a couple of units here for Jimon is really good.
Yeah, this is going to be nice for sure. We know Zelliser has another Praetor, and he can keep scaling the board with the Cunning Scipion if he wants to. Looking at his bank real quick to see how he wants to play his Tabula possibly. I'm looking at
He's
Jim.
trying to like position that Tabula for the Drusian Exorator, like next turn. Actually, he could do it this
Could
turn.
do it this till that you have that spike damage just yet. Trying to plan it out so that it's easy to do next turn.
Sure. No, I actually quite like the Praetor. It's been a more like of a recent addition to the deck list, particularly for this tournament. So, and it looks pretty strong. I mean, the stats are nice, especially with the high density replicator.
I mean, this Praetor is kind of nice because it forces Jimon to use more out of the Dominion, right? Back in the day, if it was like a Centaurus or something, you can take a bit riskier play because it's a low to the ground stat unit that, yeah, you'll take a ton of ping damage, but your Steward gets massive, and you can do other stuff on the same turn. But with Jimon having to deal with the Praetor, he can't. If he were to Dominion it, it would cost a lot more.
Wow. I mean, look at this. He's got the Triumph as in backup when this gets cleared, likely by the Dominion, but I mean, he's going to go very, very low on his life total here. I mean, this is very scary.
Yeah, this is a very tough spot to be in. I'm trying to see what the move is. I wonder if Eclipse Fate helps in any level to answer this.
I mean, certainly there is the Singularity Steward on the board here, right? So he could set up some kind of clear to the smaller health units and then maybe take a trade into the Praetor,
That's
something
what I'm
like that.
thinking.
Also has the snitching to sort
Okay,
of just
well,
get.
we're not going that route with
Okay.
the Dominion. It's tough, but it's tough to put yourself that low, right?
Yeah.
You could just lose to a Magna or something like that, some random ping.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think
But
you're playing with fire if you put yourself that low.
Yeah.
But I gotta admit,
I don't know. I
mean,
think the
this is-
Dominion was the move. I think he had to
Yeah.
risk it there, go for the Dominion, stack up stewards, and trade from there.
And also, if you go for the Dominion, you potentially like can kill them because your steward gets so
Exactly.
big.
You're like
right?
also bigger threat.
Yeah.
So if they don't
Yep,
have
yep,
lethal,
yep.
they have to figure out how to deal with your units.
Exactly. Like you go really low, and maybe they find the Magna or whatever it may be to kill you. But if they can't answer your steward, you might actually just counter lethal them. So, yeah, that was a tough one. Okay, how much damage is on the board here? We've got 4. Is there a way to set up?
You can't set up the Drusian.
No, unfortunately not.
Yeah, not enough with the energy at hand. Maybe just go for the Triumph.
Triumph still feels pretty darn good.
Yeah.
We're in this together.
Wow, he actually not only chose not to play the Dominion, but also chose to bank it, which I think is interesting.
That's what,
you know,
yeah.
because I think with this steward on the board, it could have been a counter lethal, maybe. I mean, 30 damage though, that's actually quite a bit, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So Zelly plays the units. Tabula doesn't get anything. He wants to
Oh,
get the
okay.
Akara out. That was the main goal here. That'll give him enough burn damage to push through and go 2-1 against Jamon.
Exact.
I like how you called out that you like this card, and it wins him the game.
Look, Akara's, those old builds of Sippy, like, they were good. They're tried and true. I don't know. It was very satisfying to see an exact lethal there,
Yeah,
too.
very
That was
clean.
very clean.
I like that. I mean, you could tell he was trying to figure out what to do. At first, I was a little confused, like, why didn't he just Triumph first? But then when I saw the Akara, I forgot it was in that waist.
Yeah.
That gave exact. Good maths, good,
I love how we
awareness.
were just talking going into this match. We're like, I don't think we've, in our matches, we hadn't seen Neve lose to Skippy.
Yeah, yep.
And then Zelly just turned it around there. But I really do think that particular list, like the extra burn from the Akara, was very significant.
Yeah, very good play here. And that Akara kind of just almost kind of like snuck through. It was like no one noticed it was there. And then Zelly's like, I got this card that'll win me the game.
Yeah, seeing the replay there.
Yeah. I mean, with that play, with the realizing that the Akara was there, Dominion would have just made it guaranteed that you lose.
Yeah, actually, that's a great point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
great point.
Jimon was inevitably, unfortunately, going to take a loss on that one for him.
Yep.
Let's see how he can balance that out. He could lock in the Neve again. It's been 2 attempts with it.
Honestly, yeah, I would probably be stressing a little bit after that, because going into the Sippius match, you have to think like the Neve's got some of the best shot against it, right? So to lose that as Jimon does not feel great.
And I believe Zelly just has Earthen left, and
Yeah.
we can't say anymore that Earthen has a hard time with Shroud. It's been proven wrong time and time again, so that can't be easy to think about either.
Look,
You can see it from here. He's locked it in though.
I would love a stat of that Neve-Nehemiah match in this tournament of like which one has won more often. Like I honestly think it might be the Earthen.
I think so too, actually.
I think it is.
Yeah, maybe New Dawn is the Shroud that's a bit more favored into it, but for Neve, I actually do think it's Earthen now. I've been pretty convinced.
Yep, I concur. Well, that is looking like a fairly strong hand for Zelly here. Spore is not super necessary against Neve, so that's a fairly good bank. He's got the refill card draw with the Rummaging Researcher after going first, and the Moonlit, so looks pretty good. And we also don't see a no snitching from Jamon here to sort of
it's a
shut
big
down
deal.
the Steward, which is absolutely massive.
Yeah, if he had the no snitching here, that would have been a pretty big deal. But because he doesn't now, he has the rummaging that can be free. If that lives for a turn, which we know it won't be because there's 2 Erasures and Tioli in Jimon's hand, he would have been running away with the game with all the draw power.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
I
this
mean, it's
looks
looking
really clean for now.
very, very clean. Taking out the embedded agent, being able to answer. Oh, wow. Okay, well, needs a turn or two to get another card bank to have a couple of cards to reveal there, but he's got options. He's got another Caretaker, so that's nice.
Yeah. Jimon's going to erasure the Researcher here, right? But then there's going to be a problem when the next Researcher comes. What do you do? do you answer that or not? And if he answers it with like, well, you can't honor Steward yet. If he answers it with another erasure, Zelly's just like pumping out units, and as more erasures come out, makes it feel a bit safer to get your Paragon out.
Yeah. Look, if I was the Shroud here, I would really want to be holding back an erasure for Nehemiah.
He's just going for the
nice.
Nehemiah now, getting it out and demanding a response from Jimon.
Interesting choice to go for the Nehemiah instead of the Caretaker to sort of like maybe bait out another erasure, but we just saw one.
He already saw one, so
so
that is a risk
sense.
that we've seen taken on stage, that you've already seen one erasure, just put out the other, just put out the Paragon and kind of like see, do you have two?
Yep. And let's be real, the Caretaker is also still very strong,
Yeah.
so it's not the end of the world there.
Yeah, he's going to bank a provoke Caretaker and get out the Saleya. Pretty strong unit there, gets a free trade.
So will you.
I wonder, do we see the opt for the draw? He's going to pass on the attack on the embedded agent and just draw an extra card here. Almost like that Malia-esque effect.
Yeah, I love that. I think you definitely want to go for the card advantage here. The 1/1's not doing much, and you need to keep up your cards here.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting choice, though, because he is essentially sacrificing his Steward of the Garden ramp for this, where he could have like guaranteed it being secure. So Jimon will be able to answer the board here. Zeliuser still has good plays, rummaging, he has Cunning Diplomat. I don't think we see a Formidable at this point. Draws into all three, nice.
Wow.
Those are good as the game gets later. Like, that's the finishing combo. You start hitting them with the Formidable presence. We did see situations, though, on stream with Jimon having Formidable and not playing it because of fear of getting Eclipsed Fated. You can hit all of them, and then you lose all the energy. So that is a little scary as the Earthen player.
That is super dicey. Man, does that mean that you just don't even throw it out? Like you save it for lethal?
I mean, maybe you save double, just throw them out on turn 8 or with 8 energy and just try to push for 12 damage and try to take the win straight up that way.
All right, well, Adira, the Ill Omen, is coming down. Let's see what gets stolen.
Oh man, Zelly was just able to draw into the Terramech Shield Titan, so that's got to feel good. You're a little safe, it's not taken. Gmon is going to take a Rummaging Researcher, though, and get a free draw. Zelly will be able to get a draw also. His hand's stacked. It's looking good. 3 Formidable, a Terramech Shield Titan, hold the line, and allocated provisions. He just needs some of those reveal triggers again, and this hand is actually pretty scary. From Jimon's side, I'm looking at it. The Tioli's probably sooner or later going to get kept, for the Neve Paragon. Triumph could be a hidden surprise, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Zelly wants to get the Terra Glider down next turn, but letting Adira get another attack is not great.
He's going straight for the allocated provisions here first. And he's going to bank his hold the line. I guess that means we see... I'm trying to think, is this like a Formidable window? There's still a Saleya, right, on that Honored Steward?
Yes, there is. I mean, it sort of seems like that's what he's going for here. I would be pretty scared to have another Adira get cast. Yeah. And there's not really another way to answer it, right?
This is a tough one. Yeah, he's gonna go for the Formidable here.
Well, you can get your Saleya back.
Yeah, it has to. You have to kill off Adira also, which is important. He'll be able to accomplish both, which is good. Force Jimon back into the reactive state rather than being proactive.
Yep, dictating those attacks correctly. Very nice. Yeah, I just gotta dodge an Eclipsed Fate, but that's looking pretty good.
I'm like laughing a little bit because these matches at one point were terrible, this matchup, and now now it's a very intense head-to-head game. There's a lot of decision making that needs to be made.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm wondering where like Zelly's game plan like starts to shift. Like if you've got 3 Formidable presences in the hand, right? You're like, oh man, maybe I just need to like smork them down, you know?
It's definitely going to transition there. I think it has something to do with getting the Shield Titan out and then starting to secure it with the Formidables.
Yeah. We haven't seen a Terra Glider come into play yet, so a little lacking on that mid-game power that we sometimes see the Earthen have a lot of. But, I mean, the Saleya's back, the Researcher's down, and so...
Gmon's hand is massive. There's so many cards. Nothing to immediately answer this board, though. He's going to no-snitching the Saleya. And next turn, he'll be at 7. Oh, he's TOing now into the stabilized shard.
Yep, good to see. I mean, if he can get the Neve down, and let's see, there's 8 cards in the way, so it's probably not that small. I'd love to see like the Triumph get cast too, potentially, but the last effect might be the Formidable Presence, which could be a little dicey if you're looking to go for the Neve the following turn, right? So definitely wants to think about playing around that.
All right, Zelly has 4 energy to play with here because the Bulwark Seeds do not give energy when they go back. I mean, we definitely see a Caretaker. Do we see the Primea Conduit with it?
We'll see. I mean, I kind of like it, honestly. Let's see what happens here. And probably chooses not to attack, right? And let Celia does its thing. Yeah, it does her thing. Exactly. But if you are playing the Primea Conduit, what are you banking here?
The other Caretaker, I think.
Yeah, doesn't want to hold on to it for extra refill of the board?
Could be. I mean, a lot. I think you need the Formidables and you need the Shield Titan. You need the Shield Titan just because it demands a response, and at best case scenario, it doesn't get answered by Honored Steward, so like either 2 effects or something. Yeah. And then if it can attack, even greater or even better. But then you can throw the Formidables in and just kind of clean house.
Yeah, I mean, and it's always nice to have the little Primea there with the Titan. Like, we see that the Rummaging Researcher does actually have Defender too, but if for whatever reason that gets answered, it'll be sort of nice to just have the wall.
Yeah, and shield it also, so it can't directly target it with an effect and try to remove it that way.
Exactly. Okay, decides to go for it.
Oh, we're hidden face.
Okay.
A little change of pace here. Zelly has decided to push the gas a little bit, start getting some face pressure. Probably for that plan of the double Formidable, right? He needs to chunk him down a bit before he can do that. Now that Jimon is 1 turn away, well, in Zelly's opinion, 1 turn away, but he might go for the Tioli Neve now, or he might just try to fill it up. He has some effects still in his board, so there is the option to just fill it up one more time before you just go for the Neve.
Oh, are we going to see a steal here of the Titan potentially? Looks like no.
No, but it could be. He's looking at that Triumph.
I don't know. I mean, sorry, the last spell or effect was the Formidable, correct? Yes. I don't know if I like it messing up the energy for the following turn.
Yeah, won't be able to Neve. He has Tioli, so he can pick 1.
Okay.
And then still get Neve.
Sure. Okay. That's fair. And then puts the Triumph into...
Ooh.
Okay.
Baron hits a Triumph of Mars. Okay, that does... It's nice, but it does remove the Tioli, so then he just goes for all 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Goes for all 3, so won't be able to Neve anyway. Triumph of Mars will go out, giving 3 new cards from the top of the deck that cost 3 less. What are we really hitting? Good. Siphon, Trapper, Eclipsed Fate. Not too bad. The Life Siphon and Eclipsed Fate would deal with the Tournament Shield Titan.
Yeah, I almost want to hold on to that.
Yeah.
Just,
Eclipsed Fate also, like I said, with Formidable, is kind of a big deal.
Yep. Precisely. You're seeing the future here, Mocha.
It's not easy. This game is pretty tough. The trades are definitely going to be a bit harsh. Yeah, I mean, even for Jimon trading here, the Defender trades are a little weird. Getting them both to 4. Okay, I thought the Wong was maybe going to cycle through. It's a little awkward now.
We're starting to see the players slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, now the turns are getting a little bit more complicated.
He has the Life Siphon, so this is fine. Can Life Siphon the Caretaker now and then get the trade he wanted with the Wong against the Rummaging Researcher. No more Defenders. There is a Saleya still. That last token does not look like it attacked.
Yeah. I mean, the Void Trapper comes down. You could get your own Titan, potentially.
Yeah. Does not have an immediate answer to Shield Titan now, but there's also no Defender passing to Shield Titan right now.
Correct. Potentially holding on to the Primea Conduit would have prevented that, but I think it was fine to develop it when he did.
Seeing another Formidable, and then if it gets answered by Eclipse Fate, that's going to be really tough. I mean, he doesn't need a crazy amount of energy right now, but it will set him back a ton.
Okay, well, found the defender with the cunning diplomat.
Yeah,
Here.
can do both now.
Interesting.
Okay, see what he gets.
It's a Crimea conduit going straight into the bank. Gets the shield titan out.
I mean, if Jamon can find another effect that targets,
Yeah,
then
Solea
can
pairs
easily.
really well by the. Oh wait, it did not go off here. I forgot it got a snitching.
It did. All right, so let's see. Jamon is getting back.
Do you just
some
eclipse fate the
energy.
defender?
Oh, I don't know.
He's gonna scheming here first. There's the Formidables and the Terra Glider. That's kind of a tough decision on what to take.
I mean, there's 15 damage on the board. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I mean, you could Eclipse Faith the defender, but I feel like I would want to hold it back. I mean, I feel like if the game goes on longer and you give up your answer to the Titan, you might not be super happy about it.
Yeah. All right, he shuffles 3 random supply caches into his deck. And he took out a Formidable. This gets a little weird though, because you're kind of like, oh, he's gonna Cunning Diplomat also with the Void Trapper. The Eclipse Fate only costs 1, so not too bad. Ooh, does this supply take off shielded? It does not.
Ooh, Malia. Okay. All right, all right. I mean, I'd love to see a Void Trapper go into the Titan and into the Malia. That'd be cool.
All right, the Eclipse Fate target. This is going to be a big deal. We just need to see. I mean, does he use it or does he not use it is the question. He's going to use it.
For it.
Removes the Cunning Diplomats and now can start swinging. He has a defender, so he can stop some damage on board. And maybe you just race. Just race. You need next turn. You got enough effects on your side of the board. Jamon is also putting the pedal down a little bit.
Yeah, but we see another Formidable though, so
Yeah.
be able to stop. I mean, obviously, Neve is going to be able to smack to the face, but that's just not enough here. Another Terra Glider. I mean, let's see if we see.
If he goes for 6 and hits a 6, it's a very big deal.
Yes.
7 is also good because you can try to. He has an altar, so you can outskill Dominion. You can also just go wide. I mean, it will help a lot. Yeah, 7. You just gotta see which one he gets. Hold the line. He's rolling for these caches first.
Nice to see a brand's expertise get picked up.
Sabotage
with
supply
Jamon.
cache. It's been a while since we've seen that card.
Yeah. I mean, likely we'll go for the Neve next turn. Because here's the thing. I mean, it's not like Zelly has a great answer to a massive Neve board, right?
Yeah. Doesn't hit a Terra though, which is a bit unfortunate. Can buff another unit though. +3/+3 with the, I believe it's called Stalwart.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
Ooh. I mean, the Terra is what you wanted to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Terra into Altar of Gaia would have been very, very strong here.
Do you think it was a mistake not to go for the 6?
No, I mean, 7 is good too. It helps you outscale, and that's what he's going to do. He's doing the allocated provisions first.
Has to cast the Formidable Presence? No?
Yeah, I think so, because you cast Formidable, you start trading, you can attack with the Terramech, and then given that your opponent can't really do anything, you just have enough damage to end the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is very tight. I'm like staring at both players' hands, trying to figure out the best path for each of them.
I know.
Because it is a tough spot to be in for both players right now.
These
They're
boards-
not too far away from, possibly ending the game on their opponents.
Yeah, these board states are tricky, especially when Formidable comes into play, just like resetting the turns, right? You can't do much about it. It'd been nice if Jamon had gotten just like a little bit extra damage to the face, but couldn't quite clutch it out there. I mean, Jamon is at 20. This Terramech, I mean, well, hang on a second. Okay, there is the Crimea Conduit on Jamon's board, but can Zelly just like throw the Terramech to the face? I mean, he's at 20, he just needs 2 hits, right?
Yep.
So it's like pauses the turn, and I mean, I suppose the
He's gonna
Neve will
buff
come
it up,
down.
too.
Yeah, exactly. So like maybe some other defenders could come into play, but like we might just see a hit face here.
Yeah, this is the I'm presenting lethal strategy, please answer. And I've been staring at Jimon's hand for a little while, trying to figure out what the next best move is, because this is not easy. He is down to 3 health. Zeliuser is 1 turn away. If 1 turn can go easy and free, he wins and goes to the grand finals.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
He's circling the card that he wants the shield to go on.
Yeah. Look, I mean, does Jamon really have much of a choice here?
I think
or much of a chance?
You got a Neve. This looks like it's Zelly's game, but Paragon could change the board. Can't remove. The big thing is you can't remove Teramek and deal with the board at the same time.
Yeah. No, I have to say, I think this is Zelly's game. I think he's going through.
You could Brand's Expertise to try to fish for another effect. But you can't clear the rest of the board then. How do you clear the rest of the board? Dominion?
The only thing
Neve
would
is
be
coming
maybe
out.
like another Triumph and like another stall, perhaps with the Formidable.
All right, what
but
units?
no.
Tabula into Magna. That's 1 unit down.
Okay.
Now this feels like a fight.
Oh, man.
On to the next. What's it gonna be? I don't know, Muka, if there's really any units that could get him out of this pickle.
Some defenders.
Like defenders, yes, but I feel like at 3, there's still. There's have to be a lot of defenders. Okay, Bloodhound Transport. Caretaker.
Is there much in this Neve?
I mean, there are 17 cards in the waist.
Yeah.
It's not nothing.
He's trying to look through. He's clicking too fast.
Yep. There's a Formidable, there's a Triumph.
All right, nothing here yet that looks like it can help Jamon get out of this.
Rhetorician.
So 6/6. MTAV does not hit. It's a formidable. It'll hit a formidable token, so it won't do anything.
Look at Zelly.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that.
He's just like, please, like nothing. Just don't let it be anything. There's nothing in there. He's telling Jamon there's nothing in there.
He look how happy he's getting.
He's like, just stop, don't do anything. He's hitting all these mechanics, all these Ogden cards.
Yeah. All right.
Another Tabula. Are we done?
Have we hit the 4 already?
Yeah, that's
from the
it right
Formidable?
there.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
The Valorusi cohort. Another. I think that's it. I don't think there's much left in this tank. No defenders.
I think that might be it.
Yeah, that's it.
I think Zelly's going to the finals.
Yeah, Zelly's going to be going to the finals. You see that the energy has the excitement. This is crazy. He played his heart out. He went to the lower bracket in the first round.
Yes, he did.
He's played more matches this tournament than anybody else, and he's secured his way to the grand finals. What a crazy journey so far.
Wow. Congratulations, Zelly, making it to the finals against Yarla. Let's go. Woo!
Oh man, that's gotta feel good. I mean, I spoke to him a little bit in between the matches of this tournament, and he said when he lost that first round, he thought it was all over.
Wow.
He thought that was it. He was done. He was gonna lose again and just get knocked out. And now he's got that big grin, smiling. Made it to the grand finals. He worked hard for it. He says he feels like it's owed to him to win this championship.
Wow. Bold statement there.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, I think that just goes to show that you cannot get your head out of the game, right?
Yep.
Even if you lose first round, anything can happen. And look at him. He's in the finals now, right? So it's just about keeping a clear mental, having faith in yourself. And let's be real, Zelly is definitely confident.
Yeah.
So you know what? I think a little bit of confidence goes a long way as well.
This is going to be a very good finals. Jarla versus Zeliuser. You know, not many people know Zeliuser, but he's been competing in games for a while, competing in Axie, and now he's here in Parallel. Jarla, more traditionally known for his Hearthstone career, now playing in the Parallel finals. Like, this is crazy. This is like 2 different sides, 2 different journeys.
Actually, do you know a fun fact that Zelly has actually competed here at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas before?
Ooh.
He
Home court
competed
advantage.
here. Yeah, home court advantage potentially. He competed here in Axie. He told me, so that's pretty cool. And Yarla came in second, I believe, for the Hearthstone World Champion a couple of years ago, I believe. So like both of these players are like insanely good at TCGs, and clearly incredibly amazing at Parallel, making it to the finals. So what do you think, Muka? Like, how do you feel going into this?
This is tough. I think both players could really, I said this in the beginning, but I really mean it. Either of these players can take home the trophy. But Zeliuser does have kind of like a hurdle to get over. Jarla has 2 lives still.
So I will admit, I've been going around and asking people, I'm like, who's your favorite? And truly, a lot of people, these are the 2. This is the split.
Yeah.
So it's like, we're getting this match.
Yeah.
And so I think it's probably a pretty 50-50 based on who I've talked to of like, would like to see the either player win. So
Yeah.
I think we've got ourselves a truly incredible final.
I'm so excited. I mean, the way that the stream's been going so far, Zelly definitely has that main character energy, but he's going against Jarla, who's definitely the final boss.
Yeah, that is so well said.
Yeah.
Jarla is definitely the final boss.
And the winner of that will be taking that trophy over there. It looks so sweet. I can't wait to see one player hold it up above their head and, you know, walk away with the trophy and a championship, the first ever parallel champion.
The first ever champion. All right, we're going to throw it over to Excelsior and Desi in the studio. Then we'll see you back for the finals in just a minute.
Wow, that was an amazing match right there. Lower bracket finals, and Gmon is going to be losing to Zeliasser with a 3-1 matchup. Man, amazing match indeed. Like, first game, Gmon was able to win with the Markolian deck. But, you know, so far, like, Zeliasser was, like, punching out win after win after win. What an amazing matchup right there, Detsy.
Yeah, and I think one of the coolest things is to sort of see how the script has been written throughout this tournament. Zeliasser not only losing his very first match in the upper bracket, only to be sent down through purgatory into hell of the lower bracket, climbing all the way through to the very final, back up to the top.
Yes, I want to visualize what Detsy was saying here to our viewers, because we have the big bracket that we saw a while ago. We adjusted it so we can see the journey of Zeliasser. Like, look at this match right here, round 1. Like, Zeliasser lost to Sparkling with a 3-2, and then when he went down, he got to face Viper, one of the best, so to speak, pro players here in Parallel TCG. Also beat him with a 3-2. Not an easy match right there. They went to Game 5. And then, Game 5 yet again, facing another Hearthstone pro, and former Hearthstone pro, and we have a team kill. It's like, no, facing your brother, and bro, I have to kill you, man, to move forward. And again, that's probably hell for him, but he has to move forward. And getting a clean sweep against Dual Note with a 3-0. And then next one, he fights another player, a great player, Brighty from Exile, and then gets in with a 3-1. Next one gets a revenge match with a 3-1, as opposed to what happened with a 3-2 a while ago. So it's 3-1 right now. And then another 3-1 from Zeliasser. Man, I saw you over at the like the audience, man. What were they saying? What were they feeling about this this matchup?
Yeah, there was a lot of energy, just really being focused on the game, and just so encapsulated by the high level of play that Zeliasser is bringing here today. And one of the interesting things that I wanted to mention really quickly is that everybody here has a sort of unspoken story. You know?
That's right.
Zeliasser and a lot of the other pros as well, they had to give something up in order to pursue Parallel, to be able to see how far they can get in the competitive circuit of the first year of professional Parallel.
That's right.
So yeah, Zeliasser, he had to go through a lot in real life in order to actually have time to come and compete in Parallel, to make it all the way up here. So him being able to climb through the lower bracket and back up here shows that all of his efforts have been worth it.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. And, you know, it's not going to be an easy road for him, especially as we are reviewing the upper bracket, because we see Jarla overlooking over everyone over from the upper bracket. He watched all the lower bracket matches and now has probably like a kind of a sense of how he's doing. Can you take us through the journey of Jarla right now, Detsy?
Yeah, so once again, Jarla had a really tough time. End of his day yesterday, he was fought against Brighty. He took a 3-1 over Bridie end of day one, and ended up facing the winner of Jamone versus Sparkling. So earlier today, we watched Jarla clean sweep Jamone, setting himself lower bracket to face Zeliaser. So Jarla sitting on the throne at the moment, at the very, very pinnacle, at the top, and waiting for his next opponent, Zeliaser.
Yes, definitely indeed. Like, and as we were like, I was like imagining, like Jarla, right? It's like he was like probably like looking at all the plays, how these guys are gonna be playing. Like, is it gonna be Gmon? Is it gonna be Zeliaser? Whichever of these guys will be moving forward, he's probably gonna be prepared, right? So yeah, what do you think, man?
I mean, I think one of Jarla's greatest strengths is just his temperament. So just how cool he is, how chill he is, and honestly, I don't think he really cared that much who won.
Yeah.
Because he's ready for anybody.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, you know, I remembering the interview that he said, like, man, all that confidence has to go somewhere, and it has to be backed up by skill. And if you're gonna be talking about confidence and skill, Jarla has it, and Zeliaser, grit, definitely a lot of grit and a lot of endurance as well in terms of playing in IRL scenes. I've seen him grow from Axie Infinity as well, and even grow in Parallel TCG. He's thriving right now. He also had a lot of, has 20K from the last championship that he had from YGG Play Summit. And I think he wants to relive that moment, that experience of being a champion yet again.
Yeah, so Jarla and Zeliaser, both of these players are already guaranteed first and second place. Jarla, the winner of the entire thing will be taking home $100,000 US, and second place will be taking home $50,000 US. So this is going to be a match for a whole $50,000 worth.
Yeah.
And once again, Jarla, being the undisputed champion of the upper bracket, is going to have 2 lives. So Zeliaser has a very uphill battle for him once again.
Yeah.
Even if he does take Jarla down once, he's going to have to take him down once again.
Yeah, so talking about the 2 lives, man, like it's like a kind of facing the final boss, so to speak. If you were looking from Zeliaser's perspective, right? It's like 2 lives, man. That's like a really hard matchup. If you imagine you've already won another best of 5, you have to face him again. But if Zeliaser loses this best of 5, he is already out, and Jarla is declared the champion. Man, wow, that's so hard, right?
I mean, it would be a hilarious story if Jarla can actually take down the entire tournament without dropping a single life.
Yes.
And I think that would be great bragging rights, especially on as big of a stage as the very first Parallel Prime World Championships.
Yeah, and you know, this goes to show like they're already secured with 50K, as you said, man. Another 50K, that's probably not the thing it's a big thing actually, but not the main thing, right? The main thing right now, guys, is we are 1 match away from declaring the first Parallel Prime champion, and we are all here right now. Over at, Luxor Hotel, HyperX Arena, Las Vegas, and everyone is right here witnessing history in the making.
Yeah, the energy is fantastic in the audience. There's so many big names from other card games, from other worlds, coming all together from across the universe to celebrate the finals of this, and also to hang out with their friends, people they haven't seen in a super long time. So it's actually really, really unrivaled. It is I would say it's like a smaller event, smaller than a lot of other events I've been to, but the energy here is absolutely unmatched.
Yes, indeed, indeed. And talking about friends, thank you to Echelon Prime Foundation for making all of these happen. Parallel League is very, very important to us and the community, the Parallel community. And I think we are going to be seeing them over at stage. You know, I think Tia is going to be having another presentation over at the stage as well. Let's wait for them to get prepared. And thank you again to Echelon Prime Foundation. And with that, guys, let's go to Tia right now over at the stage.
All right, guys, I'm just going to bring it over here to the Echelon Foundation. We have Swish as well as Bu, who's going to tell you a little bit more about that.
Tia, can I get everyone's attention on the left there again? Sorry. I have a little request for everyone. Before Bu talks about Echelon and the fantastic work that they've done to put this event together, our main request is for the final, just to respect the finalists and the incredible work they put in. If you're at the bar will be open after the final. If you're upstairs will be open after the finals, but we'd love for everyone to be on the floor. Chant, have fun. Let's make this a really fucking dope final. Are we down? Perfect. Bu, over to you.
Awesome. Hey everyone, I'm Bu with the Echelon Prime Foundation, the main sponsor of the Parallel Prime League. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming out. First of all, the competitors, the way that you have committed to playing this game and elevating it to one of the top tier, card games from a competitive standpoint is truly inspiring. Competitive play and organized play is something that's been a huge focus for the foundation for the last 2.5 years. And to see it really come to fruition with this event is like really inspiring. So thank you to the competitors. Thank you to Parallel Studios for creating an awesome game that people love to play. And thank you to our sponsors and all of you for coming out. It means a lot. And other than that, all I'll say is Season 2 starts next week. We got another $1 million in prizes committed to that, as well as $2 million committed for Season 3. So we're here to stay, and see you guys on the battlefield next year.
All right. Are we ready for the finalists to come out? I hear yes in my ear. Okay, guys, it is time. If you can all take your seats for the finals of the Parallel Prime Championships and put your hands together for our first player, Zali. And up next, his undefeated opponent, it is Jarla. Put your hands together for Jarla. All right, Zali, I have a few questions to ask you. You went through hell and back. You had to climb all the way from the lower brackets to where you are now. You have to beat Jarla 2 times. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, I think the pressure is not on me, actually. I've been doing my thing, and I think he was pretty scared of me coming into the final because I'm in a row. So the pressure is not on me. If I lose, it's fine. I had to win twice, but he has to still be the undefeated guy, right?
And you won in Manila. This is just about 5 times as much as that. What would it mean for you if you were to walk away with $100,000 today?
I mean, for me, it's not about the money. It's about the pride, the respect, and everything. I saw you guys' predictions. No one put me here. No one. Shame on you.
Okay. Jarla, firstly, what do you have to say about that?
I will beat him up today, hopefully. I got 2 chances, so yeah, take it home.
Okay, and I mean, you're a very professional TCG player. You've been in the upper bracket all this time. You've been able to watch the entire lower bracket. Does that give you any benefit here?
Well, I probably saved more energy than Zeli, so maybe that will play for me, but we'll see.
Okay, final question. Are you excited about a $100,000 prize pool here today?
It's not about the money, it's about the glory and the trophy.
All right. Good luck, players.
All right, Muka, what incredible finalists do we have in this final? Like, both of the responses to Tia's question there were just so fantastic. Both characters, incredibly skilled players. I've got butterflies in my stomach personally. I cannot believe that we are here at the finals of the Parallel Prime Championship. It's so exciting. We're gonna get stuck into the deck list here. Let's go.
This has got to be the perfect story that we have for this World Championship. Zelly coming from the bottom bracket all the way to the Grand Finals, and that energy that he has. He's saying Jarla has to be the one to show up for this match, not him.
He is quite the character, I must say.
Yeah.
But Jarla has the confidence
He
too.
does. I mean, he's been here before, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
this is true. And I will say, Zelly having to beat him twice, that is definitely a big feat. So either way, it's going to be a truly wonderful final. Both of these players absolutely deserve to be here. They're incredibly skilled. They've fought super hard, and it's going to be an amazing final.
Yeah, without a doubt, these guys played their hearts out. I have no doubt that they're going to do that in this match. It's going to be crazy. I actually couldn't have asked for a better finals. I'm so excited to see these guys go at it.
Amazing. Look at the trophy is just absolutely
Oh,
fantastic.
man.
I love Jarlo saying that it's not about the money, it is about the glory and the trophy. But we're going to take a look at the first deck list here. Muka, take it away.
Yeah, we have Zelly's Earthen that we've seen him perform time and time again on. Some of the key takeaways are the double relic lineup. He's got the hold the line to add that defender where needed. The Terra, a card that we don't see in every build, but it's been doing a lot of work for him. And yeah, I mean, the deck speaks for itself. It's been had a lot of success, and it's been fun to watch.
We just got word that Zelly's Sippy has been banned, and Jarla's ADHQ has actually, my apologies,
Other way.
flipped the other way there. Those are the bans. So yes, Zelly's ADHQ and Jarla's Sippius has been banned.
All right, let's move on to the next deck list for Zelly here.
Taking a look at the next one, we've got the Neve coming up next here. Looking like we've got, of course, the core cards of Adira and Neve's Dominion, but there's only one Triumph of the Lost, 3 copies of Treacherous Scheming, of course the Malia, the Researchers, and there's even a Saboteur to take care of some relics as well. All right, on to the next deck list.
All right, we got the Sippius here. Again, that Akara that put on a show for us, giving us the exact lethal for Zelly in the last game. The 4 slots, I didn't see it the first time around, but it is quite filled out, right? Glaive, Master Poisoner, Sippian Praetor, and Synchronicity. So he's got a good tempo-ish kind of build here. A lot of cards that players don't expect anymore, especially like the Drusian X-Raider and the Radiant Legion, as well as the Rubicon. So a very, very solid list that got Zelliuser to the finals. Let's go on and see the next one.
I think Zelly's Sippius Lair has been my favorite deck to watch,
It's
honestly.
very good. I like
cool.
the build.
And now we are on to Jarla's Earthen list. He does also have a Terra Verdant Mentor, just like Zelly. We've got, of course, the Terra Gliders and the Titan, which are the core of the deck. And he even has a Solitary Confinement in there as well. All right, we're going to take a look at the next one here. It is a Catherine. Muka, take it away.
Yep, so as I said before, always look at the vehicles. There are 3 Bloodhound transports in Jarla's version of Catherine, but no Vindicator Rapid Assault vehicles. That Relicate in all of Jarla's builds is very apparent. You can tell why he's letting Sippius through time and time again. He wants to punish them for playing the relics, playing that relic-oriented build, forcing them to not go down that route and be a little bit powered down.
Yep, and on to the last one here for Jarla. Jarla's very, very strong player with the Neve. Is actually running the 3 Take It or Leave It. We were questioning that earlier. Has got, of course, the Eclipsed Fate, the Wong, the Void Trappers, only 2, and of course, you know, all of the core stuff here that we love to see from Shroud.
With that said, we have the first game ready for the Parallel Prime Championship. There is a lot on the line, and winner takes home $100,000 and a beautiful trophy.
Yes, truly the first champion of a game goes down in history.
Yeah.
Forever, the first champion here of Parallel is about to be had.
That glory to see Parallel Prime Championship 1 and your name next to it, that's gotta be surreal to see, to be on that stage knowing that you are competing for that.
We are in Las Vegas at the HyperX Arena at the Parallel Prime Championship, about to have a winner. It's very exciting times.
These players couldn't be more prepared, more locked in. I keep looking over to see them, and they are already in that flow state, head deep into the monitor, ready, evaluating their decision. What decks do they bring first? How does this go? They've already locked in their decks. It looks like we have Zeliuser on the Scipius and Jarla on the Nehemiah. Looking at that opening hand, Zeliuser looks pretty clean. Nice curve.
Yeah, it's looking like a fairly strong opener. You have your 1 into your 2. Of course, have the subjugate. And honestly, Muka here, the most important thing, I think, potentially, is a no snitching for a potential steward of the garden. That is just so absolutely core at shutting down their 3-cost units, right? So we'll see if Jarla actually finds one. But if he does, Zelly's sitting pretty.
Yeah, I wonder, what do you bank here? I mean, it seems like it's the synchronicity, but then you don't get token. It's a little awkward, but it still works. You can go. He's already doing it. He's already showing us what bank is happening. We look at Jarla's opening hand. Oh, that's not gonna look good. See, he has the spores, but nothing to really play until turn 4.
Look at all of those native language cards.
He's
My
flexing
goodness.
a little bit.
Flexing a
Oh,
little
double
bit over
spores.
Here. Wow, yeah, really unfortunate that he did not find a steward of the garden.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to see in the finals of the Prime Championship. But that being said, 2 Terra Gliders in the hand and also Spores, very good AoE card, being able to take care of wide boards here against Scipius. So it's not, you know, we shouldn't panic yet here for Jarla, but of course, you know, kind of sad to see.
Yeah, it can get a little scary with the Asian subjugate on board because that can help you maybe outscale some of the decay damage.
Sure.
Terra Gliders, if he can get an allocated provisions, that would be nice. You can tell he mulliganed pretty aggressively, considering 4 cards are 2 the relic removal, 2 Terra Glider. I feel like he was really looking for that steward.
Yeah. Kind of interesting to see the Terra Glider get banked there. I would have thought maybe a relic repurposing. Or
Yeah,
do you think he's just
possibly.
like really respecting the high density replicator?
Yeah, I think so. I also think banking one of those seems a little bit easier, but you also don't have allocated provisions yet, right? So holding onto those Terra Gliders could be a trap because you're only going to be able to use 1 at this current state.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunate for Jarla here, there isn't really much to do on turn 2. Not what you want to see. You can, of course, throw the no snitching down on the cunning Scipion to sort of stop the token generation. We might see that come into play here, but he could be thinking about holding it back for an Asian subjugate as well.
Yeah, I think that would help a lot, stopping the subjugate from scaling. If one comes out on curve, it'll live, but at least you can stop it from growing too much. The spores will help this board. I mean, it looks really daunting, but I feel a little at ease looking at from Jarla's perspective because he has the Provoke Caretaker, he has the Terra Glider, so there is a semblance of some resources coming in now.
Yeah, and honestly, he might be thinking of like not even using the no snitching here because his intention is to go for the spores the next turn, right? So he knows that that token's going to get, you know, killed by the spores. So yeah, that could be the logic here, but we'll see if he decides to cast it.
He's still holding on to both relic removals, holding on to that relic repurposing, and really respecting Zelly playing multiple relics. He wants to get them both done with. But Zelly is just playing the old-fashioned way. He hasn't seen a relic yet. He's just playing nice and easy, getting the Asian subjugate out. He has another one ready for next turn. If these are unanswered, that is a huge problem to deal with.
Nice positioning there from Zelly, making sure that the subjugate, the most important target, is all the way on either the left or right side of the board, so it does not take more damage from the virulent spores that we are very likely going to see get cast this turn.
Yeah. Jarla does have some saving grace, though, if he can survive a bit longer with the Terramech Shield Titan in his hand. We know Zeliuser plays multiple Master Poisoners, so that's going to be a bit worrying, but if I'm playing and in his position, that's the out I'm currently looking for. Spores is going to help, and the no snitching, but seeing another Asian subjugate in hand is going to definitely be tough to get over.
Yeah, it's really nice that Jarla has the Titan in the hand, right? He's at least got that secured. It'll be nice to sort of get some defenders down and develop to sort of, you know, make sure that you start really building that wall eventually. But, you know, it could potentially be tough because I think when a subjugate is left on the board, we see a second one in the hand, like some crazy shenanigans, stats could wind up getting laid down on the board. So we'll see what he decides to do here.
Oh, I think order might matter if he goes for the, oh no, he did it right. He did it the right way. Okay. If I was worried for a second, if you spores first and then you know snitching, the decay goes away also. Yes. So doing the snitching first is the correct way to do it. I'm happy to see that, no little hiccups along the way. But again, we know Zeliuser has another Asian subjugate, so it's still a little scary.
Yeah. hopefully not seeing those types of mistakes in such a high-stakes match like this, but we didn't see it.
I should've
Yarla's
known
locked
better.
in.
They're
Shouldn't have known
locked in.
better, Muka. Come on, come on. No, I don't want to jinx it, actually. Let's see what they've got here. Okay, getting another Asian subject get developed. Going to start being able to apply some extra counters. Looks to bank the Belarusi standard bearer there. Could bring it back with the tabula later if need be. Of course, getting the token generated from banking a unit, allowing the subjugate to give some +1/+1 stats to the other subjugate. Oh, or no, actually sticks with the healthy one, because that one, of course, still has decay.
Yeah, the one with decay, I mean, if everything got decay, he would have had to use both buffs to buff the one that is currently a 4/2 out of the range of dying from decay. He opts to just keep the one that's fresh and healthy, good to go. I mean, he has an Asian subjugate token next to it, so he can keep replenishing that, which is kind of nice. It
Yeah.
also protects the Reliant Gamma. I wonder, do we just see another Spores come out from Jarla to try and keep breaking this down a little?
It's very possible. I mean, I would think that you want to start. Well, you know, honestly, I'm not sure if it's necessarily the right play. You could go for a Terra Glider and go for a 4, but that really doesn't feel that great. You want to at least be going for like a 6, but sometimes you need to sort of put it down for some mid-game pressure. So
Yeah.
I would not be shocked if we do see Spores again. We had seen Zelly hovering the Drusian Exorator in the bank, which means he can get it off next turn with the Tabula Rasa, right? So this is a lot of pressure from Zelly starting out here.
Yeah, I'm a little worried with Jarla's banking right now because he's respecting the high-density genetic replicator so much that he's banking like his Terramech Shield Titan and stuff like that because he wants to just remove those relics as soon as they come on the board. But, I mean, Zeliusir hasn't even seen them. I don't even know if he would fall for the trap at this point after seeing the deck list.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I was quite surprised to see the Titan get banked there. I mean, of course you can always get other Titans from the Terra Gliders, you know, when you reveal 6 cards, but I don't know. Actually, that's
a defender.
That's a defender. It's not that bad. You see that the Asian subjugate is going to contest that quite a bit there.
Yeah. Does slow down things a little bit, and if the subjugate contests it, opens Zeliusir back up for being in Spore's range.
Yeah. I mean, this is a pretty perfect turn. He gets to get the Drusian Exorator on the board, trade away the subjugate with decay, and then keep the rest of it pretty darn healthy. So, yeah.
Do we have a... He banks the standard bearer. Are we going for Scipius, or is there a Drusian in the bank?
There
that I
is a
forgot?
Drusian,
Okay, yeah,
yep.
this is going to be a powerhouse. And that Drusian acts like another genetic replicator, right? I mean...
Yeah.
It spikes the board during really pivotal turns that you need it to. This was the old-fashioned way of doing it. This is the back in my day high-density genetic replicator.
You've been here a long time, Muka. You really have. No, I mean, look, this is looking pretty clean here. We're probably going to see that subject get traded away because it's not healthy. And then, you know, obviously this defender is going to get passed off, can take the trade there, and then smack 7 to the face. So that is a ton of damage going to Jarla's dome right there. And so things are looking kind of tough for him right now. Honestly, like, this hand, Jarla's Earthen hand just, like, didn't really line up super well for him.
Yeah, and drawing a Triumph
Wow.
for Zeliusir, this is going to be absolute carnage. You see him dancing over there.
Little
The subjugates have been putting in the work. They've been allowing Zeliusir to make efficient trades, scale out of the decay mechanic from Virulent Spores, and Jarla has not been finding the resources he needs. I mean, it's tough when your opponent is like outscaling you now every turn. There was like a window where you couldn't do anything, and they were able to develop these units that scale, and they're so tough to deal with if you do not have an answer right away.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. If I was Jarla, I'd be like, okay, I might just need to shake this off and go next here, because this is looking really, really difficult.
I mean, it's game 1 of theoretically set 1, so it's not too bad to have your whiff like this. It was an unfortunate mulligan. Maybe some of the banking decisions were a bit tough. He's going to keep pushing through it, though, but that subjugate, we know what the Triumph is, definitely going to steal the deal for him in this game.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I do think holding on to both copies of the Relic Repurposing, like, I think respecting the high density replicator is definitely very legitimate, but I think having both, you know, like even potentially banking the Titan, you know, over it is a little.
Yeah, he didn't get there either to defend him a little bit. Like, he wasn't able to find any of those resources to get him over the hump. He was pretty much stuck, and with Zeliuser just, you know, using those ancient subjugates, and buffing the board, and just hanging out, like, it was tough. I don't think there was too much he could have done. He needed a much better start.
Look at Zelly dancing. He's feeling good. He's feeling happy. This amazing like first game for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not over yet, but let's be real. Like he's in a very good position to take this first one here.
Yeah, that's gotta feel good for sure. Your first game of a long road for him to win this whole tournament, and he has the resources in this first one. It was pretty nice and simple. It's got to be, you know, easing your way into the rest of the set.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I am not quite sure what Yarla could do at this point to recover. I mean, a formidable presence could potentially, you know, like bank it, but he might even just have like lethal right here. Actually, let's see. That's 14.
16.
Yeah. Wow.
Zelly winning game one a little bit effortlessly. He's feeling good. Jarla's got to shake it off for the rest of the set and get back into it.
That was clean.
Yeah.
That was super clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think the bank decisions were a little weird from Yarla, but I just don't think the hand was there pretty much at all. Like, I don't know if it would have made a difference. I think Zelly's hand was so strong. Didn't get that Steward of the Garden to sort of combat the power level that Scipia started with, and yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. This was Zelly's game to win. You can tell he's vibing out right now. He's feeling good. With whatever playlist they have, I want it to. And
did you know that the trophy there, it is a vinyl. It does play a song. Yes, it does.
Oh.
It plays one song.
That's sick.
Isn't that so cool?
All right.
Yep.
All right, I like that. A little parallel flex with the trophy design there.
Yeah.
All right, Jarla's deciding what he wants to lock in. I mean, he's been in this kind of stage before, so I'm not really doubting that he can shake it off. And
yeah, I'm not worried about Yarla. He's been in these high stakes competitions many times before, so he's going to be locked in.
All right, let's see. What can we do next? I mean, getting Scipius through feels good, especially since Jarla's builds look like they were tailored for Scipius. So Zeliuser could bring, you know, a few of the other decks. He doesn't have ADHQ, which would have given him the edge against something like an Earthen, those decks that are lower on the power curve amongst the decks that they have available to them for Conquest. So he does have the Neve though, and the Earthen.
And I mean, he's very practiced with both of these. I would think that some people had been banning his Scipius, so he's probably the most practiced with these two decks. So he's got to be feeling pretty good going into it.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. So as they're figuring it out, Ali, I mean, I can't imagine from a player's perspective what it's like to have to win a double elimination at the finals.
You know, I gotta say though that if anybody can do it, it's Zelly.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't seem bothered by that at all.
No.
And honestly, that'd be even more glory, which is, I think is very on brand for him. You know, he'd own that for sure.
100% he would own that for sure, knowing him. He's a great personality in the space, very confident. Jarla as well. They've locked in their Paragons for the second game. Zeliuser switching to the Neve against Jarla's Catherine.
Yeah, I mean, this is, look at that opening hand for Yarla there. I mean, this is traditionally very difficult for the Shroud to win, right? Kathy is very, very aggressive, and especially with that one-drop start, this is probably going to be pretty tough for Zelly. I wouldn't be shocked if we see Yarla take this, but we'll see, you know? This is also a pretty solid hand, you know, an opener for Zelly here.
Yeah, he does have a really good curve of units. No Dominion yet, which we talk about a lot for these aggro matchups, helps a lot. And yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, honestly, like, yes, Dominion is super helpful for the aggro matchups, but I really think against the Kathy, like, you'd prefer to have your own units on the board combating it than like relying on the Dominion, because you're taking so much damage, and then they honestly just wind up refilling another board. So I think this is actually like the type of hand that you would want to have a good chance against Kathy here.
I can agree with that for sure, especially with like Embedded Agent, Void Trap, or Rummaging. That's like have to answer me, draw power. That's clean. Sees the Malia after. Jarla's opening hand, though, very, very good for what you want to see as a Cathy player. He just needs to draw into a 3-drop. As I say it, he draws into it. But yeah, the Bloodhound transfer, right? He's guaranteed that he's going to be drawing this the way he's been building his deck, and he can immediately trade off into the embedded agent, which is nice. Going from there, he has the double 1-drop, which is super clean, into Rallying Cry, into Catherine.
Yep.
It's just exactly what you want.
Looks pretty
He's
darn good
definitely
to me.
feeling good seeing this hand versus the one in the last game.
With that Molly in the hand, I will say though that like I know we're just saying that we want units, but the Dominion also would be quite nice. You know, I'm just throwing that out there. But the Life Siphon is going to be somewhat helpful here. I mean, he has the option of going with the Void Trapper. You know, I think there's some good plays on the horizon here for Zelly.
Yeah, locking in the Void Trapper and using a Life Siphon to remove the Trigger Happy Trooper is going to help a ton, and then Jarla will be able to respond with his Rallying Cry. Zellies are looking at the Bannerman being like, I hate this guy, I want this, I want him. I want him with my Void Trapper.
I mean, honestly, we could see, you know, what gets pulled out with the Rallying Cry here, but the Eclipse Fate, like, could be useful if it was, like, a second Bannerman or something, you know, right? Being able to clean up both. So we'll see what the Catherine's Rallying Cry puts.
Ooh.
Oh, see, there we go. There we go.
That's really good. Gets a Bannerman and a Fleet Machinist that will give him another Bloodhound transport. He could synergize that with the Cathy next turn if he wants to. He just uses his bank fodder. He can't really play it this much this turn for the buff because Rallying Cry will buff the Bannerman. But he's got double Bannerman. Like you said, that Eclipse Fate is going to look really nice now.
That Eclipse Fate is looking real nice right now. Now the question is does Jarla clear this or does he go face?
It's a tough decision. I think you clear it. Void Trapper can be a nuisance if it's left to like run amok, and you don't want it to get the good trades, right? It just trades maybe into a Fleet Machinist, and then trades in next turn, gets another trade. You're getting more resource value, and Jarla doesn't have snitching, right? So maybe have to answer right now. I do understand though, like the idea of Markolian just starting to race. Race to finish before Zelliser can get a Nehemiah down or really like put pressure on the board.
I could be wrong here, but I do think that, you know, Marco doesn't struggle that much. Like, it's not that often that I feel like they're just like barely a few damage off. Like, I think they either like absolutely destroy you or Neve, you know, is just struggling. So
yeah, I mean, if there was no Eclipsed Fate, Jarlo's definitely in a very good spot, but this Eclipse Fate is going to put in a lot of work eliminating. I mean, it's half the units, but it's way more of the pressure.
Oh, absolutely.
Those units scaled are a huge problem. Now there's only 2 damage on board. We know that there's a Catherine that can come out and start to pressure, but still, like Zelliser is giving himself time to get to that Neve.
yeah, I think if I was Jarla right now, I probably just would want to take the 5 damage. We know that Honored Steward can no longer hit Paragons, so it feels pretty good going into that. You know, sort of forces them to have an erasure. You know, just saw the Eclipse Fate come down, so I wouldn't be shocked if we see like the most pressure play here with the Cathy and with the Bloodhound transport as well, right?
Yep, get that nice damage in. That will be 8 damage, not bad for a turn 4 play. Zelliser has good cards, but no clear line of sight to deal with this right now.
Ooh, and that memento
That's
of the
good.
Oh,
But there's
okay.
a Dominion.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Dominion in the hand. We got it like secured.
I mean, if Cathy runs into the rummaging, then that's good. You're in a good spot to Dominion. You have the Malia. You just start to retake everything.
Now the question is Jarla going to be able to position this memento to sort of play around a Dominion clearing? You know.
Knife goes on. Knife can't die. None of the units can't die.
Yeah, nothing can die here, so that isn't a concern right now.
Yeah. Do you do something like the Master Poisoner to just clear off the rummaging researcher and then guarantee that your Catherine doesn't die to a Dominion?
I mean,
for a turn.
I think so. I would think that's a pretty decent play. I mean, I think he's probably respecting Dominion, right? So I think that's where Jarla's head's at, is like, how do I play around Dominion the best? And would we say that that is? I mean, next turn Dominion's only going to be able to do 4 damage unless a Tioli comes into play. So perhaps keeping the Cathy alive is you know, his biggest priority here.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is there something with Memento and PS8 to just deal with the rummaging instead? I don't. You can PS8 it, that'll put it to 3. Trade with Memento unit. Yeah, he's gonna go for the Poisoner. I think the Poisoner route guarantees more face damage, which is kind of why I like it. Just keep pushing and force Zeliuser to burn all his health, and then hopefully you can finish it off by the end of it. But guaranteeing that your Kathy lives for a turn outside of Dominion definitely feels good, especially when you get Zeliuser's health down to 13.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, and he's going to take a lot of damage from this Dominion as well. Wow, I mean, there you go. I mean, you could
ask and you shall receive.
Ask and you shall receive. Dominion doesn't necessarily need to come into play here. You could use the erasure.
He's just yoinking that companion, like, get out of here. I need to play this.
Okay. It's like having a little pet, you know? It's like, excuse me, we're busy here.
He's putting on a little show for us before he plays the erasure.
Okay. A true showman, to say the least, yes.
In all elements. All right, this feels a lot better if you're Zeliuser, right? There's only now 5 damage on board. 6. We know there's 6 if there's a Memento played. That feels better. I mean, Memento and Master Poisoner though pairs pretty well. You get a free pass.
Yes, that's very true.
Yeah. Oh, this is a good 6. Rallying Cry and Memento.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Man, Dominion is scary to cast against a Markolian, isn't it?
Yes, it definitely is. You have to pay attention to how many Slingers are left, maybe how many Bloodhound Transporters, right? Because if you get yourself to 1 and suddenly you're not protected, one little poke can get you. We do know there's Amalia though, right?
Yes.
So Amalia can heal you out of that range. That's why that revert to that nerf was so strong. Getting the 2 health, you're slowly taking yourself out of lethal again.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing also with the Markolian is, like, there's not that much burn, you know?
No.
So I do think that Zeli could theoretically get a Dominion down, follow it up with Amalia, and, like, just, you know, slightly, like, kind of keep healing out of range. But, I mean, this is definitely a scary board state for sure. But it can be Dominioned next turn.
Yeah. I am very curious where he puts the Memento. He's gonna put on the Bloodhound, okay.
Let's put on the
I mean, it scales it to be annoying that you have to use a full Dominion to wipe this board now.
9 damage hitting the face here, down to
Alvaro.
6. Oh, Alvaro.
He's gonna bank 1 Dominion and just let it out. Does Jarla have the damage? Does he draw into the damage?
I mean, the Honored Steward in the hand is actually quite nice, because if he does go for the Alvaro with the Memento on it next turn or something, I mean, having an answer there. Oh, and the Tioli. He could actually no, he can play the Honored Steward and the Malia next turn together anyway, which is pretty solid.
No, that's going to be pretty strong, especially that we see the Alvaro going to be paired with the Memento of the Fallen here. Jarla needed a top deck to just end the game and move on to the next one. Oh my god! And it's right there in front of him. That's got to be annoying.
That is cruel. That is so cruel. Oh my gosh. You got to be, like, in pain if you see that as Jarla. Oh my god.
Especially when you're going to see an Honored Steward into Amalia.
Honestly, I think he recovers here. Like, I mean, he's going to go up to 3 life. He's going to get the draws. He's doing a lot of damage.
And then you Neve next turn.
Do we know if there's a Catherine's Expertise in Jarla's list here?
I do not believe so, but I cannot confirm.
Even has the no snitching for the Honored Steward, but decides not to go for it. Okay.
Oh,
wow. Man. Muka, I think he's done it.
That was the window.
That was,
That was the window. Zeliuser will probably scrape this way. That would be crazy, though, to immediately quickly go to 2-0 as the lower bracket. Imagine just cleaning up 1 set and then going quick. Like, this is valuable for Jarla too, because he can kind of see how Zeli's playing the builds, if he's not already super familiar, and come up with like a game plan. Okay, try 1, did this work? If in worst case scenario he has to go to set 2, then it's like figure it out again. But man, seeing that Gunslinger as the top deck right outside the window.
I was just about to say, Muka, like, I think Jarla is probably a player that does not tilt easily. He keeps his head in the game. He's locked. But man, seeing the top deck gunslinger when Zelly was at 1, like that's brutal.
Yeah.
You gotta
After
like have
the
strong
Earthen game
mental.
of last game.
I know.
Oh,
you gotta
man.
wonder. Like sometimes the RNG is just like really there
Yeah.
on somebody's side, you know. But
Not
wow.
much he can do. He's just gonna pass with the slinger. He's gonna hold on to it. Maybe Zeliusr doesn't expect it at a certain point. Gets himself to 1 with another
He's
Dominion.
just gonna cast the Neve now,
Yeah.
lay it down.
And Jarla banked his artillery volley. Doesn't even have a Catherine to use it with. So this is gonna be really tough. He's gonna no snitching.
Strong ordering from Zelly there. You know, that extra tabula rasa, very important, Muka,
You
for that
never
0
know.
cost.
Never know. I mean, you see an Asian subject getting rolled out,
Yeah,
suddenly the
that's right,
tabulas
that's
matter.
valid, That's valid. That's valid.
All right, what do we see? Bannerman, that's a good one. There's tabulas. Ali doesn't like those, apparently. Void Keeper.
That's
a
not
nice
a bad
hit.
one.
That's
Yeah,
a nice
that's a
hit.
good one for sure.
Workshop assembly mechanics. I know it's one of the best cards in Augencourt, but it's got to be so annoying to see those pop up as a new
Yeah.
player.
Ah.
All these overclock cards.
Tabula.
All right, there's the tabula. Another one here.
I always want some fancy music when the Neve comes
that it?
down. I think that's it.
All
That's
right.
all you need. You
Yeah,
don't
it's
really
not
need
that
more
bad. I
than
mean, the
that.
Void Keeper's a good addition. Void Keeper, some bodies for damage. Bannerman is nice. And then you're just gaining health with that Malia.
With 5 health secured and this absolutely massive board, I think he's got it.
Yeah, this is really tough. I mean, that is kind of the trade-off with some of these Marco builds that are very front-loaded. Oh my gosh.
Look,
Zeliusr.
Zelly's like he's a little bit of disbelief there.
He's feeling good.
I mean, that is an unfavorable matchup.
He put himself
win.
to 1 for a turn.
He did. He absolutely went to 1. Unfavorable matchup. He absolutely crushed it. The gunslinger was absolutely heartbreaking
Yeah.
there for Yarla. Yarla's really got to keep it together here
gotta keep it
because that's
together. Yeah.
pretty scary.
Yeah, the Catherine just ran out of gas. I mean, he's playing a build that doesn't have like the Vindicators and like the expertise and stuff like that. So when the gas runs out, it's tough. You can't catch back up.
This has already been so exciting,
Yeah.
Luka, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, Zeliusr's doing what he does best. He's putting
Yeah.
on a show. He's got to win 1 more game, and then suddenly Yarla's safety net is gone.
It's true. It's true. Wouldn't that be an absolutely insane final if we actually get the second match?
That would be crazy. I mean, if there's anyone to have a long casting segment between the 2 opponents, it's us.
Yep.
So let's see how it goes. I wonder, I mean, you know Zeliusur's next pick. So as Jarla, it's a bit easier. You can just set up the matchup you feel most comfortable with and then move on from there.
Yeah, so Selly's got his Earthen left, and you know Yarla hasn't taken a game yet. So what do you think he's gonna pick?
Yeah, I mean, Shroud, I don't know if Shroud is the pick anymore.
I don't know if Shroud's the pick anymore either.
His Catherine doesn't have like Vindicator, so that's not a pick anymore. So then you have left with Earthen.
Yeah?
Mirror match.
Oh,
Nah,
man.
he just probably just locks in the Neve.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone is a good Neve player, it's Jarla. Jarla
That's
is
very true.
one of the best Neve players by far.
Yep, Neve has always been, he's always said that, right? That
Yeah.
Neve is his,
Yeah.
I think,
everyone
is his
had
favorite.
abandoned Neve after Dominion
Yep.
came out. Not abandoned, no one even looked at Neve. And he was like, no, you guys are all wrong. Neve is great.
Well, then maybe Neve is the one to like turn it around.
Yeah.
Like remained loyal to her, wielder of faith. Yarla is a part of that for sure. And maybe from that point forward, we can turn it around here for,
Yeah,
for
he
Yarla.
goes for the Earth and Mirror match though.
All right.
Oh man, we've seen a couple of these on stream so far, and they've been epic. It's
Buckle up, folks.
crazy how much each decision matters in this matchup. Zeliusr already completing his mulligan. He has the hold the line, no snitching, allocated provisions, formidable presence, and the provoked caretaker. The snitching is what you want to see though. That's really good. Stops
Yep.
the ramp. Jarla has one himself though.
Yeah, Zelly's still dancing even though he doesn't have a Steward of the Garden in the hand. But honestly, like if you got the no snitching, wow. Okay, Yarla picks up a second.
Yeah. I mean, this is good. Even if you're getting the no snitching go across the board and Zeliusr can stop Jarla's, there is still a Terramex Shield Titan already in Jarla's hand. She's got to make it land and stick, and that he's already ahead.
Yeah. And the Tioli too,
Yep.
so can kind of get it out sooner. Oh, that's nice.
Moonlit
I
is
mean,
nice too, starting that defender chain.
Yep. So we see the Stewie get no snitching there, but unfortunately for Jarla, there is a Tioli in the hand that can be cast next turn because he went second. So we'll see if he chooses to get out one of the threes, or sorry, the three in the hand there.
Yeah, I wonder, does he go for it or not, and then try to hope that he draws. He has 2 more draws in between him going again, right? So he could see another 3 drop and keep going along that curve, and it'll be good. As long as he can keep the defenders up and find a way to pass it on to the Shield Titan, he's in a good spot for sure. Zeliuser does have a decent setup. The Cunning Diplomat drawing him some resources. He has the Caretaker for next turn, can start to push and be aggro with the allocated provisions.
Yeah. It's interesting what Jarla wants to bank here. I mean, I think he's probably thinking about, do I really need 2 no snitchings? Should I bank the Formidable? But honestly, no snitching could be pretty useful in you know, a match full of defenders, being able to dictate an attack, not allowing the defender to get passed off. So I think I like this decision to bank the Formidable Presence. Oftentimes they're better in the late game anyway, right? So now I would be, oh man, I would be kind of shocked if he chooses not to develop the Moonlit.
Yeah, he's holding on to it, maybe for the Terramex Shield Titan. I would assume he could also go for Paragon next turn, but he probably just wants to hold on to that to ramp to the Shield Titan, because that is such a monster start. It requires so much effort to get that off the board.
Yeah, and I guess it doesn't go super well into a Caretaker, right? Which I'm sure he's expecting for turn 3 as well. So it makes sense.
Yeah. This is not related at all, but I just realized Zeliuser is playing with a Cathari card back on an Earthen.
Wow.
It hurts me a little bit.
Yeah. Consistency.
All right, he plays the Caretaker, shuffles some 2 caches in, and then uses the provisions to conceal again. Back to Jarla's turn. He does have multiple options now between the Moonlit, the Primary Conduit, and the Rummaging Researcher.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting decision to see what he goes for here. I mean, his hand's not bad, but I do think that, you know, getting the Researcher developed is always nice. But here's the thing: it's a clean death to the Caretaker, and there's only the Shield Pod on the board, right? So he might not want to risk it just getting smacked down in one way or another, right?
I do kind of like the Rummaging, because if the Caretaker is the one that's going to be attacking, you are still drawing, which is kind of nice.
Correct. He's going to draw a lot of cards here.
All right, let's see what the first draw is from Jarla's Rummaging Researcher. He gets a Caretaker, which is nice. This is that synergy between the charge mechanic with Earthen. You can keep drawing a ton of cards, keep attacking. He still is missing an allocated provisions, though, so it's going to be a little short for him compared to Zeliuser, who can keep revealing and putting caches in. If he had a Rummaging here, then he could keep pushing. But with the allocated provisions on Zeliuser's side, he is keeping his opportunity safe for a Terra Glider that he has in his hand.
Yeah, he certainly has the engine going, so that's what you want to see. Okay, Jarla decides to throw the no snitching on the defender, stopping that chain going here.
Yeah, he also wanted to reduce his hand size a little bit. He had 6. If he drew another card, he drew 7. Then that leaves Zeliuser to keep revealing, and you don't get value out of the Rummaging, because now you'd have 8 cards in your hand. You'd burn the one on the top of your deck.
Yeah. Interesting. Going to
get that defender back on.
Yep.
He's like, no. You don't get to choose who has defender. Jarla here drawing.
Yeah, definitely nice to get that Researcher developed, right? So Jarla is also getting those cards as well. Well, we'll see what he goes for here, but I mean, another Caretaker would be, that's a lot of pressure on the board.
I'm kind of liking it. I like another 6/6 to kind of beat down. It forces Jarla to play like really reactively. He's gonna go for the Moonlit though to get more of that defender, make synergy, make trades not optimal. It also will synergize with the Nehemiah if it comes out next turn, right? It would be a 6/6.
Yeah, you got to be thinking that he's considering going Nehemiah soon, maybe by prioritizing the defenders there. It's not that long before Zeli can go for a reveal 6 to try and find a Titan, potentially.
Yep, and Jarla draws into a Solitary Confinement, which is a 4-cost effect that can basically counter Paragons. It takes a select card or select unit and puts it to the top of the owner's deck, and Paragons do not go in the deck, they just disappear.
Exactly, they are treated as token units, so if they're removed from the board, then they are gone forever. So let's see, it's not this turn that Jarla can Tioli out the Titan, but he could do it next turn,
Yep.
right? So is he going to prioritize putting down some defenders to sort of prep for that turn?
Kind of like Caretaker and Primea Conduit, maybe.
Yeah,
Start
I
getting
think so
some
too.
defender synergy there. Play a big card that makes attacking into it with defender like annoying. If you force like a Nehemiah play, then you can solitary confinement, start to rebuild, or if you have a defender lingering around, you can just Tioli into Terramech Shield Titan next turn.
Ooh, I think that Yarla might be considering,
Spicy.
yeah, it's very spicy. Wants to put the Aurora Fungi on the Researcher there and keep it healthy? Is that the logic?
Yeah, give it a lot of health if defender passes onto it, can withstand more than one hit.
Yep.
Oh, he's throwing the attack onto the Moonlit, forcing Zelly's to the side. He immediately blocks with the Cunning Diplomat, though. 2 defenders on Zelly's side right now.
I guess he felt like he just keeps wanting to chunk away at the defenders, and he figures he's gonna have to keep doing it eventually. So that buff allowed him to get that going there.
that companion in Zelly's way again. Is it a sign?
All right.
He's gonna activate his Caretaker first now.
Meaning that Yarla will also be getting a draw off of the Researcher there.
Yep, and that Researcher is giving a lot of value to Jarla. And we know that he's kind of leaning, we think that he's leaning down the route of the Terramech Shield Titan, but having all these other resources for after that is a big deal.
Yep. Yeah, the Conduit there protecting the Researcher, definitely nice. If he gives the little Stewie here, the defender. And also we saw that Yarla picked up a Terra Glider.
Yep. He needs an allocated provisions, and then everything starts to feel a little smooth. We do see the Nehemiah come out. I mean, looking at Zelly's hand, he does not have an immediate response for a Terramech Shield Titan coming out that has defender, right? He has to draw another target effect to no snitching it, or roll into his own Terramech Shield Titan.
Yep, absolutely. That solitary confinement can be really nice for this Nehemiah.
Zelly looking at these energy supply caches like, what are we doing here?
A little bit unfortunate for Yarla that he hasn't found an allocated provisions himself. He probably wants that engine going.
Yeah, without a doubt. Oh man, all right. The banks here, what are we thinking? I kind of like relic repurposing because both players, I believe, are double relicking with like Altar of Gaia and allocated provision, so there's some value there. But then what? You bank the Provoke Caretaker? You do have a bunch of other good units. Wong, Terramech Shield Titan, Terra Glider.
How useful is Wong right now? I mean, the hand is huge.
It is huge.
Right, so maybe that's a decent play. Are we going to see a Tioli on the Titan?
I think so, but I don't know. It has 2 health, the Rummaging Researcher, so it will pass Defender no matter where the attack goes.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for the Caretaker bank there. I mean, it looks like he's hovering that.
Yeah.
I kind of like that decision. But do you think that he's wanting to prioritize the solitary confinement on the Nehemiah instead? I mean, I do think that sometimes the sooner you get the Titan down, the better. But
the confinement gets a little awkward just because the Caretaker goes back to 6 health, I guess,
Right.
6 attack. So that's why I'm thinking no. But yeah, the Titan's out and it's ready, and he's forcing Zelliuser to make the next move, which is actually kind of interesting. We know that Zelliuser has a no snitching, so he'll be able to stop Defender.
wow, yeah, very true. Okay.
Very, very interesting that he chose not to just suicide the Rummaging Researcher there.
Yeah. Yarla's going to get another draw here. I mean, man, this Researcher has put in work, Muka.
Yeah. It has been drawing a ton of cards. Look at the cards in deck right now. And Zelliuser is putting supply caches in his deck, by the way. 21 to 29. So that Rummaging has been putting a lot of work. Zelliuser is going to hold the line and no snitching the Terramech Shield Titan right away.
Wow.
That'll stop the persistent effect of only taking 1 damage. So he'll be able to move on from there. Do we see a roll for 6?
We'll see. Kind of spicy to throw the hold the line. I'd like to pop the shield because
Yeah.
normally you want to be giving it to defender, so it was a little nice there. But
Did he not think? I wonder. I mean, he could have just attacked and then done that,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah,
I wonder
I think.
if there was a mishap. But I'm gonna wait and see if he sees something we don't.
perhaps a little bit of a misplay.
He's going to allocate a provision here.
Okay. Nicely, nice for Yarlo that unallocated provisions did get picked up on
Oh,
that
yeah.
draw, though, which is good for the Terror Gliders in the hand, so that's nice. A little bit of a shame to see, you know, the power of the Titan get answered right away there.
Yeah.
I mean, it does have Defender now, but, you know, it's going to take damage like a normal unit now, unfortunately, because of that no
It
switching.
is big, though. It is a
It
very
is
strong.
big.
It
It's
can
still
kill
big,
at
yeah.
least 2 units on this board. I do think that was a slight mishap from Zeliuser to not give the defender. He probably thought a defender was already passed on somehow. But Jarla can use this to his advantage. Zeliuser is probably going to trade to try to get this low. He has multiple defenders on the board. But
Yeah,
we know Jarla has solitary confinement to answer the Nehemiah.
Exactly. Yeah, look, I mean, Shaymax Stone Eye is not the best 6, but I gotta say, with only 2 cards in the hand, it doesn't feel that bad,
It's
right?
better than Citrine Rose.
All right, Muka. Stop picking on the Citrine
All right,
Rose.
all
but
right. I will
not.
stop the Citrine Rose hate for this, the rest of this tournament. We're already at the end, so I got enough in.
Yes.
All right, we are going to roll 6 supply caches in, and now I wonder, does Zeliuser attack? That's what I'm very curious on. I'm leaning on no.
That's tough. I mean, you're gonna have to get through this unit eventually, but I mean, throwing away your Nehemiah into it does not feel great.
Yeah, it does not feel good, and especially when Jarla hits it with a solitary confinement, if that's what he does next turn, that's gonna hurt a ton.
True.
10-10 defender is still no joke, with or without a crazy effect.
Yeah, there's only one solitary confinement in Yarla's deck. The players do have the deck list in front of them, so we can be respecting that.
Yeah, he's trading.
Yeah, I think
Not
the
a
trade is
scratch.
valid here.
He's thinking.
Not a scratch.
Spin wheel.
Okay.
All right, he's not going to attack with the Nehemiah. That leaves Jarla open to punish that, and he draws into Armored Support Vehicle, which will match the energy perfectly. He gets to use it all.
Sure. Definitely smart to throw in the Moonlit, though, taking advantage of the fact that the Nehemiah was buffing the attack, right? I think, you know, if you were going to trade in and, you know, this was sort of a happy medium, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right, Jarla has to decide what to bank, how to play it. You could see some crazy shenanigans or him trying to roll for 6 himself.
Well, 2 cards are revealed right now, so
You'd have to allocate it also.
Yeah,
Which is like not clean energy-wise.
Exactly. So
Unless you kill the other allocated.
well, there's only 5. He needs to bank here.
Yeah.
So
All right, he's allocating first. Are we going for a roll?
looks like we might be going for it, Muko.
All right. Man, these decisions are so tough, and to see these players, like, you can see it on their faces. Like, they are really... Zelly stopped dancing a little bit ago.
Yeah.
He's in the zone now. He's looking. Never
And-
mind, he starts dancing again.
Okay, just kidding. And there is a relic repurposing as well, so we haven't seen a bank yet. So if he does get the Titan from the Terra Glider, he would actually be able to trigger the Flourish as well, correct?
Yes, you are
So
correct.
that would be a pretty darn good play if he manages to get it here.
He's rolling.
What do you think?
I
okay.
mean, if these are the big games. If you're gonna go for it
Yes.
now, this is when you go for it. He rolls a Terravex Shield Titan. Oh my God! And like you said, he'll be able to trigger the Flourish with the Relic
Exactly.
repurposing.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, that was the fact that he's getting the repurposing here too, like being able to smack down the Nehemiah. I mean, this is a really, really, really good turn for Jarl. It's going to be pretty tough, I think, for Zelly to come back from this one.
Yeah, this one, Jarla's feeling good. He's like, all right, finally, I'm chilling. This
Yeah.
is the role I wanted. I'm hanging out, and yeah, Zeliuser is immediately put on the back foot. This is going to be really tough to handle. Doesn't have multiple effects to get over this one.
I don't think we've seen Zelly look stressed this entire time
Yeah.
until this point. And he definitely did not want to see that Titan come down.
Yeah, he's definitely probably a little annoyed by missing that one defender clear, right?
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Terramex Shield Titan's the only one with defender.
Yep. Actually, that's a great point. That is. All right, let's see.
All right, we're just shuffling these caches in.
Losing your provisions is pretty annoying too for Zelly. I mean, actually,
Yeah.
there is another one in the hand, so he can get the other one
Yep.
developed there. He's got some card draw though with the Cunning Diplomat, but he's probably going to need to get his own Titan to sort of, fight back
Yeah.
here. But I got to be honest, this is still pretty terrifying for him
Jarla
either
gets
way.
a trade. off, and now we'll trigger the Relic Repurposing.
Yep.
Triggering the Flourish on the Terramex Shield Titan, and will force Zeliuser's Nehemiah to attack it next turn.
Yeah. Zelly's reaction there, seeing the...
He's ready to go to the next one.
I think he's ready to go next. But here's the thing, though, Muka. These Earthen Mirrors are insane. So, like, we have seen some crazy comebacks, even with, like, 2 Titans on the board. But, you know, you gotta think that Zelly's crying inside seeing that there.
100%. I mean, you gotta keep playing it. It's still 30-30.
Interesting.
We've seen other players overcome stuff like this. The Formidables kind of help. We saw one way to get rid of them outside of the traditional double effect, like Silence, was like Decay, like Virulent Spores and just running into them with like Formidables. The old-fashioned way, brute forcing it down, may be an option.
Yeah, I mean, they're good at stalling here, but I think he needs to be building his own power on the board, and I don't know if this is really going to be good enough, but we'll see if it stalls him enough to get to some other power.
Yeah. I mean, it also stops Jarla from just flat out winning.
Flat out, that's, yeah.
Yeah. So it does help a little bit. Jarla's gonna, I mean, does Jarla just roll for 6 again? Got another Terra Glider in hand.
I mean, why not?
If he sees a third one, Zeliuser is just instant.
I mean, what else would you possibly want at this point? I mean, you could go for the Wong to try and find some other resources.
Oh, sorry, on like the units to play.
Yes. I think, you know, but what are you trying to draw into with the Wong here? I think you want to just keep building as massive as a board as you possibly can. So I think we will go for the Terra Glider
I like
here.
Rummaging, Terra Glider. It's super clean. You draw a card. You draw 2 cards, actually. So it's kind of fulfilling the purpose that the Wong would get, and your board is like 3 times as wide.
Oh, is this the turnaround here, Muka, for Jarla?
It's possible. I mean, 2-1, Zelly on the Earthen might get stuck. Zelly's been pulling it out every time, though, that you get, you know, he may seem stuck on the Earthen. So Jarla's going to have to fight each round for it. His Cathy, if we get to that, scares me a little against Earthen.
Sure, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Yeah, we don't want to speak too soon here.
We do not.
All right, picks up a Moonlit, is concealing with the allocated provisions. Gonna get that bank in and go for the Terra Glider. And it'll be interesting to see what he decides to go for. What do you think? A 6, a 7? Going for the glory of a 2nd Titan in the championship?
A 2nd Titan is kind of crazy. I think you go for 7 to try and Terra, especially with a Moonlit in your hand. You can trigger the Flourish and
it's a 50-50.
It's a 50-50 too. Terramex a 20% chance hit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say a Citrine Rose stroke, but I stopped myself.
Jeez. Glad you stopped yourself there. All right, what are we gonna see banked here? Potentially.
I guess the Moonlit.
Oh, that's an interesting bank choice if he is thinking about going for the Terra. Maybe he is.
All right, let's see. Where are we at? How many cards are we revealing, Jarla?
Has he decided yet? That's it. Okay, there we go. I mean, 50-50 is pretty good odds to go for the Terra, but I really do think...
Hits it! He hits the Terra. That's a big one. Oh, man, this is a tough spot for Zeliuser.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty difficult to climb his way back into this one, but...
You just buff everything, right?
And here's the thing. Jarla has answers. Like, he's got a solitary confinement as backup and no snitching to maybe silence, you know, another defender, extra card draw. Like, he's got all the tools to close out the rest of this game here.
He just buffs the board. It's wide enough. Keeps it safe from decay and stuff like that. This is very strong. I mean, Jarla's looking very strong here. Zeliuser needs to draw some outs. He can stall again with another Formidable Presence, but you're just attacking into the 12-9. It's not going to do too much. It'll be a 12-6. With the Spores, I still think better.
Yeah. All right, we'll see what Zelly top decks the next here, but of course his energy is going to be depleted because of the Formidable Presence that was cast. So he could throw another one off.
He'll have 5 to work with.
Yeah, and you know, stall again, but I don't know what you could possibly get at that point.
Yeah. With the Tioli 6 energy, still nothing crazy.
I mean, have we seen Zelly's Titan yet? We haven't, right? So with the Tioli, I guess he could get his own and then Tioli it out, and there is a defender on the board here. So
yeah, that would be a big that would be a big deal.
That would certainly extend the game.
Jarla does have ways to stop it, though. He has no snitching and solitary confinement.
Exactly.
He's been holding on to his 2 effects for a minute.
Yeah.
He's ready for whatever is to come.
Then I think, based on the fact that he has an answer to the Titan, I think that this might just be it.
It might be. This is going to be tough for Zeliusr trying to get out of this. Draws into a rummaging researcher. He's just going to go for formidable here.
Yep.
Stall the game out a little more. Try to find some answer.
Look, it is the championship,
Yep.
right? You don't want to give up if there's any chance of an out.
Yeah, he goes for 2 here. Yep, so then he'll be able to Terra if he draws into it next turn. Do we Tioli the Altar of Gaia? Do not.
Okay, no snitching. Well, that's half of an answer to the Titan.
Yeah, that's one way out of it. Jarla's like, he's like, can you just stop so I can just end this one?
Can I just win?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotta make decisions that are tough for Zeliusr. He's like already presenting so much damage on board.
Yeah, the 3-0 match 1 dream for Zelly is slowly fading away from him here. I think he was feeling confident
Yeah.
he might just easy take it to match 2, but with the Wong coming into play, Jarla's going to get more options to the hand. He's got an absolutely chunky board, to say the least.
He's gonna buff a little bit with the cash. What are the other cards that come out? Relics, so maybe we get a double buff, and it buffs the Terra, I believe. Very nice for Jarla.
I'd like to see the armored support vehicle just hit the floor just to have
Another
another
defender.
defender. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that does help. I mean, it synergizes later with Rummaging Researcher. You can draw 2 cards. Zeliusr actually is caught up on, like, card draw. I noticed the Jarla was quite ahead, but I guess it was just supply caches and Zeliusur's deck that thinned out. So they're pretty even on resources. Zeliusr just needs to see a power card.
You know, Muka,
Yeah.
Jarla hasn't even cast Nehemiah yet.
No.
Yeah.
Has
Still
not.
got that in his back
Yeah.
pocket, too.
It's crazy. He has so many resources right now on Earthen. Zeliusur's definitely has his back against the wall.
All right, and there is a formidable presence there as well. I don't think there's any shortage of damage on the board, but will have more. Also can just lay it down, so completely takes away Zelly's options too, if need be.
Yep, he's gonna just allocate it before he ends his turn here, and then we wait to see what Zeliusr can get. I'm like eagerly waiting in anticipation to see that card draw. That will
If
tell
it's
us.
another formidable presence, I don't know. I think.
Yeah, he also has Rummaging to draw something. He has 7, 8 energy next turn, so you can't Rummaging and Terramech Shield Titan. You can't do both, unfortunately. All right, here we go. What do we draw?
I gotta say, that full of a hand and that big of a board,
Yeah,
like
oh.
that's a lot of cards there on
Steward of the Garden is not it. He's gonna draw though with the Rummaging. Try to find something.
Look, I respect it.
Yep.
He's playing it out, right? Wants to make absolutely certain that he cannot win this game.
All right, the caches.
Okay, another cash. Looking for anything, another cash. I mean, to
How
be
many
fair,
cards are in Zeliusur's deck at
there's-
this point for real?
There's been a decent
All right,
amount
hits his
shuffled in.
fours. Unfortunately, he just goes to the
All right.
defeat. Next game, Jarla is on the board. He's not giving it for free.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, but Zeliusr won that game. He still has a chance to take this first set.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to run it back with the Earthen, and then let's see. Jarla's still got the Neve
And the Cathy.
and the Cathy.
Yeah. I think Neve, you just go for the Neve. Like, he went for the mirror, he got it, then you go for the Neve. That's kind of crazy, though, that you go for the Earthen mirror nowadays over the Shroud Earthen
I
matchup.
know, it's
like, no,
kinda
I don't
crazy.
want to do that. But he's going to go for the Neve, try to get the win there. The Cathy, if he gets to that point, I really do think will be the tough one. Zeliusr wasn't able to get the Shield Titan, but his gameplay was good. I mean, it's a very solid deck that can take on what's left from Jarla's arsenal.
Look, that Titan turn with the Relic repurposing was so
Yeah.
clean. Took out the Nehemiah, absolutely sealed the deal. Yeah, look, I think when it comes down to the Neve, Earthen, Nehemiah mirror, If the Neve has the no snitching for the Steward of the Garden and stops that turn 3 of a Caretaker or a Moonlit, I think they're in a way better position. So, you know, it's not like the fact that we're even considering like, oh, it's not like the Shroud can't win, you know, is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do think you're right, though. Neve has cards that, it's so weird that we're just talking about it like this scenario. But yeah, the Neve, Embedded Agent, no snitching, the removal cards, seeing those early on and effectively using them will definitely help Jarla get the edge and then have to just lock in that Catherine. For Zeliuser, he's just got to keep doing what he's doing. Play that sweet mid game, 3 onwards. If the ramp sticks, then you're looking real good.
Yep. Mook and I can look down at the crowd here. They are at the edge of their seats. Like, the energy here is so exciting. We're in the finals in Las Vegas for the Parallel Prime Championship. We're about to have our first champion. It's just, like, it's honestly kind of surreal.
Yeah.
It really is.
I thought I was, like, ready for it as this weekend has been going, but now that I'm here, I'm like, I can't believe it. Like, to see that one of these 2 players is going to walk away with that trophy.
We've casted a lot of games together this year, haven't we, Muka?
Yeah.
A lot of them, and it's all culminating to this.
Yeah, it's super crazy. We have our next game locked in, though, so we're going straight into it. Jarla brought the Catherine, which I actually was kind of worried about.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, is that a testament of, like, he really doesn't think Neve
maybe
can
just
take
feels
it down? Or
comfortable
he just feels comfy
just
with
feels
it?
comfortable,
Okay,
maybe.
all right.
I mean, this is a pretty aggressive lineup. This could work.
Look, I mean, in order to take down this match, he's going to have to play that matchup Neve into the Earthen, right? But
yeah.
Perhaps, oh, that's an interesting Determined Assault. The 2 cost effect there in Jarla's hand.
Yeah.
That kind of fell out of favor for a long time.
Kills the Steward.
Kills the Stewie, yes it does.
So that would help a ton. He also has, it's a little awkward because the energy curve doesn't match too well, like what do you bank with the Tioli, but he can Tioli into Catherine on turn 3, so the curve does line up pretty well.
Zelly is feeling confident again. We saw the dance coming out there. He sees his hand. I mean, let's be real. That's actually quite a strong hand.
That is. Yeah,
It's
that's a
looking
good
very
one. Even if you get no snitching or your Steward gets dealt with, you have a Cunning Diplomat that you draw, get another Defender. Then you can start playing the Rummaging, the Provoke Caretaker. It all synergizes so well.
So what do you think Jarla's, what's he considering here?
I think he banked the Cry. That's, I guess the decision is which one do you buff, the Bannerman or the Bloodhound. He's opted for the Bloodhound transport, and he's just going to swing in. He has the Determined Assault, in theory, to scale the Bannerman. We know he will not be able to because that will probably get no snitching.
And it feels bad to have the Tioli in the opening hand for the Markolian
going
when
first
going
especially,
first.
yeah.
Exactly. Doesn't feel good. Like having to bank that Rallying Cry could like really slow down his power in the next few turns here. So we'll see.
He's gonna have to end up banking that trigger Happy Trigger. I mean, like this gives pressure and eliminates the Steward, but you don't get a body on the board, which is like typically how Markolians like to play right now.
Yeah.
Alright, that was swing for 1 damage. Steward of the Garden gone, Shield Pod gone. Draws into a Triumph of Mars. Next turn is probably a Catherine.
Yeah.
And then you need to find more cards. Keeping the Triumph, usually I find that players when they're in this situation, they end up banking the Triumph and then running out of the gas.
Yes.
But it's like tough because you need to keep using all your energy as Catherine.
Ooh.
That's a
okay.
good pickup.
That is a
We've seen this win games
Yes,
for
we have.
Markolian against Earthen.
Yes, we have. I mean, I think you have to bank the Triumph here and go for the Memento, right? I mean, that leads into Kathy, and there are other copies of Triumph, so we certainly can find other ones and refill.
I like the Memento. I think it's really good. It'll help give a huge edge, and Zeliuser will kind of get annoyed to deal with it. It's a little unfortunate that he doesn't have the 2 1-drops that he could have had. He had a Determined Assault instead.
Sure.
Because that would have been super clean. So it is a little risky because you don't have that many units. But you can just, like you said, Kathy next turn, and then the Memento will eventually go to her, and that will be really powerful in itself.
Yeah, like if you know you're staying Kathy next turn, you have, you know, the target to keep chaining the Memento if need be. So that was honestly a really good top deck, I think. And, you know, it was looking a little dicey there, but I think this might stabilize him for the time being.
Yep, he's just poking away. Zeliuser at 28 right now. Draws into an Altar of Gaia, 3 energy. 3 Cunning into a Steward probably. That's what it looks like he's thinking about.
Interesting to go for that over the Caretaker. You think it just like doesn't line up well into a Kathy maybe getting buffed by the Memento?
Yeah, like, you know, trading the units, passing the Memento, killing it off. Maybe that's a bit too much. Master Poisoner, that's a good pickup. That will help. That again, the synergizes really well with Memento. On top of that, gives Markolian an answer to the Nehemiah Paragon.
Yeah, definitely like to see that in the hand. I think you could pretty
You could maybe even play right here and just wipe both units. I wonder if that's what he's thinking, but Catherine, you can at least kill 1 unit and then 50-50. I think that's fine because the Steward is snitching, right?
The Steward is snitching, correct?
Yeah. No, just got played this turn. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The Bannerman is snitching.
Yeah, so that leaves the argument of maybe playing the Poisoner because then none of these units have attack, right? So you can just kill them both. No ramp, just clean sweep. Whereas with the Kathy, it's a 50-50 on the board sweep.
Is there a consideration for wanting to hold the Master Poisoner for something scarier in the future?
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, if he throws it down now, he doesn't have it later for, you know, a potential Titan or something really scary. But looks like he's going to go for it.
He's going to Poisoner here, just wipe out both O3s. No defender chaining. Zeliuser is like, what the heck is going on?
I mean, honestly, just like seeing that as an Earthen, just a Master Poisoner on the board, it's actually quite intimidating.
It's got to be a little annoying.
You essentially just have to throw one of your, you know, some units into it.
Yeah, he's just going to Relic and pass here.
Wow.
All right, that's really good for Jarla. It's kind of a little bit of a whiff there. Jarla can punish that with the Catherine, maybe Saboteur the next turn, right?
Yeah, you can even play the Gunslinger to get the Kathy to a 6/6 to sort of not be a clean trade to a Caretaker. But I suppose you might want to Saboteur the Altar of Gaia there.
In this matchup, I think the Altar of Gaia gives a lot of value because Catherine already doesn't want to trade.
Right.
And then, assuming the Master Poisoner is on, he just goes and eliminates it altogether. Just right away.
Yeah, I like it. It's just shutting him down, right?
Yeah.
Chose to kind of give up the rest of that turn to get the altar developed, and the Saboteur is a very clean answer. So I like the decision to prioritize that over the Kathy. Kathy's always, like, most of the time going to be good, right?
Yeah.
So.
No Virulent Spores or anything to do with it. Even though Virulent Spores is not that good, Zelius are not going to play anything again this turn.
Wow.
This is Jarla's game to just keep pushing forward.
I gotta admit, like, I am questioning the decision a little bit just because, I mean, the Master Poisoner is obviously why he's not putting things down on the board, but I think eventually you gotta answer it. Like, if you're just waiting to find a no snitching or a spores, that doesn't even fully answer it. I mean, maybe you just sacrifice one of your units, but you can't really because he'll just keep poking it away. So no, I mean, he's in a hard place right now.
I think definitely it was worth it putting some units on board to force some trades, even if the Memento is just going to keep passing. But maybe this is just less damage. It could have been that this is just less damage because 2 Memento passes is plus like 5 damage being passed around. So that is more than the cost of like a 2-1 and maybe a 1-2.
All right. If Zelly tops decks a no snitching, next turn he can bank to 6, reveal 6, get a Titan, put the Primea Conduit on the board for the defender, and shut down the Master Poisoner.
Yeah.
So if he top decks a no snitching, I might implode. We'll see.
All right, Kathy comes down, putting Zeliuser at 11. These next few draws are going to be extremely crucial. Does he get that no snitching like Ali mentioned?
Moment of truth.
Does not get a Tioli. Can we do anything here with Tioli? Oh my god, he's going to concede. Jarla has a chance to just take this.
Oh my goodness.
He was down 2 games not too long ago, suddenly ties it back up 2-2. This is not going to be easy for Zeliuser. He needs this game to get onto the next set and try to win the championship. But if Jarla wins this next
Oh my
game,
gosh.
he takes it all. Yeah, he's feeling good. You see that
look at
smile?
Okay.
Oh man.
Let's go.
Oh man. Is Neve left?
Neve is left.
Neve versus Earthen.
Actually, that's pretty epic. 'Cause
That
he
is
loves
pretty epic,
Neve, right?
yeah.
Oh, and it's this matchup
Yep.
that we've been talking
Yep.
about so much too.
Yeah.
The Earthen versus the Neve. This is actually a potentially fantastic final game. We'll see what happens. Of course, a reminder to the folks at home that if Zelly takes this, he has to beat Jarla again. Okay, so it could end here. But we might have a whole nother series. We'll find out.
This is crazy. Like, Jarla bringing it back and putting Zeliuser on the hot seat now. Like, how you were saying that I have to perform. What's happening? And now Zeliuser just has to get this. He's one game away from resetting it all and just going again.
Wow.
Oh man. Oh man. This has got to be tough on both players.
I've got butterflies. I'm nervous myself.
Yeah.
What a final, Muka. Seriously.
I cannot believe it that we are down to game 5 already, and one player could literally walk away. They are both fighting for the glory of holding that trophy and taking that prize money.
100,000. Okay, let's be real here though. $100,000 in first place. Second place also gets $50,000.
Yeah.
So they're both walking away with a lot of money today.
That is
that's
true.
For
That
sure.
is very true. But only one's walking away with the trophy.
And only one's walking away with the glory of being the first champion that this game has ever seen. Like that what a title.
That's
You
crazy.
know?
Absolutely
It's
crazy.
Absolutely bonkers.
Oh man, and they're waiting to lock their matches in. Then we get to see the mulligans.
I gotta say, I think right now in the dynamic, like, Jarla is, like, you saw the smile there. I feel like he's got a little bit more of the momentum because he's fought back. You know, Zelly, I think, is mentally maybe a little bit more on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, we see this opening hand from Zeliuser right now. That's not too great. No Steward. Does have the no snitching, but no units until turn 3 right now.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you want to see.
Jarla's still mulliganing, though. I wonder if he's in a tight spot also. No, that looks pretty good. Embedded Agent, Void Trapper, no snitching.
I mean, he's even got the no snitching if a top deck Steward comes into play. I mean, it would only be on turn 2, but still.
Yes.
It's an answer.
For Zeliuser, though, double Terraglider with an allocated provisions, that could be the way out.
Yeah, that's very true.
That's 4
Muka.
units.
That is very, very true. I wonder if we see it, you know, come down on turn 4
yeah,
or
just
something.
get the
you know,
curve
get
out
the,
or something because there's nothing going on.
Precisely. I mean, that's the beauty of that card, right? It's flexible. You can play it when you need it. So, but man, look at this hand from Jarla. Like, he's got card draw if he needs it. Lord Harf for some disruption, I suppose, for the effects. Void Trapper, you know, to get some extra value to the hand. I mean, this is a game-winning mulligan, I will say.
This is really good. The Embedded Agent feels good. The bank.
Oh, wow. And the
draws
erasure
the
on
erasure.
top.
Yep. Zelly just has to pass here. Oh, that's not feel good.
Oh
and well, he's got double no snitching, so the Void Trapper will be answered. He won't be able to get information on what Zeliuser has as long as the card, as well as the cards that are in his hand.
See Zelly's face there. He was like, this hand is not it. I mean, here's the thing, though. The Terra Gliders, like, truly, this card, I mean, there's, like, a couple of MVPs in the new Earthen list, but this is certainly one of them.
Yeah.
And so it can do some crazy stuff. But it also sort of is, you know, with this opener, it might require the Shroud to not have a super strong hand.
Yeah.
And that isn't really the case here for Jarla. It's looking pretty good.
100%. I mean, the Terraglider, the advantage that Zellier kind of has if he plays them on curve is the unexpectedness.
Yeah.
If he suddenly rolls something that Jarla's there's no idea how to deal with, that could come out to help him.
Interesting decision to bank the Malia there, like over the Lord Harf, you know?
Yeah, I
like,
think he just wants to make the Formidables a bit weirder, weaker. The collateral damage, though, will help a lot to deal with allocated provisions. I wonder if he just gets rid of it and he's like, nah, well, you only get one reveal now.
I mean, I like Harf into a brand's expertise,
Yes, that
get
is
some
very
extra resources to the hand right now. And but I guess you have to go for the decision of what to bank here. I would really love to hold on to that erasure to make sure I do have an answer for the Nehemiah or Caretaker, something annoying. You know, the collateral damage is an answer to the allocated provisions, which might be really crucial in stopping.
I think it's underrated. when people were playing against Earth and how important allocated provisions is.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really do. Because he could probably handle one Terra Glider here, right? But then having to go for a whole second board, I mean, he still has a strong hand. I think he could get there, but you know, it would be really nice to stop it down. So, I mean, he could do that right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I like banking the no snitching, and then you can collateral damage. It almost forces Zeliuser to really think about when he wants to play that Terra Glider.
Yeah, I mean, heck, you could even do both with the Tioli if you really wanted to. I don't know if that's completely necessary.
Oh, that might be the move. I mean, he's gonna just go for the collateral damage here.
Yeah.
But yeah, that wasn't too bad because you can Tioli and then draw, bank another card if you want to keep both. Draws into the Wong though, you can Tioli into that for sure.
Yep. No, I don't think it was necessary to use the Tioli on the expertise there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spores into the end. He'll be able to clear some of the damage. Still going to be taking 3. He's getting poked. He's getting poked, but it will matter, especially when we get around to the Neve turn.
Here's the thing, though. Yarla is the beatdown right now. Definitely the one putting on the pressure, and I really think that that is not the position you want to be in as the Earthen.
Yes.
Like, that's their gameplay now is having a strong mid game, and you know, Earthen doesn't really have that great of like comeback mechanics for the most part. I mean, of course they have the spores, so they can sort of answer smaller boards. But I think that you know, Yarla's looking really good. I would love to see Wong come down. I think that's what he's gonna go for.
Going for it. All right, where do you put the Wong? I'm like leaning towards the middle to. It's like more likely you're gonna protect one. No, just put it on the edge, maybe be greedy.
Yeah. I think I like the edge
Yeah.
here. Come on, Wong. Are you gonna be greedy? What are you gonna do here?
All right, Charles is really thinking. He's using every precious second he gets in these games. Draws 2, buffs the Void Trapper.
Okay.
Good damage. Putting Zeliuser down to 21. Zeliuser finally entering the part of the game where he can put cards down.
Yep.
He hasn't been able to do too much this game, unfortunately. What does this Wong give us to get us back into the game? Okay, Altar of Gaia. There's a Terramech Shield Titan. The Terramech Shield Titan does help. We know there's an Honored Steward, but it does help in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that treacherous scheming, though, I mean, we'll see if Yarla decides to go for it. But look, he's got an Honored Steward as an answer, a temporary answer to the Titan if it comes down. He could just snipe it here. He's got the Shard to, you know, potentially get the Neve off sooner. An Erasure also for the clear, card draw. I mean, he's got like every resource in the game right now in his hand, actually. Ramp, card draw, disruption, pressure.
This is the full toolkit. I mean, this is what also makes Shroud hard to play, right?
Precisely.
Like, the decisions matter a ton. One wrong bank, it puts you in the whole different path that maybe, you know, takes you away from the win. So you got to be really, really have a lot of purpose with why you're banking what you're banking.
Definitely. Gosh, what do you like here?
I think I like Erasure just because, you know, clean removal can put another 8 damage on the board, and then can go for like Honored Steward later if you expect this. You can Honored Steward the Terramech Shield Titan. So
true.
There's nothing to kill it. I mean, you're worried about Formidable.
Here's the thing. It's going into turn 6. So, like, do you think he's respecting him having the Titan in the hand?
Yeah, possibly. I think that's what he's thinking about for sure.
Because I also like getting the Wong off the board, but I think
it looks like scheming is going to the bank.
bank.
And he has the pressure, right? So, like, why give it up, I guess? Like, I understand, like, looking for the, respecting the Shield Titan. Oh, he goes for the Honored Steward instead to take out the Wong. More units on board. He is not respecting the Terramech Shield Titan.
No, I don't think
He's pushing for damage.
Okay, Adir is a nice pickup too.
I mean, Terramech Shield Titan's good, but no defender, right?
There's no defender.
So Jarla can push for more damage, and if Zeliuser's low enough, then a Neve just ends the game.
I mean, he's almost got lethal. I mean, let's see. If the Titan just hits the board here, that's 8,
it'll put Zelia at 3.
10. Yeah.
He's rolling.
Okay.
He's rolling this way so that he can place Altar. Okay, he rolls an Acolyte. That'll heal him. That'll keep him out of the death range a little bit.
It's no Titan, but
yeah,
you know, it's not the worst.
And I'll put him at 18. He's looking down 10 damage right now. He does have the no snitching to stop the Steward from growing. Jarla has 6 energy next turn. I think it's something with Brand's Expertise and Erasure possibly.
Yeah.
Especially after not. I wonder if Zeliuser's trying like one last attempt to bait more removal out of Jarla and then try to secure Defender on the Terramech Shield type.
Yeah, that could very well be his game plan here. Oh man, yeah, I mean, Adira is great. Oh, a Tioli is a nice thing to pick up here as well. 6, 7, potentially can do 7 energy worth of stuff this turn. So Adira does have evasive, right? So if he does get low enough, he could sort of hold that back. But you might just want to run it out now for the power. We'll see what he decides to go for here. Yeah, I mean, he's hovering, and he's certainly not banking the Adira, right?
It looks like it's going up. And what can you hit? What can you hit with the Adira? That'll be crazy. This could be an Adira that ends the game right now. He drops a Formidable. Oh! That's a lot of damage. Oh my god. 4, 8, 10, 12, plus 6. Is that lethal?
Is that lethal?
Where does this Adira go? Does it go to face?
Is it going face, Muka?
Oh my god, it's going to face! Jarla, he's doing the math. He's checking his numbers. And they're all going to face. Oh my god. This Adira has secured Jarla the World Championship title of Parallel.
Jarla is your first Parallel Prime champion, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
Oh my, what a flashy finish. The crowd is giving him a standing ovation for his play. Oh man. He's looking at that time, looking at that trophy.
I actually can't
They're
think
like, wait.
of a more perfect end. He won with Neve. Adira steering the Formidable and no less.
Yeah.
I mean, in the earth and mat, it was absolutely insane.
All right. So before we get ready for Jarla's speech, let's talk about that game a little bit. Super crazy to see him do that well, and he just had so much pressure from the beginning all the way to the end.
I truly can't, I cannot think of a better final. Like, we've been talking about that matchup the entire tournament. The Shroud Neve versus the Earth and Nehemiah. He had an amazing hand, and it's Jarla's favorite. He loves Neve, so he got to win the championship with Neve.
With his favorite Parallel, that's super crazy. I mean, I even was like doubting like the Catherine. I kept saying like, I don't know if the Catherine can win, Catherine can win. He drew that memento and really pushed for it.
Look, a truly magnificent title. So now he is $100,000 richer, walking away with that magnificent trophy, and is the first Prime champion ever.
I cannot believe it. All right, and with that, we will be passing it over to Tia and Jarla. Thank you guys. We will be saying goodbye to you, but stay tuned. You're gonna see them say their little speech. All right, thank you guys.
Bye, everyone.
For Jarla, our first ever Parallel Prime Championship winner. Jarla, what's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, I'm super happy that I managed to win, but I was super nervous. I played so bad in the last game, in the game 5, but I managed to win, so yeah, super happy now.
That's amazing. And you're from the Czech Republic, you're getting $100,000. What are you going to do with that?
Probably travel to more tournaments. Yeah, I don't even know. We'll see.
Okay. 2 more questions. One, are we going to see you next year here in Vegas?
Definitely, yes.
Amazing. And finally, is there any shout-outs you want to give anybody who you trained with, etc.?
Yeah, big shout out to Jobsat and Bliskonian, the brothers from Czech Republic, for helping me to prepare for this tournament. Big shout out to Fino Tyler, because they kind of got me into this game. And now I'm here, and I won the first World Championship. I lost in Hearthstone a couple years ago in finals, and now it's just a dream coming true.
Amazing, Jarla. Okay, we're going to throw it back to the studio, and then we're going to do the trophy. So Jarla, please stay with us. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Dude, that was an amazing final match. Jarla, our first ever Parallel Prime champion. Man, that was amazing. Like, dude, how did it feel back in the, the whole crowd, man?
Yeah, it felt amazing. The energy is insane. We got a lot of really good matches, and you know, I'm a little bit torn because if Zeliaster did take that down, then we would have been able to see an entire another series.
Yeah.
But for better or for worse, you know, Jarla did take it down in one clean shot, remaining undefeated in the upper bracket.
Yes, the undefeated of the upper bracket. He was like, I was imagining him looking down over at the other guys over the lower bracket, like, no, these guys won't phase me. I have had the experience. I'm gonna get this win, and as you can see already, guys, Game 5, like 3-2, amazing performance. But let's not take out the fact that Zeliaster had a good run, like getting all those wins just to get back up. And you know, enough with that, guys, because now we are going to go back to our champion with a trophy presentation. Back to the stage right there, Tia.
Okay, Koji, please do the honors of handing the trophy to our winner. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you all for coming out today. That's the last from us here. We're still going to send you back to the studio. Give it up for our winner once again, and we'll see you all next year.
Dude, that was an amazing trophy right there. And of course, like lots of confetti. Like the crowd is going wild right there. And you can see like Koji and Tia right there over the stage. We are like, we have our very first champion, Parallel Prime champion, Jarla right here. Never went down from the upper bracket. That's amazing.
The man, the myth, the legend, one of the greatest card gamers of all time across the universe. His name will go down in history, not only in Hearthstone, not only in Parallel, but likely other titles to come. Jarla, we hope to see him back. We hope to see him continue on his insane dominance in the TCG scene. And of course, this could not have been possible without all of the people who are involved in Parallel, from the viewers to the team itself.
Yes, this would not have been made possible without the support of the community, as well as the players and the team, as you said, Datsy. And of course, thank you to Echelon Prime Foundation for also giving the support for the Parallel League. And I have the question, Datsy. Does this mean that he has to defend his title for Season 2?
I do not know exactly how the qualifications work, but you know, if he wants to, he will be climbing back to the top, and I'm sure that we'll be seeing him once again.
Yes, like will he try to climb up top yet again for Season 2? Or will there be another champion? That's the question coming over for our players. And you know, they're asking the question like, where is it going to be? It's not a question of where it's going to be. It's going to be happening, and you're all going to be there. I'm pretty sure lots of our players here are excited because Season 2 is going to be happening. Congratulations again to Jarla. But everyone here, or everyone over at the Parallel TCG competitive scene, is already ready for Season 2. Like, how much again, Datsy, is for the upcoming season?
I believe it's going to be a $1 million prize pool.
Oh, yeah.
Altogether.
Yeah.
And again, if you are watching from home and you haven't even touched the game, this is your first time seeing it, there is a way for you to climb to the top and to be able to compete against players such as Jarla. So please do go check it out. It is free to play and very easy to get into, very hard to put down.
Yeah, and dude, like what Fitch mentioned a while ago, Parallel Mobile is coming soon. So if you're playing on PC and you're playing and you want to play on mobile, and it's gonna be high time for you to start playing right now. And you know, it's high time also for us to end this day. Day 2, day 1 was amazing. Day 2 even greater. Any last thoughts, Datsy?
So on behalf of not only production, the casters, and all the players here, much love to you guys for your continued support. And once again, we'll be catching you very, very shortly.
And on behalf of the hosts here over at the stage or Road Studio, Exultra PH and Detsy, we are happy to have been part of history with the first ever Parallel Prime Championship with Yarla as the first Parallel Prime champion. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone for participating and for being competitive in the scene. We want you to be here. We will always want you to play Parallel and support the game as well. Thank you for watching. Goodbye and see you again.